3.5-year-old genius baby is homeless. After he was picked up by his rich father, all 6 brothers dote on him. It was raining heavily, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of dampness. Lee Si-hung walked towards the villa with firm steps under the umbrella held by his bodyguard. Every step he took seemed exceptionally elegant and dignified, and it seemed that even the storm could not touch his aura. However, at this moment, a sudden force came from under his legs. He looked down and found that a pair of small hands were tightly grasping his suit pants, with such strong force that the trouser legs were pulled down. "Dad!" A clear child's voice came from beside my feet, full of childishness and pleading. Lee Si-hung frowned and looked at the little figure. A little girl in dirty clothes, with mud all over her face, but still showing an innocent look. She looked up at him, her eyes full of helplessness. "Dad, have you forgotten that night at Daming Lake Hotel? I am your biological daughter." This sudden incident shocked Lee Si-hung. She was his child? Chi Xiaonuan sighed silently in her heart. An hour ago, she just woke up from a coma and found that she had traveled through this novel and turned into a 3.5-year-old girl. Her original self was a tragic character. Her mother died early and she was destined to die of hunger. Her only support was the villain in the book, Lee Si-hung. However, she knew that as long as she could hold on to Lee Si-hung, her future destiny would be completely changed. "Are you really my daughter?" Lee Si-hung's voice was low and his eyes were cold, but at that moment, a hint of impatient tenderness appeared in his eyes. "If you are really my biological daughter," he whispered, "I will give you a name." Chi Xiaonuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly hugged his legs, saying coquettishly, "Does that mean that Dad will always take care of me in the future?" She understood that this was her chance to survive. Lee Si-hung looked at her indifferently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "If you are really my daughter." He paused, with a hint of threat in his tone. "Then take advantage of the night to deal with your mother's affairs as well." As soon as these words came out, Chi Xiaonuan couldn't help but shudder. This man was really as cold and ruthless as the rumors said. But she didn't back off. Instead, she hugged his legs even tighter, snuggling in his arms like a kitten, tears welling up in her eyes. "Dad, you don't want to leave Nuan behind, do you?" Lee Si-hung hesitated for a moment, then he raised his hand and hugged her unconsciously. "Let's go. Don't stand in the rain." This sudden tenderness made Chi Xiaonuan's heartbeat faster. Entering the villa, she was finally able to temporarily avoid the wind and rain in Lee Si-hung's arms. However, when she saw the family photo in the living room, she was stunned. Although there are many women around Lee Si-hung, no one outside knows who the biological mother of these 6 sons is. Of course, Chi Xiaonuan finished reading the ending of the book. Lee Si-hung had only had one woman, her mother. None of these 6 sons was his biological son. She was his only flesh and blood, and she died in the book. It is said that when 7 big guys gather together, they can summon a dragon and specially grant a koi fish named Xiao Fu Bao, commonly known as Miracle Nikki. Chapter 2. In the Luxurious Villa. In the luxurious villa, Chi Xiaonuan's small figure was like a shining pearl, and her innocent smile seemed to be able to melt all the coldness. Today, Lee Si-hung was once again forced to hand her over to Aunt Zhang at home to take care of her, while he was busy handling affairs in the study. Aunt Zhang took Chi Xiaonuan to the bathroom. The little girl stood on tiptoe curiously, her eyes wide open, looking through the edge of the bathtub at the clear water inside, feeling excited. "Aunt Zhang, I can take a bath by myself now?" Chi Xiaonuan said naively, pulling Aunt Zhang's sleeve and showing a bright smile. Aunt Zhang smiled, her eyes full of kindness. "Nuanyuan is so good. Be careful and call me if you need anything." She gently reminded him and left. Chi Xiaonuan hurriedly took care of herself. The huge shirt on her body almost dragged on the ground. She tried hard to tuck the corners of her shirt up to avoid being dragged down. The bathroom door was not closed, so she quickly slipped out and planned to look for Lee Si-hung. But when she reached the stairs, she suddenly felt so tired that she had to sit down and shouted upwards in a childish voice, "Dad, Dad." Lee Si-hung in the study couldn't hear it because he was busy with important documents. The housekeeper knocked on the door gently and reminded carefully, "Mr. Lee, the lady seems to be calling you." Lee Si-hung frowned slightly, feeling annoyed. This kid is so troublesome. When will he be quiet? He stood up and walked towards the stairs, having already decided in his heart that he must kick her out. The housekeeper followed closely behind him, frowning, his heart full of worry. "Boss Lee, the young lady is so young, and it's still raining heavily outside. It might be dangerous to throw her out." However, Lee Si-hung was not moved at all. He had already made up his mind. "Dad, Dad." Qi Xianwan's eyes lit up immediately when she saw him appear at the stairs. She opened her little hands, expecting her father's embrace. Dad, hold me. Nuanyuan is tired. Li Siheng's expression became even colder. He glanced at her with annoyance, picked her up casually, as if she were a small toy, and said coldly, "You are so noisy and annoying." Qi Xianwan smiled innocently, held up his handsome face, and gave him a big kiss. Daddy is so nice. Nuanyuan likes Daddy. Li Siheng was stunned for a moment. Although there was still a hint of disgust on the corners of his mouth, a hint of unconscious tenderness quietly arose in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The housekeeper stood at the stairs, dumbfounded. Could it be that Mr. Li had changed his mind? After returning to the study, Li Siheng threw Qi Xianwan on the sofa and continued to focus on his work. Qi Xianwan curled up obediently and soon fell asleep. She was too tired and had been running around all afternoon until she finally saw her father. Li Siheng looked down at her and was stunned. The innocent face and soft body of the little girl made him feel reluctant to leave. The chubby little fingers in his mouth and the sweet sleeping face made his heart soften. "I'll throw you out when you wake up," he whispered to himself, having already made up his mind. But at this moment, Qi Xianwan smiled in her dream. Dad is so handsome. Li Siheng was stunned for a moment, and his heart paused for a moment, as if those words pierced the deepest soft spot in his heart. Chapter 3. It's all thanks to my father's teaching. Qi Xianwan woke up from her dream. The little hair on her head looked like a naughty little ball of fur. Her silly look made people smile. She rubbed her chubby little hands, opened her eyes in confusion, and looked around. At this time, Li Siheng's low and cold voice came from the desk. The project in the north must be completed this month, and we can also start contacting the south. He was busy holding a video conference and didn't notice the little guy on the sofa at all. Qi Xianwan glanced around, still a little confused, then climbed down from the sofa with a grunt and walked towards Li Siheng unsteadily on her short legs. There is a problem with the content of the last contract. Submit it to the legal department. Li Siheng hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt his legs sink. He looked down and found that Qi Xianwan had climbed up his legs with difficulty and leaned on his arms, looking particularly righteous. "Dad, Nuanyuan is awake?" Her soft voice was full of coquettishness, and the voice of a baby who had just woken up added a bit of sweetness. Li Siheng frowned and planned to continue the meeting, letting her stay in his arms. The work ahead was heavy, and the legal dispute involving the company was also serious, and he had to resolve it as soon as possible. However, his mouth opened unconsciously. "Do you want milk?" Qi Xianwan lazily leaned in his arms, looking nonchalant. Nuanyuan is 3.5 years old now. She can eat rice porridge and meat. Only babies drink milk. "I want a drink," she said stubbornly. Li Siheng had no choice but to press the intercom and ask the butler to bring warm imported milk. After waiting for a few minutes, Li Siheng noticed the little hair on Qi Xianwan's head and couldn't help but raise his hand to straighten it for her. He felt that the child's hair was incredibly soft. "Dad, aren't you in a meeting? Those uncles are waiting for you." Qi Xianwan opened her big, bright black eyes and reminded him kindly. Li Siheng was shocked, and then turned to look at the video screen, only to find that everyone in the meeting had their eyes wide open in disbelief. They were all stunned, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "What did you see just now?" Li Siheng asked in a low voice, full of warning. "No, we didn't see anything." The employees denied it in unison, fearing that they would be retaliated against. Li Siheng's expression relaxed a little, and Qi Xianwan stood up happily, stepped on his legs, and waved to the people in the video with a smile. "Hello, uncles. Just call me Nuanyuan. Daddy usually causes trouble for you. I'm really sorry. Please bear with him." Looking at the innocent appearance of this little girl, everyone was overwhelmed and smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, Nuanyuan is cute and sensible. She is really a little angel." An employee praised sincerely. Qi Xianwan smiled slyly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Thank you for the compliment, uncle. It's all because of my father's good teaching." She seemed very proud. At this time, Li Siheng's expression finally eased a little. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he inexplicably felt a soft emotion in his heart, as if she was not so annoying anymore. "I'll throw her away the day after tomorrow." He made up his mind secretly, but the stern expression on his face still did not completely fade away. Chapter 4. Mr. Li, can you do it? The Li family didn't prepare a bottle, so the housekeeper could only bring warm milk in a small bowl. Qi Xianwan's hands were too small to hold the milk steadily, so she naturally asked Li Siheng to help her feed. "Drink it yourself." Li Siheng barely suppressed his dissatisfaction. He thought about the face he had just lost in front of his employees, and he had to restore some dignity. Qi Xiaonuan looked at him with tears in her eyes and whispered aggrievedly, "Dad, you are mean to me, Wu." Her eyes were full of innocence. Li Siheng, he frowned slightly, not knowing what to do. The employees nearby saw this scene and couldn't help but speak up for Qi Xiaonuan. "Boss Li, Nuanyuan is so young and doesn't have a bottle. How can she drink by herself?" Yes, Mr. Li, there's no rush for the meeting. Don't let the child go hungry," several employees reminded. Qi Xiaonuan smiled secretly, with a mischievous smirk in her eyes. Li Siheng's face became even darker. He couldn't help it after all. He scooped a little milk with a spoon and handed it to her mouth. "Open your mouth." Qi Xiaonuan opened her mouth and drank the first sip. However, when she took the second sip, Li Siheng accidentally sent the milk into her nose, causing Qi Xiaonuan to choke and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Her face turned red from coughing, and she couldn't help but burst into tears, looking very pitiful. Li Siheng's cold expression collapsed in an instant. He panicked and quickly took a piece of paper to wipe away her tears and gently patted her back to comfort her. Seeing Qi Xiaonuan's painful appearance, the employees in the video conference couldn't help but become anxious and shouted in front of the screen, "Boss Li, be gentle. Don't hurt the child." "Boss Li, why did you feed the milk into your nose? You don't have enough experience. You need to practice more." "Is Nuanyuan okay?" Seeing her coughing like that, her face is all red. "It really hurts me." The employee's anxiety and concern were conveyed through the screen. Li Siheng, who is usually cold and ruthless, was unanimously blamed by everyone in this situation, and he himself was a little stunned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Qi Xiaonuan finally stopped coughing. Qi Xiaonuan's face was still flushed, and the corners of her eyes and cheeks were glowing with a delicate red, making her look particularly weak. After wiping away her tears, she patted Li Siheng's shoulder and pretended to comfort him. "Dad, it's okay. You are a novice. Nuanyuan doesn't blame you. You will have experience in breastfeeding in the future. Come on, continue to feed me milk." Li Siheng was stunned for a moment, looking down at her flushed face, feeling somewhat guilty. He felt that he had done something wrong and shouldn't have let her suffer such trouble. However, despite a trace of self-blame in his heart, Li Siheng still couldn't help frowning. He decided to give her another chance and managed to squeeze out a little patience. He changed his posture to hold her and fed her more carefully. "Open your mouth," he commanded in a low voice. Qi Xiaonuan carefully took the second mouthful. This time, Li Siheng fed her extra carefully. Qi Xiaonuan quickly finished the bowl of milk. She touched her belly with satisfaction, a satisfied smile on her face. "Dad, you go ahead and do your work. Nuanyuan won't disturb you from working. Remember to take Nuanyuan to buy clothes and milk bottles after work," she said as she waved and said goodbye to the employees in the video. "Goodbye, uncles." All the employees were touched by Qi Xiaonuan's cute appearance and responded with a smile, "Goodbye, Nuanyuan. Come to the company to play with uncle next time." Qi Xiaonuan crawled back to the ground from Li Siheng's arms, wearing the baggy shirt, and staggered out. Although the sleeves and corners of the shirt were rolled up by her, it still looked a little funny. Li Siheng watched her walk away, and suddenly felt empty without the soft little thing in his arms. There was an inexplicable sense of emptiness in his heart. He pondered for a moment and finally decided that it was time to buy her some clothes and bottles. It doesn't need to be too expensive, just practical. That way, when you throw it away later, everything can be packed up and disposed of easily. Chapter 5: Hitting the School Bully's Cute Spot. The downpour outside finally stopped. The sun shone through the clouds. The air was filled with a fresh scent, and even a beautiful rainbow could be seen. Qi Xiaonuan walked with her short legs and excitedly called Aunt Zhang over, wanting her to carry her downstairs. When she got downstairs, Qi Xiaonuan didn't want to trouble Aunt Zhang, so she decided to go down by herself. But before she walked out of the door, a tall, dark figure suddenly approached, striding on the phone and not noticing her. He kicked Qi Xiaonuan, and she sat on the ground with a thump, in great pain. She looked up unhappily and saw that the other person was also looking down in shock. The man stopped in confusion and saw Qi Xiaonuan sitting on the ground, looking at him with red eyes and grievance. "What the hell?" He cursed in a low voice in shock and quickly said to the phone, "Old song. I don't want to talk anymore. There's a little chicken at home, and I kicked him." Aunt Zhang saw him and greeted him warmly. "Young master, why are you leaving school so early today? No classes in the afternoon." Li Chenghe came back to his senses and replied casually, continuing to look at Qi Xiaonuan curiously. The doubt in his eyes deepened. Qi Xiaonuan searched quickly in her mind and remembered that he was the youngest brother, Li Chenghe. This school bully often skipped classes, and he was afraid that he would do the same today. Qi Xianwan was thinking. Li Chenghe saw her red and swollen eyes and thought she was going to cry. He hated children crying the most, and the sharp cry made him want to kick her. Don't cry, or I'll beat you. Li Chenghe raised his fist and threatened ferociously. Qi Xianwan didn't cry. Instead, she sat on the ground, pouted her lips, and stretched out her two chubby little hands. Brother, my butt hurts. I want a kiss and a hug. Hold me up high. Her voice was soft and her eyes were innocent. Li Chenghe couldn't help but shudder, retracted his fist, and took a step back in fear. He had kicked her first, but now he was frightened by her obedient appearance. He is Li Chenghe, the boss of the campus, but he was hit in the soft spot by a little girl. Ahem. Li Chenghe coughed lightly and asked as calmly as possible. What's your name? Why are you in my house? Qi Xianwan blinked her big eyes and answered obediently. My name is Qi Xianwan. I am 3.5 years old this year, brother. You can call me Nuanyuan. I am your sister, and I just recognized my father today. After hearing this, Li Chenghe couldn't help but complain. TSK, I wonder which woman my dad raped outside a few years ago, and he actually has such a grown-up daughter. He complained about his father without any politeness. Of course, he knew he could only say it secretly. If Li Siheng heard it, he would probably be punished again. Chapter 6. The Really Fragrance Dad and the Crazy Brother. Qi Xianwan smiled with her eyes curved, revealing a row of small white teeth. Brother, you are so handsome. I liked you at first sight and thought you were very kind. Really? Do you know how many girls are chasing after me at school? They can line up for 10 blocks. Li Chenghe looked very proud. He held Qi Xianwan in his arms arrogantly, took her for a walk in the yard, and boasted about it. Wow, brother is so awesome. Qi Xianwan looked at him admiringly and clapped her hands. Li Chenghe was even more proud. Although he was acting very arrogant now, he would become a top hacker in the future and was already one of the top 10 hackers in the world. Not only was he handsome, he was also the school's boss. His wine-red hair shone in the sun, charming a large group of innocent little girls. Qi Xianwan has already locked on to her target. She is going to hold on to the thigh of this crazy school bully. Soon, Li Chenghe and Qi Xianwan became familiar with each other and accepted this new sister. Qi Xianwan was completely attracted by the beautiful scenery in the yard and looked around curiously while walking. This courtyard was just like the back garden of an ancient imperial palace. Qi Xianwan excitedly pulled the branches and touched the exquisitely carved jade ornaments. After playing for a while, Qi Xianwan suddenly realized something. She looked up and saw Li Siheng standing by the window upstairs, staring down at her. She grinned at him, waved at him, and called out crisply, Dad, my brother and I are playing in the yard. Li Siheng was stunned and even felt guilty. He then ordered in a cold voice, Come up. Oh, okay. Nuanyuan will be right there. Qi Xianwan obediently pulled Li Chenghe back to the house. When Li Chenghe saw that he was going to the study, his face immediately fell, and his expression was obviously depressed. After going to the study, Qi Xianwan saw the biscuits on the table, stood on tiptoe, and reached out to take them impatiently. Li Siheng handed her a plate of cookies. The chef just baked them. I don't want to eat them. I'll give them to you. Thank you, Dad. You're the best. Qi Xianwan sat on the sofa holding a biscuit, eating it with a crunch sound. Li Chenghe stood upright, without any arrogance, and asked in a low voice, Dad, what do you want me to do for you? Li Siheng glanced at him and made up an excuse. Well, I have something to do. Butler Li has always been in charge of your school affairs. The results are out recently. Let me see them. Dad, do you really want to see it? Then, okay. Li Chenghe's voice suddenly trembled. He handed over the test paper, and the score on it was not high. Li Siheng's face quickly turned gloomy, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Dad, calm down. I will definitely do well in the exam next time. Li Chenghe begged for mercy quickly, his heart beating faster. Heh. Li Siheng sneered. Then, a burst of ghostly howling for mercy came from the study. Dad, be gentle. Aw. Qi Xianwan sat on the sofa, eating cookies and appreciating everything with a smile. The room was filled with a joyful and warm atmosphere. She likes this family atmosphere. She really likes it. Chapter 7. My sister is so cute. She can't be so bad. The biscuits were almost finished, and Li Chenghe felt a little pitiful after being beaten. Qi Xianwan softened her heart and decided to speak up for him. Dad. She jumped off the sofa, ran to Li Siheng and hugged his legs. His thighs were too high, so she could only hug his calves. Li Siheng paused and looked down at her. Qi Xiaonuan narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Chenghe with sympathy. Brother, you are so pitiful. Her voice was full of sympathy. Li Chenghe felt warm in his heart and felt that he had a good sister. This little girl had only been in the family for a short time, but she was already able to sympathize with him. Heh. Li Siheng glanced at him sideways and snorted with disdain. Then he bent down and gently wiped the biscuit crumbs from the corner of Qi Xiaonuan's mouth with his rough fingers. Qi Xiaonuan squinted her eyes, enjoying her father's care, and then said in a baby voice, Dad, my brother is screaming so miserably. It seems like it hurts a lot. It should be more painful than when I fell on but just now, right? Dad, let him go. Nuanuan's but hurts too. And my brother looks like it hurts more than me. Qi Xiaonuan blinked her big eyes, feeling innocently sorry for Li Chenghe. Li Chenghe was deeply moved, but he also felt something was wrong. He scratched his head and thought, although my sister is speaking for me, why does this sound a little strange? Just as he was struggling, the surroundings suddenly became chilly. Li Siheng's eyes were stern, and he asked coldly, Did you kick Nuanuan? No, I kicked her accidentally. Dad, please listen to my explanation. Li Chenghe immediately stepped back in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. The dangerous atmosphere in the air became thicker. The next second, a more intense howling sound came from the study, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Qi Xiaonuan stood aside, shouting anxiously, Dad, stop beating me. My brother is in such a bad state. My butt doesn't hurt anymore, it's just a few bruises. It will heal in a few days. The room suddenly became quiet, and then Li Siheng attacked more fiercely, and Li Chenghe's screams became louder. After the fight, Li Siheng straightened his black shirt and dusted off the dust on his body, as if the atrocity just now had nothing to do with him. Li Chenghe's face was bruised and swollen, and he was shedding bitter tears. For a moment, he felt that Qi Xiaonuan had an evil smile on her face, and the ears and tail of a devil appeared on her little head. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes were full of heartache and tears were almost falling. She ran to him and blew gently. Brother, does it hurt? Nuanuan will help you blow it. Brother, don't cry. Be good. Li Chenghe's sadness was comforted a little, but he felt that the feeling just now was just an illusion. Qi Xiaonuan was helping him, hoo-hoo, while feeling proud in her heart. Although she wanted to cling to the big boss thigh, she would never forget the grudge of being kicked. Li Siheng felt a little unhappy when he saw the intimacy between the brother and sister. Qi Xiaonuan noticed this and quickly smiled sweetly and said, Dad, you must be tired, take a rest. Qi Xiaonuan heaved a sigh of relief and almost ignored the existence of the ultimate big boss. After all, the big boss dad was her first choice. Chapter 8. Jealous of his son? Not true. Li Siheng's expression eased a little. He put one hand in his pocket and adjusted his tie with the other hand. He coughed lightly and said, This beating has nothing to do with Nuanuan. As my son, you must be excellent. I hope you can remember this lesson. Qi Xiaonuan blinked her big eyes, tilted her head and looked at him cutely, thinking, Explanation is covering up. I got it, Dad. Li Chenghe covered his swollen face, looking very cowardly. Let's go downstairs to eat. Li Siheng stopped talking and walked straight to the door. Qi Xiaonuan ran over and stood in front of him, opening her arms confidently. Daddy, hold me. Li Siheng frowned. Go by yourself? Qi Xiaonuan pouted in dissatisfaction and deliberately walked towards Li Chenghe with her short legs. Then I'll ask my brother to hold me. The next second, she was picked up by Li Siheng's big hands and placed steadily in his arms. Li Siheng didn't realize that he was actually jealous of his own son. Qi Xiaonuan raised her little face proudly and nestled in his arms happily. The dining table was large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, but Qi Xiaonuan chose to stay in Li Siheng's arms, looking up arrogantly. Dad, hey? Eat it yourself. Li Siheng responded coldly. Qi Xiaonuan was unwilling to give in and snorted, Brother, hey? Li Chenghe was called and was about to speak happily, but when he saw Li Siheng's cold glare, he was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and pretended to be deaf and dumb. Li Siheng picked up the children's nutritious meal from the table and fed it to Qi Xiaonuan with a spoon. She ate it with great relish and made a satisfied sound, Great. Qi Xiaonuan's belly was round from eating so much, and she lazily rested in Li Siheng's arms. She was easy to feed, eating fast and deliciously, giving people a strong sense of appetite. After eating, Qi Xiaonuan continued to snuggle in his arms, eyes narrowed. Dad, you eat alone at home. Nuanuan can accompany you, so you won't be lonely. Li Siheng smiled contemptuously and didn't take it seriously. He was used to being busy at work and often didn't go home for several days. Why would he need a child to accompany him? Seeing the little hair on Qi Xianwan's head standing up, he suddenly thought of something and took out his phone to check his schedule. Cancel tomorrow's dinner. Cancel or postpone future dinner time social events. He hung up the phone, and Li Chenghe couldn't help asking, Dad, will you always stay at home to eat with Nuanyuan in the future? The food at home is healthy and hygienic. Li Siheng flatly denied it. Qi Xianwan smiled sweetly, said nothing, and continued to act coquettishly in his arms. When they were almost done eating, Qi Xianwan stepped on his legs, stood up and hugged his neck, saying coquettishly, Dad, this dress is uncomfortable for me. Can we go to the mall? If you need anything, ask your special assistant to bring it to you. Li Siheng frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qi Xianwan insisted, Nuanyuan wants Dad to go with her. It will be more interesting this way. Li Siheng frowned, obviously unwilling to go, but still ordered the butler beside him, prepare the car. Yes, Mr. Li. The housekeeper immediately contacted the driver. Chapter 9. It's so troublesome to accompany my daughter shopping. I bought everything. After getting in the car, Li Chenghe sat in the passenger seat, while Qi Xianwan and Li Siheng sat in the back seat. Qi Xianwan leaned against the window and looked out curiously. The busy traffic, tall buildings, and the prosperous scene made her feel fresh. This is a rapidly rising world, and the Li family around her will soon become the most powerful controllers of this world. After the car stopped in the parking lot, Li Siheng got out of the car, walked around to Qi Xianwan's side, and opened the door. Qi Xianwan smiled and waited for him to hug her, her legs swinging in the air. Li Siheng picked her up with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket. Li Chenghe followed them and handsomely lifted his hair. The three of them walked into the children's store, and Qi Xianwan began to carefully select clothes. When she found the clothes she liked and went to find the two, she found that they were holding a pile of colorful clothes and toys in their hands and were discussing seriously. This princess dress is beautiful. My sister will look very cute in it. Li Chenghe said. Buy. Li Siheng answered without hesitation. Dad, girls all like this pink puff-sleeve top. Li Chenghe mentioned again. Buy it. Li Siheng agreed again. Qi Xianwan stood aside, her eyes flickering back and forth between the two. She didn't expect them to be so interested in children's things. Seeing how engaged they were, she didn't bother them. She sighed and sat aside to watch quietly. The clerks and customers were all stunned. Two grown men were actually more focused on choosing children's products than the women. This couple looked so happy. After the selection was completed, the clerk said with some embarrassment, Gentlemen, I am really sorry that you have bought out all the things in our store. How about leaving your address and we will send someone to deliver the goods to your door? Li Siheng handed her a business card with his address on it. After paying, Qi Xianwan hugged a furry little rabbit and followed them away, skipping and hopping. Dad, brother, it's your turn to buy clothes. Qi Xianwan pointed to the men's clothing store nearby and asked them to buy new clothes in a coquettish manner. Li Chenghe held Qi Xianwan's hand and looked at Li Siheng expectantly. Dad, why don't you listen to your sister and buy some new clothes? Li Siheng frowned, obviously unwilling. What a trouble. He walked into the store with disgust. When the clerk saw them coming in, he greeted them warmly. Welcome. What kind of clothes would you like to buy? Qi Xianwan said in a baby voice. I want 7 sets of men's clothes. 1 set each in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Chapter 10. The two naughty kids quarreled and made my head hurt. In the men's clothing store, Qi Xianwan's sweet voice instantly attracted the attention of all customers. Pow, this kid is so cute. Are you planning to buy a rainbow suit for him? Someone asked with a smile. Haha, it sounds more like the 7 Calabash brothers. Another person joked. Li Siheng and Li Chenghe's faces turned silent in an instant. Qi Xianwan held the rabbit and walked towards the clerk cutely. Fairy sister, please match all 7 colors. The clerk was amused by her cute appearance and nodded with a smile. Okay, what size do you need, kid? Qi Xianwan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then pointed at the 2 men. 1 green set for my brother, and the other 6 sets are in dad's size. I understand. I'll prepare it right away. The clerk said as he couldn't help but touch her little head. Li Chenghe squatted in front of Qi Xianwan and pointed at himself. Sister, you want me to wear green? Yes, green. Brother will definitely look the most handsome when he wears it. Qi Xianwan answered seriously. After all, brother is so handsome. He can handle any color. Li Chenghe was a little flattered by her praise and smiled proudly. That's right. Wait and see how handsome I am, your brother. Qi Xianwan smiled without saying anything, with a mischievous light in her eyes. Li Siheng stood nearby, his hands in his pockets, looking down at them. Suddenly he asked, "What color should I wear?" Qi Xiaonuan answered without hesitation. "My father has a strong aura and is very noble, so of course he should wear the noble, showy, purple." Li Siheng raised his eyebrows. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he felt somewhat satisfied with her answer. However, if he knew Qi Xiaonuan's true thoughts, he might just throw her out. The clerk brought dark purple and dark green suits, and the three of them walked towards the dressing room together. While Qi Xiaonuan was waiting outside, she felt a little bored and looked around curiously. There were some vendors outside selling interesting gadgets. Qi Xiaonuan walked out with great interest and stood on tiptoe in the corner to look around. Suddenly, two naughty kids came running over and bumped into her without avoiding. Qi Xiaonuan's little body staggered a few steps and finally fell to the ground. Her skin was delicate, and although the fall wasn't very painful, there was a red spot on her arm that stood out clearly against her fair skin. The two naughty kids were also knocked to the ground, and even though they were not in pain, they still started crying. "Mom, Mom, I fell down. It hurts so much." One of them screamed. The other child was even more unreasonable. He stared at the stuffed rabbit in Qi Xiaonuan's arms while crying, "Mom, Mom, I want her stuffed rabbit. She was the one who pushed us just now. Let her pay for it." Qi Xiaonuan glared, stood up expressionlessly, and patted the dust off her body. "Shut up. You're making so much noise. Are you two mourning? If you want a rabbit doll, ask your mother to buy it for you." Chapter 11. The Naughty Kid and His Family Bully Nuanyuan. The two naughty kids were shocked by Qi Xiaonuan's aura for a few seconds, but they quickly regained their arrogance. One tried to grab her clothes and hair, and the other tried to snatch the bunny doll in her arms. "Give us the rabbit quickly, or we'll beat you," one of them threatened. Qi Xiaonuan originally didn't intend to care about it, but they pushed their limits and started to bully her. She sneered and stopped being soft-hearted. After all, there was an 18-year-old soul living in her body. "No, I don't want to let go." Qi Xiaonuan made a face at them, then grabbed the hand of the child who was pulling her, and with a little force, twisted his wrist. The child screamed in pain. Another child who was trying to grab the rabbit pulled hard, but Qi Xiaonuan suddenly let go, and the naughty child lost his balance and fell to the ground. Qi Xiaonuan adjusted her skirt calmly, feeling a little like laughing. Seeing them crying like pigs, she didn't feel sorry at all. "Oh, my darlings, why are you crying like this?" The mother of the two naughty children ran over and was heartbroken to see her children crying like this. "Mom, she bullied us." The two naughty kids pointed at Qi Xiaonuan and complained while crying. The middle-aged woman was so angry that her face turned red. She immediately pointed at Qi Xiaonuan and cursed, "Whose bastard are you? How dare you bully my son? Let me see how I can deal with you." She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to hit Qi Xiaonuan. Qi Xiaonuan was not afraid, and a cunning look flashed in her eyes, intending to take the opportunity to fight back. However, her chance did not come, because at this moment, Li Siheng and Li Chenghe came out after changing their clothes. As soon as the middle-aged woman raised her hand, Li Chenghe quickly caught her wrist and applied a little force. With a click, her wrist bone was dislocated. Li Siheng hugged Qi Xiaonuan with one hand and put the other hand in his pocket, his face as cold as ice as he stared at the middle-aged woman. "Ouch! You grown men are hitting on a weak woman like me?" The middle-aged woman screamed in pain and immediately started to make a scene. Li Chenghe couldn't help laughing when he heard her words. "You are weak? Yes, you are indeed very weak. You are so weak that you can only attack a 3-year-old child." Then, Li Siheng didn't bother to pay attention to her and turned to look at Qi Xiaonuan. "Are you hurt?" Qi Xiaonuan blinked her big eyes and immediately showed an aggrieved look, pouting her little mouth. "Dad, Nuanyuan is scared." The two of them bullied Nuanyuan. "Look, Nuanyuan's arm is red. It hurts. I need Dad to blow it." She took the opportunity to act coquettishly, feeling secretly proud in her heart, and clung to this thigh tightly, ready to fight. 1. Chapter 12. I am proud of being worshipped by my daughter. Li Siheng looked down at the bright red marks on Qi Xiaonuan's arm, and an inexplicable pain surged in his heart. Although he knew that the child's skin was delicate and would become tough after falling a few times, at this moment, he just wanted to coax her. "Daddy, help Nuanyuan, huh? It doesn't hurt anymore." With a serious expression, he actually coaxed Qi Xiaonuan softly. Qi Xiaonuan was stunned for a moment, and a warm feeling came over her heart. She had never expected that her usually cold and strict father would have such a lovely side. She showed a sweet smile and spoke in a baby voice. "With Daddy's caress, Nuanyuan doesn't feel any pain anymore. Daddy is so nice." As she spoke, She stretched out her little hands, held Li Siheng's face, and gave him a kiss. There were saliva marks on Li Siheng's face immediately. Qi Xiaonuan felt a little embarrassed and quickly wiped them with her sleeve. At this time, Li Chenghe sneered at the middle-aged woman and said, "Your son stole my sister's rabbit doll, and you dare to say that my sister bullied them? How can a 3-year-old girl bully your 2 5-year-old boys? What else can your son do besides screaming? He really should be sent back for rehabilitation." You. The woman was so angry that her face turned red, and she was speechless for a moment. Li Chenghe sneered, "You are not a child anymore, but you actually hit a 3-year-old child. You are really shameless." The woman was so angry that she was speechless, and her face turned even redder. Passers-by gathered around to watch and listen to the argument between the 2 adults and the woman. Some began to criticize her. "Bah, such a young child dares to fight. How shameless. There must be a bad parent behind this. It's really embarrassing." Someone commented in a low voice. The woman pointed at Li Siheng and his group in frustration and screamed, "Shut up. Do you know who my husband is? If you don't apologize, we won't let it go." Qi Xiaonuan's eyes lit up instantly, and she rubbed her hands excitedly, thinking to herself, "The cheating husband is finally here. Dare to brag in front of the ultimate villain. It's simply courting death." She turned to Li Siheng and asked in a baby voice, "Dad, she's so fierce. Does Nuanyuan want to apologize to them?" Li Chenghe came close to Qi Xiaonuan and smiled. "Don't worry, sister. Our father is very powerful. When the time comes, they will cry and apologize to us." There was an innocent light in Qi Xiaonuan's eyes. "Really? Dad is so awesome." She immediately started to flatter him. Seeing her admiring eyes, Li Siheng couldn't help but feel a little proud, and even wanted to show off in front of his daughter. He held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms, took out his cell phone, looked at the woman nonchalantly, and asked in a deep voice, "Who is your husband?" Chapter 13, Dealing with the Enemy, Must Be Reasonable and Legal. When the woman heard Li Siheng's cold response, she immediately raised her arrogance. "My husband is the leader of XX organization. Do you know how many people are trying to curry favor with us? Apologize, or I will make you lose your job in school with just one phone call." Li Siheng ignored her threat, sneered, and then dialed the phone. Qi Xiaonuan was in his arms, and looked through the phone book to see the contact note, Li Wan. She quickly recalled in her mind that this Li Wan was her 4th brother, a world-class lawyer, cold-blooded and thrifty. She knew that his lawyer fees were shockingly expensive, and anyone who offended him would be dealt with according to the law. The call was quickly connected, and Qi Xiaonuan could hear the other party's voice. "Dad, looking for me? Check the XX leader of XX organization." Li Siheng said concisely. "How many years will it take? 3 years or 5 years?" 4th brother Li Wan asked back. 7 years. Li Siheng's tone remained calm. "Okay, Dad." After the 4th brother's brief reply, he hung up the phone. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes flashed with admiration. "Wow, Dad and brother are so handsome. So amazing." Li Siheng put away his phone, looked at Qi Xiaonuan and asked, "Who is more powerful?" Qi Xiaonuan said without hesitation, "Of course it's Dad." She then added, "Nuan loves Daddy the most." Li Siheng's mouth corners lifted unconsciously, feeling somewhat proud. Li Chenghe next to him was not to be outdone, pointing at himself and saying, "Sister, what about me? I helped you regain your dignity." Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "6th brother is so good to Nuanyuan. With 6th brother here, no one will dare to bully Nuanyuan in the future." Li Chenghe smiled like a big fool and felt extremely satisfied. At this time, the woman received a phone call. The shocking news came from the phone. "What? My husband was taken away for investigation? 5 years at least? He will be sentenced to 7 years?" Her face immediately turned pale, and the arrogance just now disappeared in an instant, and she became panic-stricken. Li Siheng and Li Chenghe had already quietly left with Qi Xiaonuan, hiding their achievements and fame. Qi Xiaonuan lay on her father's shoulder, her eyes flashing with gloating. "Dad, Nuanyuan's bunny is still in that little boy's hands." Li Siheng smiled gently. "Dad will buy Nuanyuan a bigger and better one." Qi Xiaonuan leaned happily in her father's arms. "Thank you, Dad." Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't seen her father and brother's new clothes yet, so she curiously poked her head out and looked at them. Li Siheng wore a dark purple suit, which was a flashy color, but he wore it with a noble and elegant temperament. Li Chenghe wore a dark green punk casual outfit, which matched his handsome face and surprisingly had a sense of fashion. The father and son thought that Qi Xiaonuan's shocked look was admiration, and they were secretly proud of themselves. But Qi Xiaonuan's heart was, "Is this possible?" Chapter 14. Gentle second brother. She was scared to death. After shopping in the mall, Chi Xiaowan thought they would go home directly, but unexpectedly Li Siheng took them to a private hospital. Dad, what are we doing in the hospital? Chi Xiaowan looked around curiously. Your arm is injured. Let your second brother help you. Li Siheng held her and sat in the VIP reception room. Chi Xiaowan was startled, remembering that the second son of the Li family, Li Jihuai, was a doctor. She couldn't help but timidly crawl into Li Siheng's arms, tugged at his sleeve, and said coquettishly, Dad, why don't we go back? Nuanyuan doesn't feel any pain. She didn't want to see that terrible man, Li Jihuai. Li Siheng just glanced at her lightly and continued to remain calm. Chi Xiaowan sighed silently in her heart. Li Chenghe was video chatting with his friends nearby, showing off the clothes Chi Xiaowan picked out for him. My sister picked them for me. Isn't he handsome? He also posed in a few styles. Your sister? Where did your sister come from? Friends asked curiously. Just recognized. Let me show you my sister who is so cute that she can be out of the universe and the Milky Way. Li Chenghe pointed the camera at Chi Xiaowan. Sister, say hello to these brothers. Chi Xiaowan was just thinking about Li Jihuai when she heard Li Chenghe's voice. She looked up blankly and pouted her little mouth. Her cute eyes and innocent expression made her look like a little angel. Her hair stood up, and the boys in front of the screen were all so cute. Brotherly, when did you get such a cute sister? Little sister, come here. Brother will take you to eat candy. Get out. Don't try to kidnap my sister. Li Chenghe quickly moved the camera away, unwilling to let this group of people see his sister. Chi Xiaowan looked at Li Chenghe innocently. Brother, do you have any candy? Li Chenghe felt guilty and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, brother will buy it for you later. Is there any candy? Nuanyuan wants to eat candy. Chi Xiaowan continued to act coquettishly. Li Chenghe panicked and realized that he had never bought her candy and felt a little ashamed. Li Siheng frowned and said coldly, the video is turned off. Yes, Dad. I'll turn it off right away. Li Chenghe turned off the video immediately. At this time, Li Jihuai finished an operation and walked over wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle and elegant temperament. Dad Chenghe, you are here. He greeted with a smile. Li Chenghe responded happily, second brother, you have been so busy recently, aren't you going home today? Well, there are still a few operations to be done. Li Jihuai turned his head to look at Chi Xiaowan, and was surprised for a moment. Dad, whose child is this in your arms? Li Siheng paused and said calmly, my daughter, your sister. What a lovely sister. Li Jihuai smiled and looked at Chi Xiaowan tenderly. Chi Xiaowan shuddered unconsciously when she saw his smile, and quickly got into Li Siheng's arms, muttering softly, hello, second brother. Li Jihuai was still as gentle as jade, with a soft smile, which made Chi Xiaowan feel inexplicably scared, even though he looked very kind. Chapter 15. I offended my second brother and I don't know how I died. Li Chenghe looked at Chi Xiaowan in surprise. Sister, my second brother is the most gentle and best-tempered person in our family. You are not even afraid of Dad. So how can you be afraid of my second brother? Chi Xiaowan forced an unnatural smile and said coquettishly, Nuanyuan doesn't want to get the injection. Li Chenghe suddenly realized, so you are not afraid of second brother, but afraid of injections. It's okay, Nuanyuan. You don't need injections for your external injuries. Woo, really? If I don't get the injection, Nuanyuan won't be afraid. Chi Xiaowan mustered up her courage and gave Li Jihuai a lovely smile. But her heart was filled with uneasiness. When she thought of her smiling second brother, she couldn't help but get into Li Siheng's arms. How could Li Chenghe know how terrible Li Jihuai's reputation in the martial arts world was? Black-bellied, gentle, and could make people feel terrified with just a few words. Chi Xiaowan felt a little sympathetic towards her sixth brother. After all, he had been cheated many times by his second brother, and even helped Li Jihuai count money. Your name is Chi Xiaowan, right? Li Jihuai gently pushed his glasses, stared at her with a smile, and raised a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Nuanyuan is really a smart child. Chi Xiaowan's heart tightened and she whispered, woo woo, second brother is so gentle. She shrank her neck again and tried hard to get into Li Siheng's arms. She had been acting coquettishly before in order to hug his thighs tightly, but now she was really scared. Li Jihuai's aura made her feel deeply uneasy. Is Nuanyuan's arm injured? Come into second brother's arms, and second brother will take Nuanyuan to apply medicine. Li Jihuai's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze, which made Chi Xiaowan feel nervous. Chi Xiaowan pouted, trying to force out a pitiful expression, and shook her head softly. Daddy will hold me. Dad, you and sixth brother wait here for a while. I'll take Nuanyuan to the pediatric department. Li Siheng was unmoved. He picked up Qi Xiaonuan and handed her to Li Jihuai. Daddy doesn't want Nuanyuan anymore? Daddy. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes were full of tears, and her expression was extremely pitiful. Li Siheng felt soft-hearted for a moment and was about to hold Qi Xiaonuan back in his arms, but Li Jihuai had already held her steadily. Don't be afraid, Nuanyuan. Your second brother is here. You won't need an injection. Li Jihuai's voice was gentle, but Qi Xiaonuan felt even more nervous. Nuanyuan, no, I'm not afraid. Qi Xiaonuan's voice trembled slightly, and her heart beat faster. She was more afraid because of his presence. She snuggled tightly in his arms, not daring to say much, like a well-behaved little kitten. Li Jihuai looked down at her and smiled. Nuanyuan seems to be very afraid of second brother. Qi Xiaonuan forced a bright smile and said quickly, No, my second brother is so gentle. I like him very much. Li Jihuai just smiled gently and took her to a pediatric room. Qi Xiaonuan's arm was not seriously injured, and she was fine after applying ointment. Outside the door, a child who was waiting in line looked at Qi Xiaonuan, pointed at her and said to her mother, Mom, why can the doctor hold that little girl? She was held all the way. I don't want to walk either. I want to be held. Chapter 16. Which unlucky guy will be dealt with? Qi Xiaonuan looked out the door and saw a little boy 2 or 3 years older than her, who was yelling that he also wanted to be held in his arms. Children always like to stay in the arms of their family members without having to walk, and Qi Xiaonuan was the same. As long as Li Siheng and Li Chenghe were around, she would confidently stretch out her little hands and say, Hug me, and they would never refuse. However, Li Jihuai was a different story. She didn't want to be hugged by him at all. It was too scary. The little boy's mother began to scold him. Look how old you are, and you still want to be hugged? Do you know how to be ashamed? That little girl looks spoiled. You can't be like her. She also glared at Qi Xiaonuan with dissatisfaction, as if her existence was the reason why her son clamored to be hugged. Qi Xiaonuan blinked innocently, thinking, this is not her fault. Who made her be hugged? She didn't want to. Nuanyuan, the injured area has been treated. Wrap it with gauze, and it will go away after a good night's sleep. Li Jihuai looked at Qi Xiaonuan tenderly and gently stroked her little head. Qi Xiaonuan turned her gaze away and ignored the mother and son. She thanked them obediently. Thank you, second brother. With you here, I won't be afraid of getting hurt or sick in the future. Li Jihuai gently touched her hair again. Nuanyuan, please sit down first. Second brother needs to treat a patient. Qi Xiaonuan was a little confused when she heard this, and immediately sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Okay, Nuanyuan, be good and won't disturb second brother. She secretly wondered in her heart which unlucky patient would be dealt with next. Not long after, Li Jihuai said to the female doctor next door, Shaojia, you have too many children over there. Let me help check this child. The female doctor responded gratefully. Thank you, Dr. Li. You are the world's top doctor, proficient in all kinds of medical skills, and specially hired Dr. Li. Hearing this, the little boy's mother immediately became excited and greeted Li Jihuai enthusiastically. Hello, Dr. Li. I'm so sorry to ask you to treat my son. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. It's my duty. Li Jihuai smiled and gestured for the little boy to sit down. He was experienced, and after a quick diagnosis, he immediately thought of a set of expensive and painful treatment options. He picked up a needle, squeezed out the air at the front end, smiled gently and said, Little boy, stretch out your arm and give me a shot first. The little boy was so scared when he saw the needle that he started crying, Mom, I don't want the injection. I don't want it. Wawa dash. The little boy's mother was so distressed that she burst into tears, but she still patiently advised, Don't be afraid, baby. Listen to the doctor, so you won't get sick. The little boy continued to cry heart-wrenchingly, his voice echoing throughout the clinic. She continued to thank Li Jihuai while crying, Dr. Li, thank you so much. He is disobedient. Please bear with him. Chapter 17. Being cheated but still grateful. Qi Xiaonuan was sitting in a chair next to her, watching this scene, and was completely shocked. Master, Li Jihuai is so amazing. He is indeed the most sinister one among the 7 bosses. She couldn't help but clap her hands and said excitedly, Second brother is so awesome. The people around her didn't know what she was bragging about. They just thought she was praising Li Jihuai's medical skills. But Li Jihuai could hear it and smiled at her gently. Yes, Dr. Li is one of the top doctors in the world. Where can we find such a good doctor? The little boy's mother quickly agreed and said in a flattering manner, Okay, remember to take medicine when you go back. It's basically fine. But Li Jihuai had just finished the injection and put down the syringe, seeming to be hesitant to speak. The boy's mother immediately asked, Dr. Li, but what? The condition appears to be stable, but if it is not fundamentally resolved, it may relapse in the future. Then we must solve the problem from the root. Dr. Li, please help me. We must treat it thoroughly. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just a matter of probability. Yes, yes. Now that we are here, it is best to solve it all at once. Dr. Li, please help me. Li Jihuai's ambiguity made the boy's mother more and more nervous. She obviously hoped that he would continue with the treatment. After all, there were not many opportunities to see Li Jihuai in person. She even wanted to secretly give him a red envelope. Li Jihuai said righteously, this is what I should do. You are desecrating my profession by giving me a red envelope. Sorry, it's my fault. I didn't expect that there is still such an upright person as Dr. Li in this era. The boy's mother respected him even more. Qi Xiaonuan was so fascinated by the scene that her hands turned red from clapping. This is how you trick the other party, and they are still grateful. I have to learn from my second brother in the future. Next, Li Jihuai continued to give the little boy a gentle treatment. The little boy's cry was heard again in the room, and his mother was so distressed that she burst into tears and kept thanking Li Jihuai. After the treatment, the little boy cried until his voice was hoarse. Li Jihuai took off his gloves and reminded his mother, children should not be spoiled too much. They should exercise their willpower from a young age, otherwise they will suffer in the future. Yes, Dr. Li is right. Alas, my sister is a spoiled brat, so I can only continue to spoil her. Li Jihuai had a meaningful smile on his face and cast a deep glance at the boy's mother. When she heard this, her face was a little embarrassed. It turned out that Qi Xiaonuan was really Li Jihuai's sister. She quickly tried to smooth things over and said awkwardly, a little girl should be pampered like a little princess. She just looked down on Qi Xiaonuan for being spoiled, but now she felt the pain of being slapped in the face. That's what I thought. Well, your son is fine now, and you can leave. Li Jihuai said calmly. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Li. The boy's mother thanked him and left with her crying son. Qi Xiaonuan watched all this and was once again filled with admiration for Li Jihuai, her eyes sparkling. This thigh is so thick. I have to hold it tight no matter what. Chapter 18. The second brother will only protect her in the future. Li Jihuai walked to Qi Xiaonuan's side, squatted down, looked at her at eye level, and smiled gently and elegantly. Nuanyuan is really smart. Second brother was right about you. No. The second brother is the most powerful one. If she had always been flattering before. But these words came from the bottom of her heart. Are you still afraid of your second brother now? It seems that I am not as scared as I was at the beginning. Qi Xiaonuan thought for a while and chuckled. Li Jihuai pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled even more gently. Sure enough, Nuanyuan was afraid of her second brother at first, not the injection. Qi Xiaonuan. Woo. It's so miserable. She was just busy admiring Li Jihuai's scheming nature and ended up being tricked by him without realizing it. So embarrassing. Qi Xiaonuan quickly smiled even sweeter, trying to please him and hugging his thighs. How could it be? Second brother is so gentle. Nuanyuan likes second brother so much. I'll add some flattery to hope I can make up for it a little. Li Jihuai didn't expose her, but just smiled and said, as long as Nuanyuan is obedient in the future, second brother will like Nuanyuan very much. Nuanyuan will definitely listen to second brother. Qi Xiaonuan nodded hurriedly, raised 3 little fingers, and promised him. Therefore, considering that she is so well-behaved and obedient, he must not do anything to her. Li Jihuai originally didn't have much interest in this 3.5-year-old sister. But he found this little girl very smart and interesting and couldn't help teasing her. Just now that little boy and his aunt disliked Nuanyuan, and my second brother taught Nuanyuan a lesson. Didn't Nuanyuan show any reaction? Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then took the initiative to stretch out her hands, put her arms around his neck, and gave him a big kiss on the face. Then she put her hands on her hips and said proudly, this was originally a privilege only given to my father. Now my second brother has it too. That's quite nice. Li Jihuai was stunned for a moment, his cheek still retaining the warmth of her chubby lips, and a ripple suddenly appeared in his calm heart. Although his smile is gentle and elegant, it never comes from the heart. But seeing Qi Xiaonuan's proud and complacent look, he couldn't help laughing and reached out to touch her little head. You are such a little girl. How could second brother bother with you? Don't worry, second brother will only protect you in the future. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Qi Xiaonuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had to give him this face. She raised a bright and happy expression, then hugged Li Jihuai's neck and acted coquettishly with him. With the protection of my second brother, Nuanyuan won't be afraid anymore. Second brother, hug me. Li Jihuai held her in his arms and walked towards the VIP lounge. Li Siheng and Li Chenghe were still waiting there. Along the way, the doctors and nurses who passed by were all touched by Qi Xiaowan's delicate and lovely appearance. Dr. Li, are you married? Is she your daughter? No, she is my sister. Li Jihuai explained gently and patiently. He was 23 years old, so it wasn't too strange that he was mistakenly accused of having a little daughter. Qi Xiaowan smiled and waved her little hands and greeted them in a baby voice. Hello, brothers and sisters, you have worked hard. The group of people were overwhelmed by her sensible and polite manners, looking at her with starry eyes. So cute. I wish my sister could be this cute. I really want to take her home. Under the envious gaze of everyone, they finally returned to the lounge. Although Li Siheng was still sitting there with aloofness and dignity, his slightly furrowed brows showed that he was obviously getting impatient. While playing games, Li Chenghe kept looking towards the door, worried. It's been so long since she came back. Is her sister seriously injured? Will she need surgery? After he said this, Li Siheng's irritability worsened. Chapter 19. My daughter's room is a problem. Dad, sixth brother, I'm back? Qi Xiaowan's sweet and clear voice came loudly from outside the door. Just hearing this laughing voice makes people feel particularly happy. Li Siheng and Li Chenghe looked at her at the same time. When I saw her cute little face like a doll, the anxiety and impatience I had just felt disappeared in an instant. Nuanyuan, you're finally back. I scared you to death. I thought you were seriously injured. Li Chenghe turned off the game and wanted to walk towards Qi Xiaowan. However, Li Siheng's long legs were one step faster than him. Children are so delicate. Even a superficial wound will take so long. Li Siheng's thick eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and he was very strict with the 3.5-year-old baby. He held Qi Xiaowan carefully in his arms, afraid of hurting her. His sharp eyes looked up and down her fair and tender little arms, examining them carefully many times. After making sure she was okay, Li Siheng's brows relaxed and his expression eased, but he still looked disdainful, squeamish. Qi Xiaowan leaned in his arms, aggrieved. Nuanyuan can't do anything. Dad's genes are excellent and strong. That's why Nuanyuan's skin is so smooth. Good opportunity. Let's blow some rainbow farts. Li Siheng raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth. Why? Are you blaming me? No, I was praising Daddy. Qi Xiaowan acted coquettishly in his arms. Li Siheng didn't say anything else, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in a good mood. Li Jihuai pushed his glasses, looked at the father and daughter, and smiled without saying a word. Li Chenghe also came over and gently poked Qi Xiaowan's small arm. Oh, sister, you have to take good care of her in the future. Unlike us big men with thick skin and flesh, she is really a little squeamish. After talking to Li Jihuai for a few more words in the hospital, the three of them went home first. The Calabash brothers' 7-piece suit. Oh no, the men's clothes that Qi Xiaowan selected for the 7 big guys were all sent to the Li family. Qi Xiaowan's clothes and supplies have also arrived, and the servants are helping her organize them. It's getting late. For adults, nightlife has just begun. But for the 3.5-year-old Qi Xiaowan, she was already yawning nonstop. Li Chenghe held her in his arms and watched cartoons with her on the sofa in the living room. Qi Xiaowan, the 3.5-year-old baby, was almost falling asleep. This 16-year-old boy was really enjoying the show, laughing like a fool. Li Siheng was not in the living room, but went to the study to handle work. Butler Li knocked on the door and went in to discuss things with him. Boss Li, I have arranged the young lady's boudoir in a small south-facing room in the east building. I have also prepared a cloakroom and a sunroom. Is that okay with you? How much space can a child of this age take up? Just find a storage room and put a bed there. Why is it so troublesome? Li Siheng frowned unhappily while flipping through the documents. He glanced at Butler Li and paused. Just these 3 rooms? Butler Li carefully guessed the King of Hell's thoughts and spoke hesitantly. How about not using the sunroom and putting the cloakroom in her room? She doesn't need to come out alone? The wrinkles between Li Siheng's brows deepened, and he put down the document in his hand unhappily. What about the toy room? Butler Li. Where's the study? Butler Li. Where's the snack room? Butler Li. Li Siheng snorted coldly, very disappointed with him. You have been following me for so many years. What should I do? Butler Li. He is wronged. It was clearly him, the King of Hell, who said that a storage room would be enough. Chapter 20. Which is more important, the contract, or coaxing my daughter to sleep. After Butler Lee left the study, wrinkles appeared on his face due to worry. He thought about it and made a bold decision. Just give the entire East building to Chi Xiaowan. This way, there is no need to distinguish between this room and that room. It will be easier to explain to Li Siheng. Butler Lee praised his own cleverness and immediately asked someone to make arrangements. But Chi Xiaowan did not go to the East building. While Li Chenghe was immersed in the cartoon and laughing, Chi Xiaowan rubbed her eyes and asked Aunt Zhang to carry her upstairs. Then after climbing the stairs, she ran to the study to find Li Siheng with her short legs. Dad. Chi Xiaowan gently pushed open the study door, and a small ball appeared under the door. When she was sleepy, her voice was soft and every word she uttered sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Li Siheng paused in his work and replied nonchalantly, "Yeah. Nuanyuan is sleepy and wants to sleep." Chi Xiaowan rubbed her eyes with her little hands and yawned continuously. Sleep alone. Li Siheng frowned. The project contract in hand is of vital importance and must be strictly reviewed word by word. There was no way he would put the contract aside just to get his child to sleep. Impossible. Nuanyuan is scared to sleep alone and wants to sleep with daddy. Chi Xiaowan pouted and walked towards him with a wronged look on her face. Because I was so sleepy and tired, my vision was blurry and my little feet were shaky when I walked. Really? She hasn't even walked up to Li Siheng yet. With a bang, the whole little body fell to the ground and fell hard. Li Siheng's pupil shrank suddenly, his heart tightened. He instantly dropped the pin in his hand, rushed over and hugged Chi Xiaowan in his arms. Chi Xiaowan's forehead and nose tip fell to the ground, leaving 2 red spots. Ouch! It hurts. She rubbed her nose with her little hands and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She looked so pitiful. Li Siheng was silent for a few seconds. When he was about to carry her out of the study, he caught a glimpse of the contract on the table. When he dropped the pin just now, he left a long ink mark on the contract. Such an important contract, not to mention the delay in review, has now become a piece of waste paper. Li Siheng. Dad. Chi Xiaowan stayed in his arms, tilting her head innocently and dazedly, blinking at him with her big eyes filled with tears. Li Siheng took a deep breath and said, "Go to sleep." His room is decorated in gray and black tones and has an aesthetic style. The bed is so big that you don't have to worry about falling off even if you roll on it. Chi Xiaowan had fallen asleep in his arms, as cute as a kitten, with long eyelashes, a small and delicate nose, and a chubby mouth and cheeks. Li Siheng carefully placed her on the bed, frowned, and stared at her with disgust. Then he reached out and gently poked her little face. Chi Xiaowan pouted unconsciously, rubbed her little head against his broad palm, and slept soundly. Li Siheng tiptoed onto the bed, lay down beside her, and gently held her in his broad, strong arms. Treat it with extra gentleness and care, like a porcelain doll. He closed his eyes and rested. Chi Xiaowan curled up into a small ball, hiding in the crook of his waist, with one little hand in her mouth and the other hand gently grasping the corner of his clothes. Li Siheng smelled the milky aroma in the air and felt very unhappy. It's so troublesome to coax the child to sleep. But in the darkness, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Soon, both the big and the small fell asleep and slept very soundly and comfortably. As a result, Li Siheng, who woke up on time at 5:30 in the morning every day, slept for an extra hour. Chapter 21. Angry with Dad. Can't coax him. Li Siheng was still asleep and turned over as usual, but I felt like I was pressing down on something soft. He ignored it. It seemed as if he heard a sound like the meow of a kitten, soft and sticky, coming from his strong and hard arms. And it was accompanied by a struggle so weak that it could be ignored. Li Siheng's eyes were still closed, and he frowned uncomfortably. Soon, he was stunned for 2 seconds, and his mind gradually became clear. Then he realized something, opened his eyes suddenly, supported himself on the bed with his hands, and raised his body. Ha! Ha! Nuanyuan was almost crushed to death. Chi Xiaowan opened her little mouth and breathed deeply. Her face turned red, and her soft hair was messy on her little head. She was almost forced to vomit blood by Li Siheng. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall, which makes him a giant to Chi Xiaowan. Moreover, he is a middle-aged man in his 30s. Does he have any awareness of his weight? Her whole body was pressed into the mattress, the kind that's concave. Not only was she unable to breathe, she was almost crushed by him. Don't call her Nuanyuan from now on, just change her name to Bianbian. Her little nose was almost broken, and the pain made her tears well up and her eyes were red. Qi Xiaonuan rubbed her nose, took deep breaths, pouted her lips in grievance, and looked at him eagerly. It was his fault, and she was waiting for him to coax her. Li Siheng felt a little distressed and guilty when he saw her like this. Although he knew it was his own problem. But he has never apologized to anyone, and he doesn't know how to coax a little kid. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Li Siheng said calmly, "Since you are awake, get up." Qi Xiaonuan opened her eyes wide in disbelief. "That's it? That's it?" Even more aggrieved. "Dad, you're pressing down on Nuanyuan. You're so heavy." Li Siheng got out of bed, put on his clothes and tie, and said casually, "Yeah. Just say, and that's it?" Although he is a big shot, he has a bad temper and is not easy to mess with. But Qi Xiaonuan also has a temper. Dad is bad. Nuanyuan is angry. Nuanyuan, please ignore Dad. Qi Xiaonuan crossed her arms and informed him righteously. His chubby face became like a bun because of anger, with both sides puffed up. She was angry, and the kind that was hard to appease. Li Siheng didn't take her words seriously. Oh, what can happen if a 3.5-year-old kid gets angry? If he gets aggressive and threatens to throw her out, won't she still obey him? Still expecting him to coax her? Impossible. Just when Li Siheng was sneering in his heart. Bang! Qi Xiaonuan ran out like a gust of wind. He slammed the door shut, causing the ground to shake. Li Siheng felt inexplicably panicked, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems that we need to educate her well and let her know who is in charge of this family. Who should consider whose face? Qi Xiaonuan ran out huffing and met Li Chenghe, who was about to go downstairs for breakfast in the corridor. "Isn't this my lovely sister? Good morning, Xiao Nuanyuan." Li Chenghe hung his school bag behind his shoulder with one hand, yawned, and called her happily when he saw her. Qi Xiaonuan sobbed, rubbed her eyes with the back of her little hand, stood there in silence, her mouth puffy with anger, like a little goldfish. Nuanyuan wants her brother to hug her. The voice sounded miserable. When Li Chenghe saw her pitiful and aggrieved look, his heart softened instantly. He quickly went over and squatted in front of her, hugged her in his arms, and rocked her gently to coax her. "Who is so bold as to bully my Nuanyuan? Tell me, and I will beat him up right away." Chapter 22. I want my brother to hold me, not my father. Qi Xiaonuan put her chubby little hands around Li Chenghe's neck, rested her little face on his shoulder, and sobbed, "It's Dad. Dad bullied Nuanyuan, and he still hasn't apologized to Nuanyuan." Li Chenghe twitched his lips awkwardly. That. Nuanyuan, don't be angry. Brother will take Nuanyuan downstairs to have breakfast and drink milk." It turned out that his father made his sister cry. There was nothing he could do then. If he went to his father to settle the score, not only would he not be able to help his sister vent her anger, he himself might get beaten black and blue. Qi Xiaonuan secretly despised him in her heart. It seems that everyone has to give in front of Li Siheng, the ultimate villain. But considering that Li Chenghe coaxed her, he is still a good brother. Li Chenghe carried Qi Xiaonuan downstairs. Under Aunt Zhang's guidance, I warmed the milk for her, poured it into the newly bought bottle, and handed it to her mouth. Qi Xiaonuan sat obediently in his arms, holding the bottle in her little hands and drinking sip by sip. After drinking the warm milk, her mood finally improved a little. Li Chenghe lowered his head to watch her drinking milk. Just watching like this was very interesting to him, and he could watch it all day without getting tired of it. This little sister is so cute. Qi Xiaonuan drank for a while, then looked up, blinking her big, dark, bright eyes at him, and asked in confusion, "Brother, don't you want to eat breakfast? You still have to go to school soon." "Eat? Brother will eat right away." Li Chenghe held her in his arms and ate. Qi Xiaonuan sat obediently on his lap and continued drinking from the bottle. Aunt Zhang watched from the side with a kind and gentle smile. Only the young lady can make the young master. This devil, calmed down willingly. Li Siheng changed his clothes and wore the noble, showy, purple suit that Qi Xiaonuan had chosen for him. He walked down the stairs with elegant movements and a majestic aura. He saw Qi Xiaonuan sitting obediently in Li Chenghe's arms and not noticing him. Cough. He coughed lightly as a reminder. Li Chenghe heard the voice, looked up, and greeted politely, "Dad, good morning." "Yeah." Li Siheng responded perfunctorily, his eyes falling on Qi Xiaonuan's face. Pity. Qi Xiaonuan didn't even raise her eyelids and ignored him. He even snorted, turned around and faced him sideways. Li Siheng felt inexplicably panicked again. It is impossible to coax a child, never in this lifetime. He sat next to Li Chenghe, eating breakfast and talking. "It's getting late. Let Butler Li take you to school." "I'm in time for school, and I haven't had breakfast yet," Li Chunghua was a little confused. When he wanted to explain, he met his sharp eyes and backed off. Oh, then I'll go to school first. Li Chunghua was about to leave, so he could only pick up Qi Xiaonuan and hand her to Li Siheng. Li Siheng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he immediately reached out to take Qi Xiaonuan. Aunt Zhang. Qi Xiaonuan suddenly struggled and opened her hands to Aunt Zhang beside her. Nuanyuan wants Aunt Zhang to hold me. This? Aunt Zhang hesitated, looked at Li Siheng, and did not dare to step forward. Li Siheng held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms with a calm expression. Don't make trouble. Drink your milk obediently. I don't want Daddy to hug me. Daddy is a bad guy. Nuanyuan is angry and doesn't want Daddy anymore. Qi Xiaonuan doesn't buy it, which means she is not being obedient. If Li Siheng had said something nice to comfort her when he almost crushed her to death, she would not have been angry. This straight man of steel. It's time to give him a lesson on the consequences of making your daughter angry. Chapter 23. The daughter is angry. Mr. Li is panicking. Li Siheng refused to let go and insisted that Qi Xiaonuan stay in his arms. He is still mean to her and refuses to coax her until now. Qi Xiaonuan quit the job. Okay, since he won't coax her, then don't blame her for being naughty. Qi Xiaonuan secretly took a deep breath and then began her performance. Woo-woo. Aunt Zhang. Nuanyuan wants Aunt Zhang to hold her. Daddy is mean to Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan is scared. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Zhang. The big, bright black eyes were filled with tears, which kept rolling around, as if they were about to fall out but couldn't. Her little mouth was pouting and twitching, and her two chubby little hands were desperately reaching out to Aunt Zhang. His sad and aggrieved look was so pitiful that anyone who saw him would feel heartbroken. Normally, no one dares to disrespect Li Siheng. I dare not disobey what he said. But Aunt Zhang couldn't help it now. She was so distressed that she quickly walked forward, took Qi Xiaonuan from his arms, patted her back gently and coaxed her. Okay, Aunt Zhang hold you. Aunt Zhang hold you, Nuanyuan. Don't cry. Qi Xiaonuan put her little hands around her neck, put her chubby face on her shoulder, and smiled through her tears. Yeah, Nuanyuan likes Aunt Zhang the most. Nuanyuan, do you want more milk? I want to drink it. Okay, Aunt Zhang will feed Nuanyuan. Aunt Zhang is so nice. Nuanyuan likes Aunt Zhang. Baji. Qi Xiaonuan held her face and gave her a big kiss, then acted coquettishly with her. Aunt Zhang, can you braid Nuanyuan's hair? What kind of braids does Nuanyuan want to have? I want 2 little balls. Qi Xiaonuan raised 2 little fingers. Okay, then Aunt Zhang will give Nuanyuan 2 bun hairstyles. Aunt Zhang placed Qi Xiaonuan on her lap and combed her hair gently and carefully, fearing to hurt her. Qi Xiaonuan held the bottle and lay obediently in her arms. The whole scene was very warm, and the head of a certain family became the only one who was left in the corner and ignored. Li Siheng felt indescribably depressed. Qi Xiaonuan raised her beautiful eyes and looked at him, meeting his eyes. Li Siheng felt inexplicably nervous. My daughter wants to talk to him? Result. Qi Xiaonuan curled her lips and turned her head away. Humph. Li Siheng. Until he was about to go to the company, Qi Xiaonuan was playing with Aunt Zhang, Butler Li and others, and ignored him. Well, I have to go to work. Before leaving, Li Siheng deliberately raised his voice and looked towards Qi Xiaonuan. Mr. Li, take care. Butler Li and Aunt Zhang said respectfully. Qi Xiaonuan turned a deaf ear and lay on the sofa, flipping through a children's picture book. I'm leaving, Li Siheng said again. President Li, be careful on the road. Qi Xiaonuan continued to ignore it. Well, I'm leaving now. Mr. Li, you have worked hard. Butler Li and Aunt Zhang were confused. Was he leaving or not? A little girl is reading a book attentively. Until Li Siheng got into the car and left, the little girl who liked to hang on him all day long didn't come to stick to him anymore. This feeling of being ignored made Li Siheng feel anxious and depressed. He was able to keep the 6 troublesome sons in his family in line. You dare to lose your temper with this little 3.5-year-old girl? You really need to be educated. Let's see how he deals with her when he gets back tonight. Li Siheng's eyes flashed, and he called his special assistant. Boss Li, what can I do for you? Stop what you are doing right now. In 10 minutes, I need all the methods to calm a 3.5-year-old girl down. Chapter 24. Mr. Li is confused. Qi Xiaonuan sat in the sunroom, fiddling with her children's cell phone. I bought this for her when I was shopping for clothes last time. It's quite fun, with various educational games. For her, it was too easy. It's okay to use it to kill time. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the sunroom, and then Aunt Zhang pushed the door open with a lot of things in her hands. Nuanyuan, this is a limited edition princess dress that President Li specially asked someone to buy. This is a small cake made by a top chef, and this? The things were placed in front of Qi Xiaonuan one by one. Qi Xiaonuan touched here and there, dipped her little finger in the cake, and put it in her mouth to taste it. Well, not bad. It's really delicious. Qi Xiaonuan looked up and smiled brightly at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, Nuanyuan likes the little flowers you sewed. Can you please sew another one on the skirt? Nuanyuan also likes the cookies made by the chef uncle. I want to eat them. Aunt Zhang was flattered and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Aunt Zhang will ask the chef to make small cookies right away, and we'll come back to sew small flowers for you in a while. Well, thank you Aunt Zhang and Uncle Chef for your hard work. An hour later, Li Siheng made a video call to home and Aunt Zhang answered the call. In the video, he looks handsome and dignified, with a dignified and graceful demeanor. Boss Li, well, have all the things been delivered to your home? It's delivered. It's delivered. Li Siheng suppressed his expectations and pretended to be calm. Let me take a look. Okay. Mr. Li, wait a moment. Aunt Zhang pointed the camera towards the sunroom. The brand name clothes, toys, etc. that Li Siheng sent people to buy were all priceless, or even out of stock. As a result, it is now thrown into a corner like garbage. Qi Xiaonuan sat on the carpet in the sunroom, swinging her little feet, eating worthless biscuits, touching the small flowers sewed by Aunt Zhang with her little hands, and talking on the phone with Li Jihuai. Is second brother busy? Nuanyuan misses second brother and wants to hear his voice. Nuanyuan likes second brother the most. The head of a certain family had an unhappy expression on his face and felt even more sour in his heart. Qi Xiaonuan saw Li Siheng in the video, snorted, moved her little butt, and turned to the other side. The video call ends. Li Siheng's face was terribly gloomy. He growled at the special assistant outside the door. Come in. The special assistant's legs were weak and he came in trembling, not knowing what he had done wrong. Mr. Li, you called me? Why are you so angry? Is this the plan you gave me to coax my baby? You are doing a bad job. Your year-end bonus will be cancelled. The special assistant was about to cry, feeling miserable and sad. Boss Li, this really can't be blamed on me. Li Siheng gave him a cold look and sneered. Are you blaming me? The special assistant was silent. Isn't that right? Who made the little baby angry? Don't you have any idea? The matter of Qi Xiaonuan being angry is still ongoing. Li Siheng never thought that although she was young, she had a big temper. Before entering the house, he had already decided that if she got angry again, he would just throw her out. Fly the plane. Buzz, 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 fly high. Ha ha ha, that's so high. The voices of Li Chenghe and Qi Xiaonuan came from the living room. As soon as Li Siheng entered, he saw Li Chenghe letting Qi Xiaonuan sit on his shoulders, holding her two little hands and opening them. Then he would run around the house, pretending to fly a plane with her and entertain her. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes curved as she smiled, revealing a row of cute little white teeth, and she looked very happy. Chapter 25. A battle of wits and courage between a big and a small. Does Nuan like your handsome sixth brother? Like. Hearing their laughter, Li Siheng wondered if he had eaten something wrong today. Why did he feel so sad? Li Chenghe played with Qi Xiaonuan for a while, and when he saw Li Siheng standing at the door, lost in thought, he quickly stopped. Dad, you're back? Li Chenghe stood properly and put Qi Xiaonuan down. Qi Xiaonuan was unhappy. She pouted and climbed up his legs with a grunt. Then she hugged his neck, acted coquettishly, and insisted that he hold her. Yeah. Li Siheng came back to his senses and walked past them with an expressionless face. Qi Xiaonuan glanced at his back out of the corner of her eye. Humph, little bastard. She just doesn't believe that she can't handle him. Qi Xiaonuan hid the cunning in her eyes, hugged Li Chenghe's neck, and acted coquettishly with him in a baby voice. Brother, Nuanyuan is afraid to sleep alone at night. Can you sleep with me tonight? I like you the most. The head of a certain family paused and his back stiffened. Of course Li Chenghe was willing and nodded quickly. Okay, no problem. Promise to sleep with me, then you won't be afraid at night. Nuan wants to hear my brother tell me a bedtime story. Don't worry, my brother can tell hundreds of short stories, and no two are the same. Wow, brother is so awesome. Qi Xiaonuan looked at him with starry eyes, admiringly, and clapped her hands. Li Chenghe started to brag narcissistically and arrogantly, and walked past Li Siheng holding Qi Xiaonuan. That expression, that tone, that posture, it was as if he was showing off to his father. Li Siheng's face darkened instantly. Li Chenghe. When Li Chenghe was named, his heart trembled and he began to feel scared. Whenever I am called by my surname, it is bound to be bad news. Dad, you called me. Li Chenghe swallowed. I don't think I've settled the score with you yet. Dad, calm down. Let's talk it out. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Li Chenghe quickly put Qi Xiaonuan down and backed away in horror. Li Siheng walked towards him with dignity while rolling up his sleeves, revealing a pair of strong and muscular forearms. You can tell at first glance that he's quite capable of fighting. In ancient times, people used to hang themselves from beams and prick their legs with a needle, or chisel holes in the wall to get light. How dare you sleep when your grades are so bad? Dad, I understand. I will study all night long and won't go to bed until my grades improve. Well, go ahead. It was rare that Li Siheng was so easy to talk to and willing to let him go, so Li Chenghe did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately slipped into his study and began to study without distraction. Qi Xiaonuan. Wow, this big villain is quite capable. With just a few words, he prevented her from coming to Li Chenghe tonight. Qi Xiaonuan raised her delicate eyebrows. Did she think she was helpless? She underestimated him. A certain little girl and a certain big villain started a battle of wits and courage. Aunt Zhang, Nuanyuan will sleep with you tonight. Qi Xiaonuan walked with her short legs to find Aunt Zhang. Li Siheng frowned. Is she done yet? With a big hand, he grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up like a chicken. Then he took her and walked upstairs at high speed. Qi Xiaonuan was hanging in the air, swaying back and forth. She didn't cry or make a fuss, but instead started to make plans, trying to see what Li Siheng would do next. She was thinking, should I quit while I'm ahead, so as to avoid being thrown out and starving to death on the streets? Or should we strike while the iron is hot and bring this villain to heel? This is a very important multiple-choice question that determines what kind of life she will live in the future. Chapter 26. Dad is wrong. After Li Siheng went upstairs, he took her directly into his master bedroom and put her on the bed. Qi Xiaonuan sat cross-legged, pouting and saying nothing. Looks like he's still in a bad mood. In fact, she was thinking about her future destiny. After all, Li Siheng is the ultimate villain. If you offend him, you will definitely not end up well. Anyway, I've had a quarrel with him, so why not make peace with him? You have to continue hugging her thighs. After all, she needs to eat and drink milk. Otherwise, if she really gets thrown out, it will be the end of her. Just when Qi Xiaonuan was about to speak, a certain living devil spoke first. He coughed lightly and said, Nuanyuan, Daddy, accidentally pressed you this morning and hurt you. This wasn't an admission of defeat or compromise, nor was it an attempt to coax her, but rather a statement of fact. Yes, that was it. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes lit up instantly, and she rubbed her hands excitedly in her heart. Oh no, she won this tug of war. It's really not easy. Now, she won't have to be afraid of him anymore. Qi Xiaonuan was so happy that she almost clapped her hands and danced. Her heart was bubbling with joy. But on the surface, she still pouted and glared at him with disdain. Is that all? Li Siheng frowned. He has already taken the initiative to speak, but she is still taking advantage of him? Do you really think he has a good temper? Qi Xiaonuan, stop it and don't make me angry. He reminded her seriously. Qi Xiaonuan looked at him with her clear black eyes and blinked a few times. Then, humph. She crossed her hands proudly and pretended to get out of bed. Li Siheng blurted out, Dad is wrong. That's it. It's all Dad's fault. Qi Xiaonuan felt relieved, raised her little face, and solemnly declared, But Nuanyuan is still angry. Nuanyuan wants to punish Daddy. Li Siheng frowned unhappily. Others dared not even say a word in front of him. As a result, not only did he take the initiative to apologize to her, but he also had to be punished by this little girl. It's really the opposite. Children are really annoying, willful, and easily angered. Li Siheng said with a straight face, How to punish? Qi Xiaonuan pulled him to the bed and motioned to him, Lie down. Oh. She told him to lie down, and he lay down. Li Siheng lay on the bed with a dark face. He wasn't listening to her, he just suddenly felt a little tired. Qi Xiaonuan stretched out her little hand, smoothed out the wrinkles on his shirt, and then grunted and lay on top of him. Its tiny body is not even as big as Li Siheng's upper body. She lay all over Li Siheng, her chubby face pressed against his chest, her eyes squinting in enjoyment. Okay, Nuanyuan is going to punish Daddy. Nuanyuan is also going to suppress Daddy for once. With her weight, she was as light as a feather to Li Siheng. Li Siheng lay there motionless, lowered his eyes, and looked at the small breasts pressed against his chest. This little girl really holds a grudge and gets angry so easily. If you are angry, you should look angry. It's not appropriate at all that she's so cute even when she's angry. Qi Xiaonuan had been playing for a whole day, and it was getting a little late. She lay in Li Siheng's arms, fell asleep in a daze, her little hands tugging at his clothes. Li Sihung's eyebrows were twisted into a knot, and he looked very disgusted. He reached out and pinched the two little balls on her head. If she gets angry again in the future, let her punish him. He doesn't mind, etc. How could this feeling make him feel like a daughter slave? Impossible. He will never be a daughter's slave in his life. Chapter 27 Little Ancestor? It's the little princess. 5:30 in the morning. Li Sihung turned over. With a puff sound, a small ball of milk slid down from his body. With the previous experience as a lesson, Li Sihung suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and looked towards his arm. Qi Xiaonuan was still asleep. Her eyes were tightly closed, big and black. Her eyelashes were thick and long, and she looked cute and well-behaved. Li Sihung subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. It didn't crush her, nor did it wake her up. Otherwise, who knows how long this little ancestor will continue to quarrel with him. Li Sihung was stunned. What did he call her in his mind just now? Little ancestor? Li Sihung. He tiptoed out of bed and covered her with a thin blanket. Another 2 hours passed. Qi Xiaonuan woke up. I turned over, stretched comfortably, yawned, and rubbed my eyes. The room was empty. Li Sihung must have gone to work. Qi Xiaonuan climbed out of bed and asked Aunt Zhang to help her wash and brush her teeth, and then held her in her arms to feed her. What kind of braid do you want to do today? Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Nuanyuan wants to comb her hair herself? She asked Aunt Zhang to carry her to her cloakroom in the East Building. She untied her hairband and let her long, smooth hair fall down to her waist. Because I had 2 buns on yesterday. This time they became very natural and noble curls. Qi Xiaonuan combed her long hair back and tied it into a high and small bun, clipped on a crystal hairpin as decoration, and let the rest of her long hair fall down behind her waist. She chose a light pink tutu. After putting it on, from a playful and cute little one, she suddenly transformed into a little princess from a fairy tale. The delicate and small facial features, the soft and ink-like long hair, and the dignified and elegant puffy skirt are all perfectly combined by her, making her as noble and elegant as a little swan. When the housekeeper and the servants saw her like this, they covered their mouths in disbelief. The lady is so beautiful. Like Bosley and several young masters, he has an extraordinary temperament. Qi Xiaonuan gave them a sweet and decent smile. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Of course there is a reason why she dressed like this today. It's so boring staying in the Li family every day. So, she decided to go to Li Sihung's company today and experience this rapidly developing world. She is only 3.5 years old now, and she must cling to the 7 legs of the Li family to survive. But later, when she grows up and is able to adapt to this world, she will have to learn to survive independently. Qi Xiaonuan was carrying a rabbit-shaped crossbody bag, which contained her favorite cookies. With his short legs, he went to find the driver at home. Uncle Li, could you please drive me to my father's company? Of course, miss. Get in the car. I'll take you there. Driver Li opened the door for her and carried her in. Thank you, uncle. Should we notify President Li in advance? I want to give my dad a surprise, fright. That's very thoughtful, young lady. Qi Xiaonuan pursed her lips, smiled without saying a word, and her legs dangling in the air swayed. Soon, Driver Li took Qi Xiaonuan to the company's headquarters building. Qi Xiaonuan waved her hand at him and asked him to go back first, as she wanted to go in alone. After Driver Li left, Qi Xiaonuan looked up at the towering building. It's worthy of being the Li group. In this place where every inch of land is valuable, you can own your own territory. Li Sihung and the 6 sons of the Li family are now rapidly developing their power in their respective fields, and everyone respects and fears them. But there is still a long way to go before becoming the final villain. Chapter 28 Archery. Capture the heart of the tough guy. Qi Xiaonuan withdrew her gaze and thoughts, held the strap of her small bag with her little hand, looked around curiously, and followed the uncle and aunt she didn't know into one of the buildings. Those who can come here to work are all workplace elites. They are very busy and race against time. Qi Xiaonuan stood in an inconspicuous corner, looking up. To her, everything around her was too big, as if she had accidentally entered a land of giants. The lady at the front desk was receiving guests and looked very busy. Qi Xiaonuan thought about it and decided to go find Li Sihung herself. She found an elevator with fewer people, carefully squeezed in next to the adult's feet, and walked in together. Fairy sister. She looked up, east and west, and gently pulled the hem of the beautiful sister's skirt with her little hand. The elder sister lowered her head curiously and met a pair of clear and bright big eyes, and her soul seemed to be cleansed. Wow, what a cute little sister. Where are your parents? She bent down in surprise and reached out to touch Qi Xianwan's soft hair. I don't have a mommy anymore. My dad works here, and I want to go find him. Fairy sister, can you help me press the button for the top floor stairs? Generally, the offices on the top floor belong to the top leaders. Qi Xianwan guessed that Li Siheng should be there. The young lady apologized to her guiltily and quickly pressed the floor button for her. Sorry, I don't know. I'll help you press the floor button. Thank you, fairy sister. Qi Xianwan gave her a sweet and bright smile. Cute and polite. Anyone who sees it will like it. The young lady arrived at her floor. When she left, she looked back every few steps and was actually reluctant to leave this doll-like little breast. I don't know whose little princess this is. She's so cute. I want to take her home. Most of the time, no one goes to the top floor. So in the end, Qi Xianwan was the only one left in the elevator. She looked at the changing floor numbers and waited patiently. Bite. Arriving at the top floor, the elevator door slowly opened. Qi Xianwan walked out and looked around curiously. I didn't expect there were so many winding corridors and offices on the top floor. It's so complicated. She thought about it and decided to ask for directions. There is a rest area not far away. A woman dressed in gold and silver, dressed elegantly and luxuriously, was sitting there drinking tea with a little boy who was also dressed luxuriously. A group of people surrounded the mother and son, boasting and flattering them in various ways. I didn't expect that young Master Wang has become more handsome. He looks just like Mr. Wang. I think young Master Wang looks more like Madam Wang. He will definitely be a handsome man when he grows up. They all look alike. And I heard that young Master Wang can count and speak English when he just started kindergarten. How smart he is. Yes, he is a child prodigy. Although Mrs. Wang knew that these words were all flattery, she was still very happy to hear them. She smiled all over her face and waved her hands pretentiously. Look at what you said. It's not that exaggerated. My son is just a little better than ordinary people. A group of people, considering her status, were very polite and flattered her again. Little brother, how do I get to Mr. Li's office? Qi Xianwan walked up to them and gently pulled the corner of a man's clothes. Everyone was touched when they heard the soft and sweet voice of the little baby, and they all looked at her curiously. The moment he saw Qi Xianwan, his eyes widened. Whose child is this? She is so beautiful. Wow, it's so cute, like a doll or a little princess. Little angel. The little angel Nuanyuan smiled sweetly at them, and her pure and beautiful eyes turned into an arrow, piercing the hearts of these strong men. Chapter 29. Where did this country girl come from? Clang. There was the sound of a porcelain cup being placed heavily on the coffee table. You can tell that the person who put the teacup there was in a bad mood. Mrs. Wang tugged at the silk scarf on her shoulders and looked at Qi Xianwan with disdain. Whose kid is this? Why is he here? What kind of security guards are doing? Anyone can get in here? Everyone happily surrounded Qi Xianwan, talking to her and playing with her. Hearing what Mrs. Wang said, they were so scared that they quickly stood up and surrounded Mrs. Wang and the boy again. What is false flattery and what is sincere praise and admiration? Of course, Mrs. Wang could tell the difference. It would have been fine if Qi Xianwan didn't show up, and she was quite happy to hear that. But with her as a comparison, looking back at their flattery of her son, it seemed very embarrassing and made her lose face. There is no harm without comparison. So Mrs. Wang hated Qi Xianwan very much for stealing her son's limelight. Qi Xianwan tilted her head, blinked her big, dark, bright eyes, and explained innocently, Grandma, my name is not Ameo or Go. My name is Nuanyuan. What did you call me? Grandma? Mrs. Wang was so angry that her face turned blue and she stood up. Although she is in her 30s, she pays special attention to her image and takes very good care of herself. People would believe she is only in her 20s and ended up being called Grandma by a tiny kid. The person next to him tried hard to hold back his laughter, but it was very difficult. The little boy was playing with a tablet computer. When he saw Qi Xianwan, he walked to her curiously and reached out to grab her hair and skirt. You are so pretty. I want you to play with me. The little boy was very arrogant. Seeing that Qi Xianwan was as cute as a doll, he pulled her with his hands, not caring whether she would feel any pain or not. Qi Xianwan frowned, looking a little unhappy. She raised her slender, white little hand, grasped his wrist, and applied a little force. Let go. Let go quickly. You're hurting me. The little boy suddenly cried out in pain and pushed Qi Xianwan away. Mrs. Wang ran over distressed and quickly hugged him in her arms. While coaxing him, she said to Qi Xianwan with contempt, Where did this country girl come from? She has no manners. Yoho, saying she is uneducated? This is a big double standard scene. Moreover, These 3 words also insultedly Sihung. After all, if a girl is not educated, it is the fault of her father. Qi Xiaonuan tidied up her messy long hair and skirt with noble and elegant movements. Then, she raised her beautiful eyes, looked at her, and reminded her in a baby voice, "Grandma, your son may have intellectual disabilities and ADHD. You wild girl, how dare you call my son a mentally retarded person? You only have that face to look at. When you grow up, you will be a vase." Mrs. Wang pointed at her angrily. But there were so many people watching around, so I had to endure my anger no matter how angry I was and not ruin my image. Qi Xiaonuan was too lazy to talk to her anymore, so she carried her bunny bag and prepared to leave to find her father. "Stop, you wild girl. My son learned to count when he just started kindergarten. Can you do it?" Mrs. Wang was insulted by a 3.5-year-old girl. How could she just let it go? When Qi Xiaonuan heard this, she couldn't help but laugh secretly. She turned her head, deliberately showing a surprised expression, and blinked her big black eyes. "He is so powerful?" "Nonsense. My son received an elite education, which is not something a country girl like you can get." Madame Wang laughed at her with disdain. "Little princess, you are just a wild girl who is not presentable." Chapter 30. The Little Genius Like a Doll. For a mentally retarded child, it's really amazing that he can do math. Qi Xiaonuan crossed her arms in front of her and nodded seriously. Mrs. Wang raised her hand angrily and wanted to hit her, but there were so many people around, so he pulled his hand back. "It seems that you can count. Why don't you compete with my son? If you lose, remember to apologize. Admit that you are not as good as my son." Mrs. Wang laughed in anger, deliberately setting a trap for her. Qi Xiaonuan smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, if your son loses, then it is assumed that he is mentally retarded." "How could my son lose? You stupid kid, he's my son. Don't call me grandma." Mrs. Wang glared at him fiercely, found a piece of paper and pen, wrote single-digit addition and subtraction on it, and prepared to ask questions. The smile on Qi Xiaonuan's lips became sweeter and cuter. She raised her hand and pointed at the tablet. "Just search for a question online. Otherwise, it will be troublesome just to think of the question." Mrs. Wang looked at her with contempt and sneered. "As for single-digit addition and subtraction problems, isn't it just a matter of minutes?" When she looked down on Qi Xiaonuan had already selected the topic and handed it to them. "That's it." Qi Xiaonuan's voice was soft, but she spoke very fluently. "A plane passes through point A003 and is perpendicular to line AB, with point B2-11. What is the equation of this plane?" Madame Wang. Onlookers. Everyone present shut their mouths in complete silence, looking at Qi Xiaonuan in bewilderment. "Huh? Why are you all looking at me? Aren't we competing in a competition?" Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head in confusion and looked at them cutely. The little boy didn't even recognize the words in the question, let alone solve it. "Mom, what is this?" The little boy pointed at the question and asked Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang stammered and was unable to answer for a moment. She can only solve elementary school questions and at best knows a little bit of junior high school math. This is obviously a course above high school. How could she know that? Mrs. Wang quickly came to her senses and regained her composure. Maybe this little girl just picked the topic randomly to fool people. In fact, she herself couldn't understand it. Mrs. Wang was about to laugh at her. Qi Xiaonuan's chubby little hand grasped the pen, and she quickly wrote the answer on the paper. 2x minus y minus 2z plus 6 is equal to 0. The numbers are clear and the answer is correct. The employees who can work here are all top students, and for them, this kind of questions are very easy. What shocked them was not the question, but the fact that a 3.5-year-old girl could actually solve the question. This little girl not only looks as pretty as a doll, but also has a very high IQ. This is a little genius, a little prodigy. Whose child is this? Okay, I'll write the answer first. You lose, you retarded kid. Qi Xiaonuan put down her pen, clapped her hands, said hello to the little boy, and turned to leave. The little boy looked up and asked Mrs. Wang, "Mom, what does mentally retarded mean?" Mrs. Wang was still in shock. When she heard her son ask this, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. "This means I'm praising you for being smart." She didn't want to discourage him, so she could only make up a lie. "I am a smart guy." The little boy put his hands on his hips proudly. After Qi Xiaonuan walked away, she took out a small biscuit from her rabbit bag while looking for her father and ate it with a crunch. When the little boy saw it, he immediately dropped the pile of snacks beside him and rushed over. "Your cookies look delicious. Give them to me quickly." Chapter 31. Must see his daughter. Reception room. Li Siheng sat on the sofa, holding a cigarette between his bony fingers. In his other hand, he held a paternity test report and was reviewing it with his eyes lowered. According to the identification results, Qi Xiaowan is indeed his only biological child in this world. Li Siheng handed the report to his special assistant and put out his cigarette. Sitting opposite him was Wang Daqiang, who had come all the way to Li Group to discuss cooperation. We are all businessmen. In the business world, 3 parts of discussion are about content and 7 parts are about politeness. Oh, business is not easy these days. My kids are disobedient, and the annual tuition alone is frighteningly high. It's difficult. The more anxious Wang Daqiang was to cooperate with the Li Group, the more he had to curry favor with this living devil in front of him. I deliberately chatted with him to find out what Li Siheng liked. As a result, he really found it by accident. Why? It's not easy for children to go to school nowadays. It's a headache. Everyone wants to send their children to the best school. But my son is a worry. Mr. Li, look at my kid. I don't expect him to be anything great. Unlike Mr. Li's sons, all of them are excellent. Wang Daqiang took out the photos on his mobile phone and showed them to him. Li Siheng took a look and said, "Well, that's good. It's time for my daughter Nuanyuan to go to kindergarten." Nuanyuan? It sounds like a daughter's name. Wang Daqiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately complimented, "Boss Li's little princess must be smart and cute." Oh, I really envy Boss Li for having a daughter. It's okay. It's annoying when I get angry. Li Siheng appeared calm on the surface, but the corners of his mouth and eyebrows had already turned up. When he heard Wang Daqiang praising Nuanyuan, he felt happier than when he signed a 100 billion contract. He took out his cell phone and wanted to find the photo of his own daughter and show it to Wang Daqiang. As a result, Li Siheng remembered that he didn't seem to have a photo of Qi Xiaowan. No, Wang Daqiang must be allowed to see his daughter. Li Siheng called the Li family, only to learn that Qi Xiaowan had already gone to the Li Group. "My dear daughter is here. I'll take you to see her." Li Siheng stood up, straightened his collar, and put one hand in his trouser pocket. When he took Wang Daqiang to find Qi Xiaowan, he walked with a sense of pride. What's so good about other people's sons? His daughter was worth looking at for 24 hours straight without blinking. Wang Daqiang followed him like a sycophant, praising Qi Xiaowan all the time. This was much more effective than directly flattering Li Siheng himself. He finally figured it out. The status of his daughter in Li Siheng's heart is quite high. At this time, outside the reception room door, there was a noisy sound coming from the rest area not far away. "Your cookies look delicious. Give them to me quickly." Wang Daqiang's son was pulling Qi Xiaowan's bunny bag hard. Qi Xiaowan really hated this kind of young master who was spoiled with a bad temper, so how could she possibly give him cookies? When the little boy realized that he couldn't get the biscuit, he pushed her and pulled her hair. Qi Xiaowan didn't want to pay attention to him, but at this moment, his temper flared up. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the distance. His bright black eyes blinked, and a sly smile flashed across their faces. She pretended to be pushed down by the little boy and fell to the ground. Next second, a dark shadow enveloped her. By the time Qi Xiaowan reacted, she was already in Li Siheng's arms. "Woo woo, Daddy." Qi Xiaowan raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with tears, which kept rolling around, and her little mouth was pouting, looking miserable. Especially the aggrieved call of Dad, which was so pitiful. Li Siheng's 24K pure and fragrant steel heart was almost broken by the shouting. Chapter 32, Bullying Nuanyuan? The living king of hell is angry. Qi Xiaowan was a little surprised. It would take at least several seconds to cover such a long distance. Can Li Siheng teleport? Are all dads really supermen? Everyone present was equally surprised. When Qi Xiaowan called out, "Dad," everyone's eyes widened as big as copper bells. This girl who looks so cute, like a little princess and a doll, is actually the daughter of the living king of hell? When everyone was shocked, Li Siheng's face was ashen, and his brows were full of sinisterness and hostility. He said, "Dad will help you teach him a lesson. There is no need to ask what happened or who has the problem. The only thing he needed to know was, Nuanyuan was wronged. He can dislike his own daughter and make her angry and feel wronged. But others can't. Anyone who dares to touch his daughter will be punished with 3 words, wait for death." Do you think that his title as the living devil is just groundless? Qi Xiaowan felt sweet and warm in her heart, and she hugged his neck and rubbed it. However, the people who needed to be punished had to be punished first, and then she could act coquettishly with her father. "I'm sorry, Dad. It's all Nuanyuan's fault. Nuanyuan didn't share the cookies with the other kids." Qi Xiaowan's nose twitched and she hung her head. looking like she had done something wrong. Her tears kept rolling around, and the longer they didn't fall, the more heartbreaking it was to see. When the people watching nearby heard her words and saw her pitiful appearance, they couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Wan is so sensible. It's obvious that this kid from the Wang family is so naughty. That's right. It's all because of his parents' spoiling. He's too naughty and not likable at all. Wan is so sensible that it makes me feel distressed. They were not trying to curry favor with Li Siheng, but were really standing up for Qi Xianwan. At this time, Wang Daqiang and his family of 3 also reacted. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their legs were shaking. Wang Daqiang pointed at his wife and yelled, "Look at how you teach your child. It's too much. This brat has such a bad temper. It's all because of you. It's all my fault. It's my fault." Mrs. Wang was so scared that she was about to cry. She also realized that she had offended Li Siheng's little princess. She was doomed. Li Siheng had a blank expression on his face. He didn't even look at them. He lowered his head and carefully helped Qi Xianwan tidy up her clothes and hair. He has thought of 100 ways to deal with the Wang family, choosing which one is most suitable. Qi Xianwan pouted, "Dad, this Grandma Wang doesn't look like a bad person. She even gave Nuanyuan a nickname." "What's your nickname?" "Cats and dogs." "Oh, by the way, Grandma Wang said that I will be a vase when I grow up." "Dad, what does this mean?" Qi Xianwan blinked her clear and innocent eyes, tilted her head, full of confusion. Li Siheng's eyes turned cold. The air around him was filled with a dangerous atmosphere, and the air pressure dropped sharply. Mrs. Wang's heart sank, and her face turned pale. Wang Daqiang was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Why did he marry such a scumbag? What she meant is that Nuanyuan will always be a little princess. After answering Qi Xianwan's words, Li Siheng took out his cell phone and said, "Now, immediately, all the companies under Wang Daqiang's name will go bankrupt." Wang Daqiang's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. He pinched his philtrum desperately before he breathed a sigh of relief. He bent over and begged Li Siheng humbly, "Boss Li, it's all because of that stinky woman of mine who is ignorant and rude, and this bastard. I'll beat him up when I get back. Boss Li, please, let us go. This is pushing us to a dead end. Please." Chapter 33. Acquire a company and give it to my daughter as a toy. Li Siheng sneered, ignored him, and prepared to leave with Qi Xianwan in his arms. Wang Daqiang quickly chased after him and begged for mercy in a humble manner. But Li Siheng remained unmoved. He wants to destroy Wang Daqiang's company, and no one can stop him. Wang Daqiang was desperate, his face full of sadness. In the end, he could only change his tactics. "Little Princess Nuanyuan, please plead for your uncle. Uncle knows that you must be a very kind child." Wang Daqiang was desperate and placed his last hope on Qi Xianwan. Qi Xianwan lay on Li Siheng's shoulder, blinked, and looked at Wang Daqiang. Wang Daqiang immediately apologized with a smile. "From now on, Princess Nuanyuan can come to Uncle Wang for anything she wants or likes." "Really? Then where should I find you? Next door? So you are Lao Wang next door?" Qi Xianwan showed a curious expression. Wang Daqiang's face was very ugly, but he had to curry favor with her and could only laugh. Yes, Uncle is Lao Wang next door." Qi Xianwan was satisfied and gently pulled Li Siheng with her little hand. "Dad, this uncle is so pitiful." Li Siheng stopped and turned to look at her. "Nuanyuan, do you want to let them go?" Qi Xianwan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then kissed him happily. "I will listen to Daddy." On the surface, she was pleading for Wang Daqiang's family. However, Qi Xianwan knew very well. Li Siheng is definitely not someone so easy to deal with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the final villain. The two greatest characteristics of the living king of hell are either to kill the other person completely or to make the other person's life worse than death. Hee. She was looking forward to how her father would deal with Wang Daqiang's family of 3 next. Li Siheng stopped and raised his sexy thin lips. However, this smile was chilling. Wang Daqiang realized that he had asked the right person for help this time, and he quickly began to flatter Qi Xianwan and say all kinds of flattering things to her. Li Siheng made another call and said, "There's no need to go bankrupt. Buy out Wang Daqiang's company and give it to Nuanyuan. Children like to play house, so let her play with the company." Upon hearing this, Wang Daqiang's face turned the color of liver. He worked hard for most of his life, but in the end, the company he built with his hard work became a toy for a 3.5-year-old baby. But no matter what, it's better than going bankrupt directly. He could only endure it. Yes, President Li's little princess is extremely smart. Let her be exposed to these things since she is young. When she grows up, She will naturally take over the company. Wang Daqiang's heart was bleeding, but his face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Qi Xiaonuan clapped her hands happily. Wow, Daddy is going to give Nuanyuan a toy? Can Nuanyuan play with it as she pleases? As long as Nuanyuan is happy, we can play however we want. Daddy is so nice. Nuanyuan likes Daddy. Qi Xiaonuan held Li Siheng's face and kissed him hard. Children from other families play house with fake houses made of paper. She plays real company directly. The feeling of hugging someone's thigh is so cool. Li Siheng stroked her soft long hair and said, Nuanyuan, modesty is a virtue. Since the little boy likes to eat cookies, we will treat him to some. Okay, Dad is right. Nuanyuan will remember it. Qi Xiaonuan nodded seriously. Li Siheng took out his cell phone again. Prepare 10 kilograms of biscuits and let Wang Daqiang's son eat them all. If they need it, such as eating too much and bursting their stomachs, send them to Jihuai and let the second son treat the little boy. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes lit up and sparkled, and she couldn't help but clapped her hands. Wow, this is a cruel move. Not only did he humiliate Wang Daqiang, but he also taught the naughty kid a lesson. Moreover, this matter is not over yet. She will have to go to her sinister second brother and suffer a new round of gentle treatment. Chapter 34 Li Wan, fourth brother appears. Qi Xiaonuan didn't care what happened to Wang Daqiang's family of 3 later. Anyway, with Li Siheng around, their fate will definitely be worse than she imagined. Li Siheng carried Qi Xiaonuan to the president's office. Were you hurt just now? He put her on the ground, squatted in front of her, pulled out her 2 little hands and examined them carefully. Qi Xiaonuan smiled. Her eyes curved into crescents and shook her head. No, my father came right after Nuanyuan fell. She didn't have time to get hurt yet. Seeing that she was fine, Li Siheng breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, sat in the president's chair, and loosened his tie casually. His movements were sexy and handsome. Qi Xiaonuan ran to his side, lifted up both sides of her skirt, and turned around in front of him. Her long, soft, ink-black hair fluttered in the air, and her skirt also fluttered up. Coupled with her radiant smile, she looks like a happy elf. Li Siheng's eyes fell on her, with a smile on his brows. However, when Qi Xiaonuan stopped and looked at him, he quickly looked away and pretended not to be looking at her. Dad, is Nuanyuan pretty? Qi Xiaonuan proudly put her hands on her hips, waiting to be praised with a smug look on her face. Yeah. Li Siheng disagreed. That's it. The main thing is that the skirt is beautiful. A 3.5-year-old little kid who still knows how to show off. Qi Xiaonuan was unhappy and pouted. Nice. Qi Xiaonuan's expression improved a little, but she was still not satisfied and stared at him without blinking. Li Siheng coughed lightly. It looks very good. What else? It's very nice. Dad, can't you say something else? Very beautiful. Qi Xiaonuan. So perfunctory. She was unhappy and a little upset. He had clearly admitted that she was the little princess when they were outside the door just now. You change your mind now? Men are really pigs. And fathers too. Humph. Qi Xiaonuan carried her little rabbit bag and decided to leave. Li Siheng felt panicked. This little ancestor is angry again. Nuanyuan looks like a doll. No child is prettier than Nuanyuan. Dad thinks Nuanyuan is the most beautiful little princess. Qi Xiaonuan chuckled. That's about right. Feeling happy after being coaxed, Qi Xiaonuan crossed her arms and returned to Li Siheng's side. Then she climbed into his arms, took out a small cookie from her bunny bag, and handed it to Li Siheng. This is a reward for Dad. Li Siheng frowned. Why is he eating children's biscuits when he is so old? Isn't it embarrassing? Don't eat. Crunch. Li Siheng chewed it and found it tasted good. When Li Wan knocked on the door and came in, he saw 2 people, one big and one small, sitting there eating children's biscuits. Whether big or small, their mouths were covered with cookie crumbs. Li Wan paused. Having seen all kinds of big scenes and being a calm person by nature, he quickly calmed down. Dad. He walked to Li Siheng's CEO desk. Li Siheng returned the children's biscuits to Qi Xiaonuan, wiping the crumbs off his face with a dignified and elegant gesture. Qi Xiaonuan ate biscuits while looking up, blinking her eyes, and looking at him curiously. He has an expressionless face, is aloof and indifferent, and is very frugal with words. That's right, this is definitely her 4th brother, Li Wan. He is the world's top gold medal lawyer, and will set the highest record of consecutive undefeated lawyers in the future. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled. Another big guy has appeared. One word. Hug. Chapter 35. Nuanyuan is registered as a member of the Li family. Have you completed the household registration? It has been done. These documents and materials are at your disposal. Any certifications you need in the future will be given to you. Okay, Dad. The conversations between Li Siheng and Li Wan are always so concise and to the point. Qi Xiaonuan listened for a long time but still didn't understand. Dad, what are you and my brother talking about? Qi Xiaonuan held a biscuit in one hand and gently tugged at his collar with the other. Li Siheng took her from his arms and put her on the ground, then reached out and wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. Fourth brother has helped you get your household registration. From now on, you will be a member of the Li family. Qi Xiaonuan opened her eyes wide, sparkling. I didn't expect that she is already a member of the Li family. This is so fast. She has no idea at all. Does it also mean that Li Siheng has officially accepted her? Wow, Dad is so good to Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan will have a home from now on. Qi Xiaonuan jumped up and down excitedly, waving her hands and spinning around. The long curly hair also bounced. The cookie crumbs in his hand even spilled all over Li Siheng. Li Siheng frowned and brushed off the cookie crumbs in disgust. Children don't pay attention to details at all. Trouble. Seeing his disgusted movements and expressions, Qi Xiaonuan stopped, pouted her lips, and looked at him aggrievedly. He looked like a helpless little abandoned child. Li Siheng. He happened to have a piece of crumb in his hand. He took a look at it and threw it into his mouth. Qi Xiaonuan nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Li Wen has a cold personality and doesn't like to talk. He watched the scene in silence, like an emotionless and indifferent machine. You and your brother go home first. Okay, then Nuanyuan and brother will wait for Dad to get off work at home. Qi Xiaonuan waved to him happily, then jumped around to Li Wen's side. For the first time, Li Siheng wondered why working hours were so difficult to endure and why it was not time to get off work yet. Li Wen took the stack of documents from him, took a look at them, and put them in his business bag. Fourth brother, Nuanyuan wants a hug from you. Qi Xiaonuan pulled Li Wen's suit, stretched out her little hand to him, and acted coquettishly and adorably. Li Wen looked down at her without saying a word. He walked straight outside with his long legs, expressionless. Qi Xiaonuan. She was splendidly ignored. Woo-woo. It's such a blow and I feel so wronged. No wonder others describe him as a ruthless man with few words. It seems that this thigh is not easy to hug. The leg hug has not been successful yet. Nuanyuan still needs to work hard. Li Siheng saw Qi Xiaonuan standing there with a wronged look on her face, which made his heart twitch. Li Wan. He emphasized his tone. Dad. She's a little sister, only 3.5 years old, and needs to be held. Dad, she'll go. Li Siheng frowned, showing obvious displeasure. Just when he was about to start educating his cold-hearted son again, Qi Xiaonuan quickly waved her hand and spoke for Li Wan. Dad, it's okay. Fourth brother works so hard. Nuanyuan is already 3.5 years old. She should learn to be considerate of her brother and not let him work too hard. After she finished speaking, she quickly ran to Li Wan with her short legs. She stretched out her little hand, gently tugged at his sleeve, looked up, and gave him a bright and lovely smile. It doesn't matter whether you hug me or not. The important thing was that she shouldn't let this big shot in the legal field think that she was a naughty child because of such a small matter. She must be a quiet and obedient child in front of Li Wan and leave a good impression. Li Wan lowered his head to look at her and was stunned when he met her clear, bright eyes and sunny smile. He paused for a few seconds, then walked away without saying a word. Chapter 36. Nuan Wan was ignored. So sad. Qi Xiaonuan pulled his sleeve and hurried to follow. It's a pity that she is too small. The two short legs had to run clatteringly to keep up with his speed. Qi Xiaonuan was so tired just by following him into the elevator that she was panting slightly. Her little face was sweating and was red and cute like a little apple. Call. I'm so tired. It's really not easy to conquer this fourth brother. Qi Xiaonuan wiped the sweat from her forehead with her chubby little hands. She accidentally noticed from the corner of her eye that Li Wan was looking down at her. Qi Xiaonuan quickly raised her head and smiled at him. Dad's biological daughter? Li Wan finally spoke to her. This was the first time in history. Qi Xiaonuan nodded hurriedly. Mom had an accident, so I can only come to rely on Dad. Li Wan glanced at her and stopped talking again. Qi Xiaonuan sighed silently. I feel a little aggrieved and a little sad. Does fourth brother dislike her? Also, he looked unhappy. How can I make him happy? Li Wan drove her home. The housekeeper and the servants greeted them respectfully. Fourth young master, young lady, you are back? Li Wan returned to his study without saying a word, leaving Qi Xiaonuan in the living room. Qi Xiaonuan looked in the direction he left, thoughtfully. Aunt Zhang, fourth brother doesn't seem to like talking. How can I chat with him? Qi Xiaonuan ran to find Aunt Zhang. That, I don't know either. Apart from Mr. Li, he rarely talks to us. I heard that he charges for talking. Oh, so that's the case. Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she ran back to her little study and took out colored crayons and colorful card paper. After it's done, she took the drawn cardboards and ran to find Li Wan. Knock, knock, knock. Fourth brother, can I come in? Qi Xiaonuan put her ear to the study door and listened for a while. She found that no one paid attention to her. Then I'll come in. Qi Xiaonuan boldly pushed the door open, popped her little head out and looked inside. Li Wan was sitting there looking through and organizing documents without even raising his head. I didn't refuse when I saw him. Qi Xiaonuan slipped in, walked to his side, stood on tiptoe, and presented the cardboard to him with both hands. Nuan wants to chat with fourth brother. Can this money buy fourth brother an hour? Li Wan stopped and looked at her sideways. The words 100 yuan were drawn on the colorful cardboard with crayons of different colors, and there was also a cute and round word Nuan in the corner. Qi Xiaonuan put her hands behind her back in embarrassment, rubbing her fingers shyly, and smiled at him. Nuanyuan has no money. When Nuanyuan grows up, fourth brother can use these to exchange for real money from Nuanyuan. Li Wan looked at these flashy and childish cards, handed them back to her expressionlessly, and continued to look through the documents on the table without even looking at her. Qi Xiaonuan opened her eyes wide and looked at him in disbelief. She was ignored again. Woo. What a shock. Qi Xiaonuan looked at him with tears in her eyes, sniffed, and pouted her little mouth. Her young heart was hurt. I'm so sad, so upset. I want to be kissed, hugged, and lifted up high. Woo. Qi Xiaonuan hung her little head, looking wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. What to do? It seems that fourth brother really doesn't like her. Sigh. Qi Xiaonuan curled up in the corner, supporting her chin with both hands, and sighed for the nth time. Chapter 37, she is the only biological child. Li Wan was busy for a while and heard sighs coming from the corner from time to time. He could only stop his work and look. Why don't you leave? Li Wan's tone was completely different from his name. Not gentle or warm at all, but cold. He thought that his attitude just now would make Qi Xiaonuan leave. After all, no child would like to stay with a boring and indifferent wooden man. But Qi Xiaonuan's words broke his mind. Because Nuan likes fourth brother, Nuan wants to accompany fourth brother. Qi Xiaonuan curled up in the corner, so small that she looked more like a little ball of milk. Her legs were bent, her hands were around her knees, her chin resting on her arms, trying to minimize her presence as much as possible. After hearing her words, Li Wan fell into silence again. But this time he did not continue working, but sat there, motionless. Qi Xiaonuan suddenly thought of something, and quickly raised her 3 chubby little paws to assure him. Fourth brother, Nuanyuan will not sigh anymore, and will not make any sound. Nuanyuan just wants to accompany you, and will never disturb you at work. Li Wan glanced at her and said, Come here. It's dark there, and it's not good for your eyes. Qi Xiaonuan suddenly became happy. Yeah. Fourth brother said 10 words to her. So many words. Breaking the current record. Qi Xiaonuan quickly stood up, ran to his side with her short legs, looked up, and gave him a silly smile. Li Wan simply glanced at her in response, and then got back to work. Qi Xiaonuan knew. Since he just said that, it means that she can play with him. The premise is not to disturb him or make him angry. Qi Xiaonuan was really curious about this place. This is the study of the world's top lawyer. You can't just walk in and visit. She looked around, touched things here and there, and flipped through several law books, reading with great interest. She understands all the above contents. Although she is not as good as the world's top lawyers, she is also a first-class lawyer in China. There are some annotations marked by Li Wan in the book, which are very interesting. She looked for a while, then strolled to an exquisite drawer. The key is hanging on the lock, which is open. The documents inside should be what Li Wan needs. Qi Xiaonuan curiously took out a stack and looked through it. It was the information and adoption documents of her 6 brothers. Her eldest brother and second brother were the sons of Li Siheng's biological brother. They later died in a car accident, so Li Siheng adopted them. Logically speaking, Li Siheng is their uncle, so maybe for convenience, they just raised him as their son. The third and fourth brothers are twin brothers, born 1 minute apart. They were the sons of Li Siheng's good friend, who also died, so Li Siheng adopted them. The 5th brother and the 6th brother were orphans picked up from different places and have no blood relationship with each other. After reading the adoption information, Qi Xiaonuan couldn't help but sigh. Li Siheng is indeed a villain. He never follows the usual path when doing good deeds and loves to be someone else's father. When Qi Xiaonuan was reading this information, Li Wen walked behind her, squatted down, took the documents away without saying a word, sorted them out, and put them back in the drawer. Qi Xiaonuan blinked, tugged at his sleeve, and asked him softly, "Fourth brother, are you in a bad mood?" Li Wen remained expressionless and looked at her sideways. "Can you understand this?" Qi Xiaonuan nodded. Li Wen looked at her indifferently without any emotion and said, "You are the only one who is my father's biological child." Chapter 38. Success in attacking the fourth brother of Iceberg. Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head in confusion, staring at him with her clear, bright eyes. Why did fourth brother say this to her? Could it be that? Does he actually care about this kind of thing? Li Wen didn't plan to talk to her anymore. He stood up and prepared to return to his work desk. Qi Xiaonuan grabbed the corner of his clothes and called him in a baby voice, "Fourth brother." He stopped and looked down at her. Qi Xiaonuan gave him a bright smile, tilted her head, and asked him cutely, "Fourth brother, don't you want to know what Nuanyuan understood from those documents?" Without waiting for Li Wen to react, Qi Xiaonuan took the initiative to tell him the answer. "Nuanyuan understands. We are a family." Li Wen was stunned. Nuanyuan has a father and 6 very handsome and powerful brothers. Qi Xiaonuan boldly stretched out her chubby little hand and gently held 2 of his fingers. "No matter if we are related by blood or not, we are all Dad's children. You are my fourth brother, the one and only fourth brother in the world. Nuanyuan is also the fourth brother's only sister. Nuanyuan loves Dad and brothers very much because you gave Nuanyuan a home. If it weren't for you, Nuanyuan would probably starve to death on the street." Qi Xiaonuan showed a pitiful expression. Li Wen looked at her in surprise. "I didn't expect that this tiny ball of milk would say such words." I saw a subtle change in his expression. Qi Xiaonuan struck while the iron was hot, shaking his hand and acting cute and coquettish. "Fourth brother, can you hug Nuanyuan?" Nuanyuan has never been hugged by fourth brother. Nuanyuan is so sad. Li Wen came back to his senses, hesitantly bent down and held her in his arms. He rarely gets close to others, so he doesn't know how to hold a child, and his movements are awkward and stiff. Qi Xiaonuan rubbed against his arms and found a comfortable position. Then she hugged his neck, and with clear and bright eyes, she told him seriously, "This family cannot be without anyone. Fourth brother, would you like to welcome Nuanyuan to join this big family?" Li Wen looked at this cute little ball of milk. His cold and emotionless world seemed to be illuminated by a ray of sunshine. It's warm, cozy, and comfortable. The iceberg in my heart suddenly began to melt and turned into a pool of clear water, flowing slowly. Li Wen held her in his arms, sat on a chair, let her sit on his lap, and stretched out his hand to her. Qi Xiaonuan looked at his palm in confusion, then glanced at him again. She blinked and rested her chin on it obediently. Her delicate and cute little face was not even as big as his palm. Li Wen was helpless. He touched her furry little head and told her, "Where is the money made by Nuanyuan Bank? Chatting with me will be charged according to the time." When Qi Xiaonuan heard this, her eyes lit up instantly and a smile spread across her face. Marvelous. Fourth brother is willing to talk to her. She quickly took out the card from her small bag and handed it to him. Li Wen carefully put away the cards. Of course he didn't need this little money, and it was even more impossible for him to ask her for money. He could give all the money he earned in the future to Nuanyuan. The reason why he wanted this was because this was the first time Nuanyuan gave him something, and he wanted to keep it as a souvenir. "What do you want to talk to your brother about?" Qi Xiaonuan bit her finger and thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curled up and her eyes became cute crescent shapes. "Nuanyuan doesn't want to chat now." "What does Nuanyuan want to do?" "Nuanyuan wants to kiss brother." Qi Xiaonuan hugged his cheek and suddenly attacked. Ba Ji. Chapter 39. The warmth of family members can't be given up. The soft little mouth is pressed against the cheek. This strange touch made Li Wen stunned. He had never been close to his family, never had such close contact, but he doesn't seem to hate it. After Qi Xiaonuan finished the kiss, she looked at Li Wen with satisfaction. But he sat there without moving or speaking, and his expression didn't change at all. This made Qi Xiaonuan a little panicked. Oops. Could it be that fourth brother hates her behavior? What should I do? Qi Xiaonuan, who always had a lot of clever ideas, was at a loss for a moment. Oh. Is she going to be disliked by her fourth brother? Just when she hung her little head and felt that she had done something wrong, she glanced at the tip of Li Wen's ear, which seemed to be a little red. Huh. Is he actually embarrassed? Qi Xiaonuan's eyes lit up again, and she looked at him with blinking eyes. Fourth brother, Nuanyuan kissed you. Then fourth brother, do you want to kiss Nuanyuan too? This is called reciprocity. Qi Xiaonuan made a bold decision and stretched out her chubby little face in front of Li Wen. Li Wen's expression was still as cold as an iceberg, and he looked like he had facial paralysis. But just as Qi Xiaonuan expected, the tips of his ears turned redder. He glanced at Qi Xiaonuan's delicate and cute little face. Hesitantly, stiffly, and clumsily, he also gave her a kiss. Children's skin is very delicate, just like a peeled egg. There is also a sweet milky flavor. It doesn't matter if it's an iceberg or a volcano. Once you're addicted, you can't quit. Qi Xiaonuan felt relieved now. Fourth brother doesn't hate her. But I'm shy. Oh, I didn't expect that this iceberg brother, who looks difficult to get close to, is actually very gentle at heart. Hey. She was the first to discover this secret. Fourth brother, I heard that you are very busy every day. Will it be the same in the future? How often do you come back? It depends. Brother, can you come home every day from now on? Like living in a law firm. It's different. At home, I have my dad, brothers, and your most adorable Nuan. Qi Xiaonuan hugged his neck and acted coquettishly. Li Wen was stunned for a moment, and a wave of tenderness appeared in his cold and indifferent eyes. Qi Xiaonuan struck while the iron was hot, hugged his handsome face and kissed him again, and continued to act cute and coquettish. If fourth brother doesn't come back, Nuanyuan will miss you very much. Li Wen was silent for a few seconds, then agreed. Okay, brother will come back every day from now on. Fourth brother is so nice. Nuanyuan likes him. Boo boo boo. Qi Xiaonuan became bolder, hugged him, and kissed him several more times, then proudly lay in his arms. As long as Li Wen can come back every day, she can curry favor with him every day. She had quietly decided that she must hold all 7 thighs tightly. Li Wen held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms, letting her make a fuss and act coquettishly in his arms, and even kissing him willfully. Is this what it feels like to be close to someone? The Li family is a group of rough men. Although each of them is excellent and capable, they don't know how to express their feelings. Now there is a cute and adorable sister who connects them all together like a bond. Li Wen, who had lived in the Li family for so many years, felt for the first time the bond between family members. Just like her name, warm. While Li Wen was lost in thought, Qi Xiaonuan was already sitting obediently on his lap, holding a children's picture book. Fourth brother, Nuanyuan won't disturb you from your work. Fourth brother, just work peacefully, and Nuanyuan will read a book to accompany you. Qi Xiaonuan looked up and gave him a cute and sweet smile. Chapter 40. I feel uncomfortable if I don't hug my sister. After school, the first thing Li Chenghe did was to go home to find Qi Xiaonuan. Sister, where is my sister Nuan? Where are you? Brother is back. Come out and play with brother quickly. He searched the house for a long time but didn't see Qi Xiaonuan. Strangeness. Aunt Zhang clearly said she was back. Where is this little girl hiding? Nuan, my little Nuan, where are you? Li Chenghe's carefree voice came from the corridor. Li Wen stopped what he was doing, looked towards the study door and said, Six brother. The noise outside suddenly stopped. A few seconds passed. There was a gentle knock on Li Wen's study door, and then it was pushed open a crack. Li Chenghe leaned over in shock and excitement, pointed at himself, and asked in disbelief, Fourth brother, you called me? Li Chenghe became even more excited. You know, he has lived with his fourth brother for so many years, but this is the first time he has heard his fourth brother take the initiative to talk to him. Fourth brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Chenghe hurried in and asked him enthusiastically. Li Wen said expressionlessly, Nuanyuan is sleeping, don't wake her up. Li Chenghe was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that Qi Xiaonuan was really in his arms, curled up into a little ball, sleeping soundly. This surprised him even more, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. This little girl is actually in the arms of the big iceberg. Oh my God. The sun rises from the west. Li Wen ignored him, holding Qi Xiaonuan in one hand and looking through the information with the other. After Li Chenghe came to his senses, he whispered to him, Brother, I see you are busy with work. Let me hold my sister. I think it is not convenient for you to hold her like this. In fact, he wanted to hug his sister. He had been at school all day and just wanted to go home and kiss his sister, smell the milky scent on her body, and play with her for a while. As a result, she was abducted by her fourth brother. This won't do. He has to find a way to get his sister back. Li Wen refused coldly and ruthlessly. No need. Fourth brother, you should give Nuan to me and let me hold her for a while. My sister is so soft and I haven't held her for a whole day. I feel uncomfortable if I don't hold her. Li Chenghe couldn't help but speak out what was in his heart. Li Wen looked up at him, still without any emotion. What a coincidence. Him too. He felt uncomfortable without holding his sister. While they were talking, Qi Xiaonuan fell asleep. He stretched comfortably, opened his little mouth, yawned, then opened his eyes and rubbed them drowsily. The little tuft of hair on the head is now standing up, making it look cute and silly. Her little actions and looks simply melted the hearts of her two brothers. Nuanyuan, wake up. Nuanyuan is hungry and wants to drink milk. Qi Xiaonuan rubbed her eyes and spoke in a baby voice. The voice is originally soft and sticky, and the voice after just waking up is even more crisp and almost deadly. Brother will take you downstairs for dinner. Li Wen immediately put down his work, picked her up, and walked outside. Fourth brother is so nice, boo-boo. Qi Xiaonuan held his face and pecked him several times with skillful movements. The tips of Li Wen's ears turned red again, and the ice in his heart began to melt. Li Chenghe, who was standing by, was envious and felt jealous when he saw this scene. Not only was he unable to hug his sister, he also saw his sister kissing his fourth brother. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Sister, sister, give me a kiss too. He chased after her and got close to Qi Xiaonuan. Qi Xiaonuan blinked her sparkling eyes, full of surprise. Huh? Sixth brother. When did you come back? Li Chenghe was so sad. He was actually ignored by his sister all the time. Chapter 41. The three brothers are at home. Qi Xiaonuan didn't know why Li Chenghe looked so depressed, but out of concern for her brother, she stretched out her chubby little paws, smoothed his hair a few times, and comforted him. Be good, sixth brother. Were you bullied at school? It's okay. I'll give you a hug and it won't hurt. Qi Xiaonuan was held in Li Wen's arms, and even when she stretched out her hand, she couldn't touch Li Chenghe's hair. However, the moment she stretched out her little paw, Li Chenghe took the initiative to bend down and put his head under her little paw. With his sister's comfort, Li Chenghe's wounded heart was finally comforted. But he still had to explain himself. Sister, I am your brother and the boss in school. I am feared by everyone and the kind of bully who makes flowers wither when they see me. Do you understand? No one dares to bully me. Wow, sixth brother is so awesome. Qi Xiaonuan clapped her hands in support. Li Chenghe felt extremely satisfied again and rubbed his nose handsomely. Nothing makes him prouder than his sister's admiration. Li Wen glanced at him expressionlessly and took out the exchange voucher issued by Nuanyuan Bank. Li Chenghe saw it immediately, and he came over and asked curiously, Fourth brother, what is this? It looks like it was drawn by Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan gave it to me. There was a hint of pride in Bing Shan's cold tone. Li Chenghe's heart, which had just healed, felt sore again. He looked at Qi Xiaonuan eagerly. Sister, where is my share? Qi Xiaonuan spread out her hands and shrugged her shoulders. No, this is for fourth brother. Only one copy. Click clatter. What is that sound? It was the sound of Li Chenghe's heart breaking. Seeing his grief-stricken expression, Qi Xiaonuan sighed helplessly, took out a card from her small bag, and then found a red crayon. Using Li Wen's shoulder, he drew a small red flower. Here, this is for sixth brother. These flowers are from Nuanyuan Flower Shop. Please keep them well. Li Chenghe took it with both hands as if it were a treasure and carefully put it in his pocket. Don't worry, sister. I will put it in the room and keep it. His wounded heart was healed by Nuanyuan once again. She is indeed his good sister, cute and considerate. After the two brothers took Nuanyuan downstairs, they happened to meet Li Jihuai, who had just returned from get-off work. He is a doctor, very busy, and often has to perform surgery. It's quite rare to see him coming home from get-off work so early. Second brother, you're back. When Qi Xiaonuan saw him, her big black eyes lit up instantly and she stretched out her hand to him. As soon as Li Jihuai arrived home, he was greeted by such a warm and cute little guy, and his mood immediately became very good. He smiled gently and walked over. Li Wen saw Qi Xiaonuan extending her little hand to her second brother. Since that was her idea, he naturally wouldn't stop her and handed Qi Xiaonuan to Li Jihuai. Nuanyuan seems to be in a good mood today. Li Jihuai held her in his arms and gently helped her tidy up her hair and skirt. After all, he is a doctor and is very good at taking care of people. Yes, because all three brothers are at home today. Fourth brother also promised Nuanyuan that he would come back to accompany Nuanyuan every day in the future. Qi Xiaonuan raised her head proudly, with her hands on her hips. That little thing looked so happy and proud. Second brother, you're back too? Li Chenghe walked over and greeted him happily. Li Jihuai smiled at him and nodded as a response, his eyes falling on the flower card in his hand. Chapter 42. I almost had my sister. What is this? Li Jihuai asked him. Li Chenghe took out the flower card to show off and introduced it with great enthusiasm. This is the little red flower card from Nuanyuan Flower Shop. Nuanyuan gave it to me, and there is only one like it in the world. Li Jihuai looked at him and smiled. He. Well, it looks good. Li Jihuai's gentle smile deepened a little. Li Chenghe was still showing off the flower card his sister gave him, completely unaware that his stupid behavior had made Li Jihuai jealous, and even less aware that danger was approaching. Unlikely one. He sat there very smartly, drinking tea quietly and indifferently, hiding the exchange card issued by Nuanyuan Bank very well. Although this stupid Li Chenghe doesn't know, but Qi Xiaonuan knows. She keenly sensed that Li Jihuai was unhappy about this. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't care. However, Li Chenghe is her sixth brother after all, and he is very good to her, so she will help him this time. Second brother. That flower card is for sixth brother. Nuanyuan also prepared a gift for second brother. Qi Xiaonuan quickly took out the cards and crayons. Li Jihuai felt better and shifted his attention from Li Chenghe to her. He asked her curiously, "What did Nuanyuan prepare for me?" "Give my second brother a box of handmade cookies." Qi Xiaonuan wrote this line with crayons and gave it to him, explaining, "Nuanyuan doesn't know how to make cookies now. When she learns, you can use this card to exchange cookies with her." Second brother is looking forward to the warm cookies. Li Jihuai accepted them with great satisfaction. Finally, he gave up the plan to deal with Li Chenghe. And that stupid guy still doesn't know that he was rescued by his own sister invisibly. Qi Xiaonuan first stayed in Li Wen's arms, and then was embraced by Li Ji. Li Chenghe standing by was almost dying of anxiety. When will it be his turn? He still hasn't hugged his sister yet. It's quite urgent. I saw both brothers hug their soft sister and kissed her several times. His heart felt like it was scratched by a cat. Second brother, you just got off work. Why don't you change your clothes first? I'll help you hold Nuanyuan. Li Chenghe stretched out his hand to him. Looking at Nuanyuan in his arms, he was so eager to see her. Li Jihuai thought for a moment and nodded. Well, it's dusty outside. I'll change into home clothes. Okay. Li Chenghe was very excited. Li Jihuai put his hands under Qi Xiaonuan's arms, and she was suspended in the air like a doll, and then handed to Li Chenghe. Just when Li Chenghe was swallowing his saliva in anticipation and was about to receive Qi Xiaonuan, there were footsteps outside the door again. A tall and broad figure appeared. "Dad, you're back. Dad, hug me." As soon as Qi Xiaonuan saw this ultimate villain, her eyes lit up and she struggled to stretch out her hands to him. Li Siheng frowned, very unhappy. As soon as she came back, this girl started to become clingy. "It's annoying. I won't hug you." He pulled his tie with one hand, loosening his collar, and with the other hand he held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms. The movements are so skillful. A certain idiot stood there, petrified. When the wind blows, it becomes fine sand floating all over the sky. Just a little bit short. He hugged his sister. Why is God so cruel to him? Li Chenghe burst into tears and looked at Li Siheng hugging Qi Xiaonuan with envy. Chapter 43, Give Dad a Chance to Serve Nuanyuan. Qi Xiaonuan lay comfortably in Li Siheng's arms, rubbing her face against his, feeling satisfied. It was a rare occasion for the three sons to be at home at the same time. They all called him respectfully, "Dad, you're back?" "Yeah." Li Siheng held Qi Xiaonuan with one hand, pulled out a chair with the other hand, and sat in the main seat. After they sat down, they started talking about work. Qi Xiaonuan was unhappy, pouted, and pulled his collar. "Dad, Nuanyuan is hungry." Li Siheng frowned and looked at the time. "It's still early." Then, he asked the housekeeper unhappily, "Why haven't you warmed up the milk yet?" "I'll go right away." The housekeeper quickly asked the servant to prepare the milk. "Dad, Nuanyuan wants to eat meat today. Just drink the milk. There's too much trouble." Li Siheng was very impatient and looked very fierce. He ordered Aunt Zhang, "Bring some fresh tender meat. Remember to mash it until it's soft." "Okay, Mr. Li." Aunt Zhang wanted to do it immediately. "Dad, Nuanyuan still wants to eat rice porridge. If you keep being so annoying, I'll throw you out right away." Li Siheng turned his head and instructed another servant, "Xiao Li, go prepare the rice porridge. Make sure it's not too hot." "Yes, Mr. Li." Dad, Qi Xiaonuan pulled his collar again. The creases between Li Siheng's eyebrows could have pinched a fly to death, and he said fiercely, "Not finished yet? Nuanyuan still wants to." "What are you thinking about?" "I want to kiss my dad." "No." Then, Li Siheng put his face close to her mouth. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes were smiling into crescents. Her cheeks were chubby, and she held his handsome face with her little hands and gave him a big kiss. "Humph, little girl," Lee Si-hung said impatiently, but his eyebrows had already been raised, even hiding a bit of joy. The three brothers sitting next to him watched in silence, feeling very sad. But Lee Si-hung is their father, so they dare not say anything. The look in his eyes made him seem as if he had been banished to the cold palace. Qi Xiaonan softened her heart, climbed down from Lee Si-hung's arms, ran over with her short legs, and gave each of the three of them a huge kiss. The three brothers were finally satisfied. Lee Chunghua, in particular, almost burst into tears with excitement. Finally, he got a sweet kiss from his sister as he wished. So fucking touching. So sad. While waiting for dinner, Lee Si-hung noticed that each of his three sons had a card in his hand, which was obviously from Qi Xiaowan's hand. He raised an eyebrow and asked in a low voice, "What is that?" "Money issued by Nuanyuan Bank. A little flour from Nuan Flower Shop. Cookies from Nuan Dessert House." Lee Si-hung was silent, then asked Qi Xiaowan expressionlessly, "Where's mine?" Qi Xiaowan tilted her head. "Daddy, do you want one too?" "Oh, I would want something so childish," Lee Si-hung said disdainfully, and after a pause, "I'm your father, at least give me 3. "Oh well." Qi Xiaowan took out cards and crayons in distress and wrote and drew on them. "Give Nuan a massage." Lee Si-hung. "Go shopping with Nuan once." Lee Si-hung. "Send Nuan a gift." Lee Si-hung. After Qi Xiaowan finished writing, she handed the card to him. "Here, Dad. These are your 3 cards. Remember to keep them safe." Lee Si-hung was silent for a few seconds, then asked her, "Did you write the name wrong?" "No. Nuanyuan specially gave Dad 3 chances to serve Nuanyuan. For example, if Dad wants to go shopping with Nuanyuan, but Nuanyuan disagrees, he can show this card, and then Nuanyuan won't refuse Dad. Isn't it great?" Qi Xiaowan put her hands on her hips proudly. Chapter 44. Leave the care of Nuanyuan to me. Lee Si-hung looked at the 3 cards and his eyebrows twisted into knots. Qi Xiaowan tilted her head, blinked, and looked at him cutely and innocently. "Dad doesn't like it? Then, Nuanyuan, take it back." Lee Si-hung. The 3 brothers said in unison, "I like it. Give it to me." Then they immediately looked at each other, unwilling to give in. "Tisk, do you know who I am? You want me to serve a little girl? Ridiculous." Lee Si-hung snorted coldly, opened one side of his suit jacket, and carefully placed the 3 cards in the inside pocket. Lee Chunghua was the most impatient person, and he immediately said, "Dad, if you think Nuanyuan is too annoying, just let me take care of her in the future." The second and fourth children also said, "I can take care of Nuan too." Lee Si-hung stretched out his hand and interrupted them. "Taking care of the child is such a troublesome thing. It's enough for me to bear it alone. I can't let you suffer with it." "Dad, we're not tired." "No, you're tired." Just when the 4 father and sons were discussing heatedly, Qi Xiaowan's bottle was already filled with warm milk, and rice porridge was also served, with tender, melt-in-the-mouth children's meat placed next to it. She held the bottle and drank it noisily. Then he pulled Lee Si-hung's sleeve and said, "Dad, feed Rurk and Mijohu." While Lee Si-hung was feeding her carefully with a small spoon, he was arguing with his 3 sons about who will take care of Nuanyuan. Qi Xiaowan was full and sighed comfortably, touching her round belly. The 4 of them were still discussing. Qi Xiaowan blinked, looked up at Lee Si-hung, blinked again, and looked at Li Jihuai and Li Wan. The 3 of them are very powerful now and not easy to mess with. The 6th brother is left. He is still a silly boy now and is not old enough to become a big boss. Qi Xiaowan thought about it and decided, "Pikachu, it's you." 6th brother, Nuanyuan is full and wants you to carry her upstairs. Nuanyuan also wants to play with you tonight. Qi Xiaowan stepped on Lee Si-hung's legs, her cute little head blocking his face, and stretched out her little hand towards Lee Chunghua. Lee Chunghua was immediately overjoyed, as happy as if he had won the lottery. She immediately stood up, rushed to Lee Si-hung's side, hugged her soft sister in her arms, and couldn't let go of her as if she were a doll. "Haha, my sister is really thoughtful. She hasn't forgotten about my 6th brother." Lee Chunghua was so excited that he shed tears. "I finally held my little sister today. Perfect." Lee Si-hung, Li Jihuai, and Li Wan, 3 powerful bosses, looked at Lee Chunghua with sharp and fierce eyes. All the fire of war was focused on him, and a certain idiot was totally unaware of it and was still feeling smug, unaware that he had offended 3 big bosses unknowingly. Qi Xiaowan hugged his neck cutely and rubbed it affectionately. Surface: Nuan likes 6th brother the most, Babobo. Inwardly, this unlucky 6th brother, Nuan doesn't dare to offend any of the three big guys, sob. So, I can only let you down. Li Chenghe contentedly carried Qi Xiaonuan upstairs and waved to the three elder brothers. Dad, second brother, fourth brother, you guys continue to eat. I'll take Nuanyuan upstairs to play first. The faces of the three bosses became even gloomier. Li Chenghe scratched his hair. Huh, strange. Is this his illusion? Why do I feel a chilly wind behind me? Chapter 45. Playing games and being abused by Nuanyuan. Li Chenghe carried Qi Xiaonuan back to his room. Qi Xiaonuan was full, her belly was round, and she was lying on Li Chenghe's bed. His room looks like a teenage boy's room. There are all kinds of figures, posters, basketball stars, and some limited edition sneakers, which are not for wearing but for collecting. It's quite fun. Brother, take a good look at that little doll. Qi Xiaonuan sat on the edge of the bed, shaking her legs, pointing at a female anime character in the glass display case. This is my wife. Isn't she beautiful? Li Chenghe took out the figurine and handed it to her. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Qi Xiaonuan stretched out her little hand, wanting to play with it for a while. Have no choice. Her hands are really too small, and this figure is a sculpture, so it's a bit heavy. When she put it in her hand, she didn't hold it firmly and it fell to the ground with a thud. One of the figurine's hands is broken. Ah, my wife. Your hand is broken. Li Chenghe picked up the figurine with great sorrow. Qi Xiaonuan stuck out her tongue guiltily. Oops. She ruined sixth brother's wife. I'm sorry, brother. It was Nuanyuan's fault. Nuanyuan broke it accidentally. Qi Xiaonuan hung her little head, looking pitiful as if she had done something wrong, with tears in her eyes. Her attitude was very sincere, and she clearly realized her mistake. When Li Chenghe saw her adorable little appearance, his anger immediately disappeared. How could he bear to get angry when his sister was so cute? It's okay. It's okay. Brother will buy a new wife in a few days. Li Chenghe quickly hugged her in his arms and coaxed her. Qi Xiaonuan burst into laughter, hugged his face, and gave him a big kiss as compensation. Li Chenghe didn't dare let her touch the figurine again. I played statue with her and other games that other children like to play. You're not even to mention. These little games are really fun to play occasionally, no matter how old you are. It's very relaxing and enjoyable. Sixth brother lost again. He has to accept the punishment. Draw a big turtle on his face. Qi Xiaonuan laughed happily. His eyes turned into two curved slits. At this time, Li Chenghe's face was covered with paint. He couldn't laugh anymore. Because, at the beginning, he just wanted to play with his sister, so he gave in to her and let her go. But later on, he found that even if he didn't let his sister win, he still couldn't beat her. He even secretly became serious. The result was a cruel fact. He, a handsome and sunny boy of 16 or 17 years old, really lost to his 3.5-year-old sister. This is unscientific. So sad, so embarrassing, so shameful, so cruel. But he couldn't admit it. I can only comfort my broken heart by saying, I lost to my sister because I let her win. When Qi Xiaonuan got tired of playing, she lay down on his bed to rest. Li Chenghe went to the bathroom with a haggard and melancholy look on his face and washed off the turtle, pig head, beard, etc. After playing with Qi Xiaonuan, he had to finish his homework. Qi Xiaonuan was lying on his bed reading a children's picture book. Suddenly she thought of something, ran to his side, and discussed with him in a cute and coquettish way, Brother, you are going to school tomorrow. Can you bring Nuanyuan with you? Nuanyuan also wants to go to your school to play. Going to school? That won't work. My brother has to go to class. Just bring Nuanyuan in. I promise Nuanyuan will be very obedient and well-behaved. She won't run around and won't be discovered by others. I really can't. I can't take care of you when I go to school. If anything happens to you, my dad will beat me to death. Chapter 46. Sixth brother got beaten again. No matter how Qi Xiaonuan begged, how she acted cute, how she acted coquettishly, or how she promised, Li Chenghe refused to take her to school. Nuanyuan is unhappy and in a bad mood. Nuanyuan is starting to do something bad. Qi Xiaonuan pouted and compromised with grievance. Well, Nuanyuan, stay at home and don't go anywhere. That's good. If Nuanyuan wants to go to school, your brother will discuss with dad and let you go to kindergarten. Li Chenghe thought she had really given up and was very relieved. He touched her soft hair and continued to copy homework. Qi Xiaonuan held a pile of books and asked him, Brother, can I take these books away to read? Li Chenghe thought she was talking about children's picture books, so he agreed without even looking up. Of course, Nuanyuan can take any book she likes. Thank you, brother. Qi Xiaonuan left Li Chenghe's room holding a few books. Then he strolled into another study. The door was not closed, and she pushed it lightly and it opened. Dad, are you working? Chi Xiaonuan poked out her furry little head and looked inside. Yeah. When Li Siheng saw her coming, the corners of his mouth rose, but he still looked calm. Nuanyuan, come in. Nuanyuan wants to read a book here with Daddy. Chi Xiaonuan was a small ball, holding a few books. She walked to his side, sat on the carpet, and started reading. Li Siheng was working, but he began to lose focus and become absent-minded, glancing at a small ball of milk on the ground from time to time. After a while, Chi Xiaonuan said, full of confusion. What's wrong? Li Siheng asked her. Dad, this sister is wearing so little. Isn't she cold? Chi Xiaonuan pointed at a beautiful girl in the book, with a cute little head and a big question mark. Li Siheng then looked at the book in her hand, and his expression instantly turned ugly. He snatched the books away, and with a sullen face, he asked her, Where did you get them from? Sixth brother's place. Chi Xiaonuan blinked her eyes, full of innocence. Li Siheng said nothing and walked out of the study quickly. Then, a few minutes later, there was a burst of ghostly howling from Li Chenghe's room. Dad, please listen to my explanation. I really don't know. Ao. You showed these things to your sister? Wanna die? Dad, it's unfair. These are just some photos of beautiful girls. Nothing special. Ouch. Are you still being stubborn? I guess I can't let you get close to Nuan from now on. Don't. Dad, I was wrong. Ouch, it hurts. I will take good care of Nuanyuan in the future and never let her look at any pictures of beautiful women. Chi Xiaonuan sat on the carpet in the study, flipping through a children's picture book, shaking her head and sighing. Poor sixth brother. If I had promised her and taken her to school to play for a while, she wouldn't have to suffer physical pain. It's really pitiful. Another 20 or 30 minutes passed. It's finally quiet. Li Siheng came back with his long legs. He adjusted his sleeves gracefully, his shirt and trousers had no wrinkles at all, and his temperament was extremely noble. Chi Xiaonuan blinked her bright eyes and asked in a confused manner, Dad, sixth brother was crying so miserably just now. Well, I talked to him about life. Li Siheng glanced at the picture book in Chi Xiaonuan's hand and felt relieved. He held both the person and the book in his arms. Chi Xiaonuan stayed in his arms obediently, without making any noise or making any trouble. Li Siheng found that his efficiency improved significantly when he worked while holding her in his arms. Chapter 47, Sneaking to Sixth Brother's School. Originally, Chi Xiaonuan planned to sleep with Li Chenghe at night, but he got beaten up and his face is probably bruised and swollen, which must be very inconvenient. There's nothing we can do about it. She's going to stick to her dad again tonight. Chi Xiaonuan soon dozed off in Li Siheng's arms. The furry little head moved bit by bit, just like a chick pecking at rice. The petite body also leaned to the side, resting on Li Siheng's arm, sleeping soundly. I don't know what delicious food he dreamed about. He was smacking his lips. Li Siheng was not in the mood to work. He hugged the soft Chi Xiaonuan and went back to his room to sleep. When I wake up in the morning, Li Siheng felt a little cold. When I opened my eyes, I found that all the quilts had been rolled away by Chi Xiaonuan, and she, such a tiny ball of milk, slept in the middle of the bed with her little paws and feet stretched out. Her heartless sleeping posture pushed him to the edge of the bed, and he almost fell off. Li Siheng. He got dressed and prepared to leave. Chi Xiaonuan turned over and was still sleeping soundly. It's quite early. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her chubby little hand, then pinch her white and tender little feet, then bend down and smell her milky scent. Then, he was late for work, but he felt that only 1 minute had passed. After Chi Xiaonuan woke up, she squinted her eyes and stretched comfortably. She got up, went to her own cloakroom, picked out a pair of denim overalls, and asked Aunt Zhang to help her comb her hair into 2 buns. Looks cool and cute. Dad and his brothers go to work or school. So what should she play today? After Chi Xiaonuan had eaten and drunk her fill, she began to think about this serious question. Uncle Zhang, I want to go to Sixth Brother's school. Can you take me there? Chi Xiaonuan found the Li family's exclusive driver. Of course. But miss, you can only look outside and cannot go in. Chi Xiaonuan tilted her head and blinked slyly. But Nuanyuan and her brother have agreed that they can go to visit the school today. Uncle Zhang can just take Nuanyuan over. Is that so? It's like this. Chi Xiaonuan tried her best to act cute, and Uncle Zhang was so confused that he was fooled by her. Finally, she arrived at the gate of Li Chenghe's school as she wished. People outside the school cannot enter casually. Fortunately, Chi Xiaonuan was petite, just a small ball, and she took advantage of the security guard not paying attention and sneaked in from under the window. Lee Chung-ha's school is a private high school, which is very grand. Everything around her was too tall for Chi Xiaowan. It is class time now. The whole campus is very quiet, and there is not a single student to be seen. Wow, this school is so big, like a maze. How can I find my sixth brother? Chi Xiaowan looked around and saw an older sister wearing glasses and a school uniform. She ran over with her short legs and called her politely, "Sister Fairy, may I ask, where do the most mischievous students in the school usually go after skipping classes?" The female student turned around but saw no one. She pushed her glasses up in confusion and found someone pulling at the corner of her clothes. She looked down and met a pair of clear, bright eyes. She was stunned for a second, and then her eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, what a cute little sister. The female student squatted down, hugged Chi Xiaowan in her arms, and rubbed her face against her chubby, baby-fat little face. Chi Xiaowan was almost unable to breathe because of being hugged by her. Oh, this young lady is too enthusiastic. Chapter 48. My brother left Wan behind, feeling wronged. Chi Xiaowan was held by her for a long time and finally came out of her warm embrace. Call. Is it so hard to ask for directions now? Little sister, what are you going to do there? The female student hugged Chi Xiaowan, and her heart was melted just by looking at her cute little appearance. It really looks like a doll. I'm going to find my brother. Who is your brother then? My brother is... Chi Xiaowan was about to answer when her bright eyes saw a group of male students gathered in the most remote corner of the school. They didn't even wear their school uniforms properly, looked sloppy, and gathered around reading comics and laughing. She found Lee Chung-ha among the crowd at a glance. He is my brother. Chi Xiaowan pointed at him with her little hand. Then he came out of the girl's arms, stepped on the ground, opened his two little arms, and ran towards Lee Chung-ha, calling him in a baby voice, "Brother, brother." Lee Chung-ha was immersed in a comic book, laughing like Tai Han-hin, and didn't hear Chi Xiaowan's voice at all. There were still band-aids on the corners of his eyes, chin, and nose bridge, from being beaten by Lee Si-hung yesterday. Or a boy next to him heard it, looked up at Chi Xiaowan, and poked him with his elbow. "Boss, isn't that the sister you just recognized?" "Oh, my sister is sleeping at home. Don't disturb me. I'm just reading the crucial part." Lee Chung-ha was still reading the comic without even raising his head. "Shit, boss. That nerd from the student union is here to arrest us. Run." Upon hearing this, the poor students here all panicked and scrambled to climb the wall, trying to climb over it and leave the school. Lee Chung-ha didn't dare to look at the comic book anymore. He quickly rolled up the book and stuffed it into his pocket. Using his hands and feet, he climbed up the wall nimbly, then jumped out over the wall. Chi Xiaowan had just run here when a group of people here climbed over the wall and disappeared. Her brother is gone too. "Brother, why don't you pay attention to Wan?" Chi Xiaowan stood under the wall, raised her head, and looked pitifully at the wall that was as high as a mountain, with her little mouth pouted, feeling so aggrieved. She finally came to school to play with her brother. As a result, her brother abandoned her and ran away. Oh. Nuanyuan was abandoned. Nuanyuan is so pitiful. The other side of the wall. After Lee Chung-ha jumped down, he scratched his head. I feel like something is wrong. Strange, why did I see a little milk ball just now? I seem to hear her calling me. He scratched his head. Several buddies nearby told him, "That's your sister." Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lee Chung-ha's heart tightened, and he quickly climbed over the wall again, leaned on the wall, and looked down. Just then, Chi Xiaowan saw her eyes full of tears, looking like a pitiful abandoned little girl. Woo-woo. Brother, do you want to be warm no more? Chi Xiaowan sniffed, feeling aggrieved. Lee Chung-ha's heart felt like it had been drilled with an electric drill, and he felt extremely distressed and guilty. Only, he hadn't had time to apologize to his sister yet. Then he heard the female student from before yelling at him angrily, "Lee Chung-ha, you guys are skipping class again?" Lee Chung-ha's heart sank. He quickly jumped back to the school, bent down, picked up Chi Xiaowan, and ran over the wall. Chi Xiaowan lay on his shoulder, still heartbroken because she had just told him to ignore her and left her behind. Woo-woo. Nuanyuan called me just now, but I didn't hear you. I don't have Nuanyuan in my heart anymore. Chi Xiaowan hung her little head, pouted in grievance, and her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with mist. It broke the hearts of a group of rough men. Chapter 49. Nuan wants to be a qualified spectator. Chi Xiaowan sniffed and looked at Lee Chung-ha with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were originally as clear as the stars, but now they were filled with grievance, making anyone who saw them reluctant to leave. Li Chenghe felt so guilty that he wanted to punch himself. He actually didn't hear such a lovely sister calling him. What a sin. Nuanyuan, be good. It's all your fault. Take Nuanyuan out to play. Li Chenghe squatted in front of her and reached out to wipe her tears with his sleeve. As a result, he couldn't control the strength. After rubbing it a little, Qi Xiaowan's delicate and tender little face skin turned red. Fuck, boss, can you do this? Can you take care of your sister? Get out of the way, let me do it. A group of younger brothers who followed Li Chenghe cast disdainful looks at him. Then they also squatted down, surrounded Qi Xiaowan, and carefully tried to make her happy. Li Chenghe was squeezed out of the circle by them and could only look at Qi Xiaowan eagerly from across the crowd. Thank you, brothers. Qi Xiaowan thanked them politely, but she still walked with her short legs to Li Chenghe's side, stretched out her two chubby hands and hugged his calves. But Nuanyuan liked sixth brother more. Li Chenghe's heart was instantly comforted by her, and he was deeply moved. He quickly hugged her in his arms. She is worthy of being his good sister. The other boys all sighed and were extremely envious. They really wanted to take her home and treat her as their own sister. Boss, since we've all escaped, why don't you take Nuanyuan to play nearby? Okay, let's go. Li Chenghe held Qi Xiaowan in his arms and walked in front of her proudly, asking her, Nuanyuan, where do you want to go? I'll take you there. Qi Xiaowan didn't know what fun things to do nearby. After thinking for a while, she hugged his neck and said cutely, where my brother goes, I'll go. There's an alley nearby. Although it's a little shabby, there are many stalls selling small items and all kinds of food. Li Chenghe held Qi Xiaowan in his arms, followed by a group of younger brothers, and headed towards the alley in a carefree manner. The place he mentioned is indeed very interesting. There are all kinds of games and machines for children, including ring tossing, sand piles, whack-a-mole, and balloons for sale. Qi Xiaowan and Li Chenghe were gathered in front of a small fishing stall, concentrating on fishing. Result: Li Chenghe and his brothers had made a mortal enemy outside, so they just skipped classes and went out to hang out with a group of brothers. The two sides met in the alley. Li Chenghe, weren't you very arrogant last time? Today, I'm going to settle the score for sending 10 of my brothers to the hospital. Li Chenghe and the others also surrounded them and confronted them, neither of them giving in. Qi Xiaowan sat on a small stool, fishing and looking around curiously. Even though Li Chenghe is the weakest in the family, he is very strong among his peers and is a school bully. Are you preparing for a fight? She had never seen sixth brother take action before. Looking forward to it. Qi Xiaowan quickly moved the stool to the corner, ready to be a qualified spectator. What I didn't expect was, the other party came prepared and called over 20 people, all of whom were rushing into the alley. A younger brother reminded Li Chenghe, Boss, the situation is not good today. Let's retreat first. Li Chenghe said disdainfully, Why, are you scared? Don't even mention that you know me. It's embarrassing. No, boss, your sister is still here. Oh, yes, my sister is still here. Li Chenghe slapped his forehead and remembered, and immediately ordered his brothers, retreat. Chapter 50. Brother left Nuanyuan behind again. Li Chenghe is famous for his wildness and fighting ability. As a result, he turned around and ran away in a hurry with a group of brothers. Instead, it shocked the other party, especially when he saw Li Chenghe running away. He bent down and picked up a little baby on the roadside, which made him so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Fighting is no longer popular now. Instead, it has become popular to kidnap children while escaping, not to mention that they were stunned. Even Qi Xiaowan was stunned. She was sitting on a small stool with a toy fishing rod in her hand. She watched Li Chenghe pass by her, bend down, pick up a strange little girl and run away. The small fishing rod in Qi Xiaowan's hand fell down with a shocking click. Sixth brother, you hugged the wrong person. This iron fool. You forgot to bring your sister again. A scream came from the alley. Someone is kidnapping a child. My daughter. Someone come. Help. Someone is kidnapping a child. A woman screamed in despair. When the righteous and kind passers-by heard this, they all rolled up their sleeves and decided to help the woman get her daughter back. Li Chenghe carried the little girl and rushed 100 meters away in an instant. Wow, wow. The little girl on my shoulder was crying. Li Chenghe ran, feeling confused. That's not right. Why does this crying sound so unpleasant? When Nuanyuan cries, anyone who hears her will feel heartbroken. Why do I want to beat this girl on my shoulder after hearing her crying? The younger brothers behind him reminded him breathlessly, Boss, you've got the wrong person. Li Chenghe lifted her off his shoulders. Took a look. Fuck, who the hell is this? Li Chunghua was so scared that he quickly put the little girl on the ground and wanted to turn back anxiously. It's over, it's over. Nuanyuan is still in the alley. She must be very scared now, maybe crying anxiously. I have to go back to find her. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a large group of people rushing out of the alley. They all held hammers and sticks in their hands, saying they wanted to catch the child traffickers. Boss, we can't go back now. We can only quickly shake them off and go back through another path. Li Chunghua gritted his teeth. There is no other way. This is the only method now. He continued running forward with his brothers, praying in his heart, Nuanyuan, you must wait for your brother. Brother will pick you up soon. At this time, the alley became deserted again. Qi Xiaonuan sat on a small stool, supporting her chubby chin with her small hands, sighing sadly and falling into deep thought. Why? She has such a silly brother. Where are the thighs? Well, forget it. She can't count on sixth brother. She has to find a way to go home. Or you can go to dad's company, second brother's hospital, or fourth brother's law firm. Qi Xiaonuan stood up, patted the dust off her clothes with her little hands, and decided to find her own way. She walked on the side of the road and wanted to stand on tiptoe to see the road sign, but unfortunately she was too short and couldn't see it even on tiptoe. Just when Qi Xiaonuan decided to ask someone, she caught a glimpse of a particularly luxurious and mysterious restaurant that never sleeps next door. Qi Xiaonuan searched for relevant information in her memory. If she remembered correctly, her third brother Li Han often went to such places. It's daytime now. I wonder if her third brother is in there. Qi Xiaonuan hesitated for a moment, then walked inside with her short legs, intending to try her luck. If she could meet her third brother, she would be able to return home safely. Besides, she hasn't met this big guy yet and is a bit curious. Chapter 51, The Legendary Master Li San. The city that never sleeps during the day is not as noisy as at night. But many people had already arrived and started the party early. Qi Xiaonuan, this little ball of milk, looked even smaller standing in front of the huge glass door. No one who came in or out noticed her presence. Qi Xiaonuan stuck to the corner, blinked her big grape-like eyes, looked around curiously, and walked in carefully, fearing that others would not notice her and step on her. Achoo. After Qi Xiaonuan entered, she was choked by the pungent smell of perfume and cigarettes. She covered her nose with her little hands and sneezed several times in succession. Two punk-dressed men passed by. Why do I hear a kitten meowing? You must be hallucinating. Where did this kitten come from? Really, the sound is soft and sticky. And a little dumpling who was mistaken for a kitten had quietly slipped into the city that never sleeps. Qi Xiaonuan stood in the corner, pouting, with her hands in the pockets of her overalls, and tilted her head in distress. Is third brother here? If he is there, where can we find him in such a big place? What if she meets a weird uncle? Just when the little girl was worrying about her problem, a girl dressed very fashionably found her. Wow, what a cute kid. Why is he here? Is he lost? The girl squatted down, looked at her in surprise, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cute, chubby little face. Qi Xiaonuan did not dodge, but instead gave her a lovely smile and asked her in a pleasant and polite manner, Fairy sister, I am here to look for my brother. Excuse me, do you know Brother Li Han? Is he here? Master Li San? Of course I know him. Everyone here knows him. Go straight from here. There is a VIP elevator. Take the elevator to the top floor. The most luxurious presidential box is his territory. After the girl showed Qi Xiaonuan the way, she reminded her worriedly, Little sister, do you really want to go find him? He is very fierce. Even a child will be thrown out by him. He really throws him out. The kind that can be kicked out with one kick. Thank you, fairy sister. I will be careful. Qi Xiaonuan waved to her and walked on her short legs to find the elevator. She was scared, because Li Han is the boss of the Black Dragon Gang, a ruthless character who is willing to risk his life. When she sees this brother later, she must behave herself well. Don't get thrown out. If I can hug his thigh, that would be the best. The elevator belonging to Li Han is very eye-catching, and it is the one that no one dares to take. A kind young man pressed the floor button for her and watched her get into the elevator with a sympathetic look in his eyes. Alas, the poor little guy actually has to go find Master Li San. I guess we'll have to call an ambulance soon. Qi Xiaonuan became even more nervous. Is the third brother really that scary? Woohoo, so scared. Qi Xiaonuan saw the most magnificent presidential box on the top floor. Two little fleshy hands pinched the straps of the overalls, holding them tightly. The short legs moved forward little by little. The door of the box was not closed and was half open. Qi Xiaonuan placed her small hand on the door frame, tilted her head curiously, and looked inside. The huge and luxurious room is magnificent. Sitting in the middle of the custom-made leather sofa was an extremely ruthless and noble man. He was wearing a mysterious, dangerous black suit, leaning back slightly on the sofa, with his legs crossed. A burning cigarette was held between his long, bony fingers. Chapter 52. Third brother is so fierce. Qi Xiaonuan recognized it at a glance. This dangerous and mysterious man is Li Han. Because he and Li Wan are twin brothers, born 1 minute apart, and look surprisingly similar. But their auras are completely different. Li Wan is aloof and keeps people at a distance. Li Han is ferocious, and his murderous aura can be felt from thousands miles away. Who's there? Come out. Li Han was originally listening to his younger brother talking, but he keenly noticed that there was someone at the door and was looking at him. His low roar frightened Qi Xiaonuan so much that she shivered. A layer of mist appeared in the bright big eyes, and the little mouth was pouting. The little ball was completely terrified. Before Qi Xiaonuan could react, a dark shadow came over and picked her up. It's like carrying a chicken. The little ball of milk was hanging in the air, swaying, looking particularly helpless and pitiful. Brother? She sounded soft and sticky and aggrieved. Boss, she is calling you brother. The shadow brother reported to Li Han. I don't have a sister. Throw her out. Don't let her get in the way here. When Li Han saw that it was a strange little glutinous rice dumpling, he gave orders without any hesitation. Although she looks cute and adorable, like a little princess from a fairy tale, but he just took a closer look and didn't take it seriously. Qi Xiaonuan felt even more wronged and pitiful, with tears in her eyes. Sob. The third brother is really fierce. Although he has no blood relationship with his father, he is the one among the 6 children who is most like his father in aura and personality. The only difference is, Li Siheng is a really nice dad. He said he would abandon her, but he actually hugged her in his arms immediately. But Li Han is different. If he says it's lost, it means it's really lost, and he's not being polite at all. Even her best trick of acting cute was ineffective. Not to mention clinging to the third brother. Being able to stay by his side for 10 seconds is already amazing. Qi Xiaonuan raised her chubby little paws and assured him, brother, I really am your sister. My name is Nuanyuan. You can call Dad. Well, my heart is so tired. It's not easy to recognize your brother. Li Han glanced at her, took out his cell phone and made a call. After chatting for a few sentences, I got confirmation from Li Siheng. He really has a younger sister. But, so what? Throw it out. Woo-woo. Nuanyuan finally found her brother. Can you really bear to throw her away? Qi Xiaonuan looked at him aggrievedly. His eyes moved around and his little nose sniffed, just like a little kitten that is about to be abandoned. So pitiful. After receiving the order, the shadow brother picked up Qi Xiaonuan and put her in the corridor outside. He felt a little sorry when he saw Qi Xiaonuan's eyes were filled with tears. Tell her, little one, wait here. Master Han has something to do. He will deal with you after he is done. Deal with her? This word sounds terrible. A certain little ball of milk shivered with fear, curled up into a small shape, and squatted in the corner. Woo-woo-woo. The third brother is scarier than I thought. Nuanyuan regretted that she shouldn't have come to see him. Not only did I not get to hug his thigh, but I was also scared by him. It was not enough to scare her, but he actually drove her out. It's fine to kick him out, but he will deal with me later. So miserable. Nuanyuan feels sad, but she won't say it. No, she wants to say it. She went home and told her dad. Snort. Third brother is a bad guy. The bad guy who scared Nuanyuan. Chapter 53. Why does she have to endure so much? Qi Xiaonuan squatted in the corridor outside the presidential box, curled up into a small ball. The 2 little hands hugged their knees, feeling so aggrieved. A few arrogant-looking kids, about 6 or 7 years old, passed by Qi Xiaonuan. They spoke very loudly and in shrill voices, with no regard for the feelings of passers-by. Hey, look over there, there's a little girl sitting there. One of the boys saw Qi Xiaonuan and immediately pointed at her. Several other little boys saw it too. Seeing her sitting there alone, feeling depressed, looking petite and easy to bully, he immediately thought of playing a mischievous trick on her. Look at her hair. It's so funny, with 2 little tufts. Ha ha ha, let me pinch it. Several boys surrounded Qi Xiaonuan and reached out to pull the 2 little balls on her head. Qi Xiaonuan was thinking about something when they suddenly pulled her hair, which hurt a little. Go away, don't bother me. I'm in a bad mood now. Qi Xiaonuan covered her hair with her 2 little hands and told them angrily. It would be fine if her third brother just scared her. He was a big guy, and she couldn't beat him. Why do even these naughty kids bully her? That's too much. Nuanyuan is unhappy and has a bad temper. The little boys saw that Qi Xiaonuan was small and soft. Even when she was angry, she looked like she was acting like a spoiled child, pulling her hair even more unscrupulously and even pinching her face. Qi Xiaonuan stood up from the ground, dusted herself off, put her hands on her hips, and told them seriously, "I'm really angry." "Why are you angry? Can't you have fun?" "That's right. I just pulled you a few times, you stingy guy." "Loyulu, if you are angry, come and hit us." The boys surrounded Qi Xiaonuan and laughed, making faces at her. Qi Xiaonuan didn't say anything. Instead, she rubbed her hands very seriously and twisted her little neck, slim waist, and little butt left and right. I also did some stretching exercises. Later, the laughter of the little boys in the corridor turned into bursts of ghostly howling. Qi Xiaonuan looked at their frightened backs. Sigh continued to shrink into a pitiful little ball of milk. Sitting in the corridor, he supported his chin with his little hands and sighed sadly. I was frightened, thrown out, and now I'm being bullied by other kids. Why should a 3.5-year-old child endure so much? Sob. The more Qi Xiaonuan thought about it, the more aggrieved and sad she felt. His eye sockets were red and misty, and his little nose was red and twitching. After Li Han has finished dealing with the matter, I remembered that I still had a younger sister to take care of. He asked his younger brother to bring Qi Xiaonuan back. Qi Xiaonuan was held in the air like a little chicken. "Brother?" The soft voice was filled with tears, and she felt very aggrieved. Li Han couldn't help but frown when he saw her. "Didn't you just let her wait outside for a while? Is it necessary to be so wronged? Why are you here?" "I don't have time to take care of the kids." Li Han sat on the sofa without moving and raised his hand to flick the ash. Nuan and sixth brother got separated and couldn't find the way home, so she had to come to find her brother. Qi Xiaonuan was choked by the smoke while speaking. I kept coughing and tears came out. Li Han frowned in displeasure, but instead of putting out the cigarette, he signaled his younger brother to carry her away. Just when he was about to send someone to take this crying kid home, his mortal enemy, a group of people from the Cheetah Gang, came over aggressively. Chapter 54. Nuan is also injured. Black Dragon Gang, get out here. The Cheetah Gang kicked the door open, swearing and looking very fierce. Li Han sat on the sofa, looked up with contempt, sneered disdainfully, and glared at them. The younger brothers around him quickly gathered around and confronted the Cheetah Gang. The atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. Qi Xiaonuan was put back on the ground. She saw that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit dangerous, so she moved to the side little by little with her short legs. After moving behind the sofa, it stuck out a furry little head and looked around curiously. Danger is danger. Don't miss it when it's time to join in the fun. Are you from the Cheetah Gang looking for death? How dare you trespass into Third Master Li's territory? Bah. Stop the fucking nonsense. Are you still men? If you have any grudges, come and attack us. What kind of ability is it to attack a child? The Cheetah Gang members were very angry and pulled several little boys out from behind and pushed them in front of the crowd. Some of them had their eyes beaten into panda eyes or into pig heads, or there may be blue spots here and purple spots there. There was another boy who was even more pitiful. Although his injuries were not serious, his legs were trembling and he wet his pants. Li Han's face darkened and he sneered, "We in the Black Dragon Gang don't beat women, the elderly, or children." "Bullshit. My son said that they were beaten in your territory." "All right, Li Han, you are really cruel now. You don't beat the children yourself, so you raise a little baby to help you do it?" Li Han raised his eyebrows in surprise and understood instantly. A pair of hawk-like sharp eyes looked towards Qi Xiaonuan behind the sofa. Qi Xiaonuan quickly retracted her little head. "They can't see Nuan. They can't see Nuan." Li Han easily lifted her out from behind the sofa. I didn't have time to ask her. As soon as the little boys saw Qi Xiaonuan, they remembered the scene of being pressed to the ground and rubbed. The young heart was hurt, and he cried loudly out of fear. Woo-woo. Wow wow. Crash. There was a sound of gurgling water. Several little boys were so scared that they wet their pants. No need to ask. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was Qi Xiaonuan who did it. Everyone looked towards her. Qi Xiaonuan pursed her lips, lowered her head, pointed her little finger at him, and didn't dare to look at Li Han. The little face is red because of guilty conscience, and it is as cute as a little apple. Li Han raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Speak." "Well, still got caught. There's no way to hide." Qi Xiaonuan sighed and said aggrievedly, "Brother, they were the ones who bullied me first. You are injured. Nuanyuan is also injured." She searched for a long time and finally found a small bruise the size of a grain of rice on the back of her hand. Li Han glanced at her wound, then raised his eyes, and finally looked at her seriously for a few more times. There was a playfulness and amusement in those sharp and fierce eyes. He no longer carried Qi Xiaonuan like a chick, but held her in his arms with one hand. The long legs slowly straightened and stood up. A fierce aura erupted instantly. He curled his lips, smiled wickedly, and asked Qi Xiaonuan, "Sister, they bullied you, and then what?" Qi Xiaonuan hid in her brother's arms like a spoiled child. Her tearful eyes made her look particularly scared. "Brother, they are so fierce. Nuanyuan is so scared. Woo, let's just forget it. There's no need to send them to the intensive care unit. We can just remove 2 arms each." She raised her 2 little white paws. Chapter 55 Humph. She doesn't have this third brother. The room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The Black Dragon Gang's younger brothers and the Cheetah Gang's people all widened their eyes and looked at the little ball of milk in disbelief. Did they hear it right? What did she say? This little baby with a delicate face, who only knows how to act cute and cry, just opens his mouth and his 2 arms fall off? Li Han was very satisfied when he heard her answer. He put out the cigarette in his hand and praised, "Not bad. You have a promising future." The Cheetah Gang members came to their senses. I swallowed subconsciously and felt a little nervous for a moment. Oh shit. Who are the members of the Black Dragon Gang? Even such a tiny kid is so fierce? The Black Dragon Gang's younger brother's thoughts. She is worthy of being the boss's sister. She is so talented and hidden. I worship her. Li Han held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms, raised his chin, and looked at the group of people from the Cheetah Gang with disdain. "Do you want to stay here and wait for your arm to be removed? Or do you want to get out of here?" "Li Han, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Since you are not afraid, then stop talking nonsense and just tell us the rules of the underworld." Li Han would rather take action than talk. Qi Xiaonuan, who was in his arms, shrank again and covered her eyes with her chubby little hands. "Oh, these uncles are so fierce. Nuanyuan is so scared. Woo-woo. Only," she moaned while spreading her fingers apart, revealing 2 slits. The big black eyes can be seen through the fingers. Looking at her sparkling eyes, which even hid excitement, there was no fear at all. Her appearance, "Don't fight. I'm so scared." Her inner thoughts, "Hurry up, fight. I heard that Master Li San is invincible, and he must be super cool when fighting. Wanna see?" Sob. Before the Cheetah Gang could even speak, the group of little brats they brought with them were already crying for their parents out of fear. Wah. Their eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying, and their vision was blurred. I vaguely saw a big devil, holding a small devil, approaching them. He was so scared that he screamed and ran away crawling. Son, don't run." The members of the Cheetah Gang felt embarrassed when they saw their son running away. It was so embarrassing and shameful, but they were very worried. So they could only grit their teeth and stamp their feet and chase after him. "Boss," they ran away. The younger brothers looked at Li Han. "Oh, what a waste." Li Han sneered with disdain, hugged Qi Xiaonuan and sat back on the sofa. Qi Xiaonuan put down her chubby little hands, blinked, and tilted her head to look towards the door. Is this the end? But it hasn't even started. Well, I'm so disappointed that I can't see the third brother fighting. Little girl, not bad. You didn't embarrass your third brother. Li Han crossed his legs, put Qi Xiaonuan on his legs, and looked at her approvingly. Qi Xiaonuan was like a doll, sitting there obediently, not saying a word, just blinking her watery eyes and looking at him. A few seconds later, she tilted her head and pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Huh? Are you my third brother? How come I didn't know I had a third brother?" Snort. He just didn't acknowledge her as his sister. Now she is not happy to acknowledge him as her brother. She really holds a grudge. Li Han was amused by her and found this little thing more interesting. "You may be small, but you have a bad temper. Come, call me brother." Li Han pinched her chubby cheeks with his thick fingers. Qi Xiaonuan put her hands on her hips proudly, not happy to pay attention to him. "Why don't you speak?" Nuanyuan is mute. Humph. Chapter 56. Third brother eats candy. Li Han was amused by her little appearance. The cruel and sinister aura disappeared, and the whole person became relaxed. "Little thing, are you still holding a grudge against your brother?" Li Han pinched her soft face again. "You know what? It feels really good. Like jelly, very chewy." His hands were used to holding cold weapons. The first time I pinched this soft, glutinous rice ball, I felt really happy and addicted. Both of Qi Xiaonuan's cheeks were deformed by him. "Woo-woo. Don't pinch me." If you pinch Nuanyuan again, I'll bite you. Qi Xiaonuan glared at him fiercely to express her protest. Anyway, it was useless for her to act cute and coquettishly. She would just be scared and bullied by him. She might as well just have a tantrum. If anyone else dared to disobey Li Han in person like this, I'm afraid this group of people have been sent to the hospital. However, the more Li Han looked at this little ball of milk, the more he liked it, and he was not angry with her. On the contrary, it's quite interesting to see her angry little look. Little guy, tell me, how did you do it just now? Nuanyuan is hungry and wants to drink milk. Qi Xiaonuan ignored him, pouted, and rubbed her belly. Li Han ordered the younger brother beside him, go, find milk. But boss, the city that never sleeps only sells alcohol. There's no milk for children. Then find a way. I had no choice but to find a way to get milk. Li Han asked Qi Xiaonuan again, can you tell me now? I want a lollipop. Li Han ordered his younger brother, go buy it. I want to. Qi Xiaonuan quickly raised two white and tender little fingers. Soon, a few younger brothers brought over a bottle filled with warm milk and two lollipops. Little guy, are you satisfied? Li Han himself didn't know that his patience was so good. If it were someone else, don't say? Sure, just silence him and he won't have to speak for the rest of his life. But here with Qi Xiaonuan, it seems quite fun to coax her. Third brother, help Nuanyuan peel the candy wrapper. Qi Xiaonuan held up a lollipop. Considering that she finally agreed to call him third brother, Li Han helped her peel off the candy wrapper. Unexpectedly, Qi Xiaonuan didn't eat it herself, but put it directly into his mouth. Third brother, eat candy? I smoke, not eat candy. Li Han was about to throw it away. Oh, I see. Nuanyuan forgot that she doesn't even have a third brother. Qi Xiaonuan supported her chin with her small hand and shrugged her shoulders seriously. Li Han raised his eyebrows. Little guy, you still threaten people? Okay, third brother, have some candy? Li Han put the lollipop in his mouth again. Qi Xiaonuan nodded with satisfaction. Nuanyuan, eat candy with your third brother. A group of younger brothers standing nearby looked at this scene in shock. All the gangsters in the underworld are afraid of this Master Li San. But now he is eating a lollipop just to appease a baby? That's Master Li San. Boss, please have a cigarette. Otherwise, if you continue like this, your image will be ruined. In the murderous Black Dragon Gang's territory, two people, one big and one small, sat on the sofa, eating candy quietly. After eating the lollipop, Qi Xiaonuan's small fleshy feet stepped firmly on Li Han's muscular legs. She stood up, held the bottle with both hands, and put it into his mouth again. Third brother, drink milk. Li Han raised his eyebrows again and looked at the little kid with amusement. She really is not afraid of death. Little guy, you let me drink it, right? Don't regret it. Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head and blinked her innocent eyes. Why would Nuanyuan regret it? Chapter 57. The third brother is a bad guy. Li Han looked at her and smiled without saying anything. He didn't push her away, but actually lowered his head and took a big sip from the bottle she was feeding him. The group of younger brothers around were so surprised that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Boss, you can drink milk, cans, bottles, cartons. If you want to drink it, they will buy it immediately. But this is a milk bottle. The bottle that the baby drinks from. Your image, sir. But Qi Xiaonuan's emotions and reactions were greater than theirs. Oh, whoa. Third brother is a bad guy. I won't let you drink it. I won't let you drink it. Qi Xiaonuan quickly snatched the bottle back, her mouth pouting angrily, her pretty eyebrows twisted into little braids. The two little paws held the bottle tightly, protecting it in their arms, not allowing Li Han to get close. This badass third brother. With just one sip, she almost drank all of her milk. Too much. Looking at Qi Xiaonuan's furious look, a relaxed smile appeared on Li Han's fierce and sharp face. The deep eyes are slightly curved and the sexy thin lips are raised. He is very handsome when he smiles. He couldn't help laughing, pinched her angry face like a little goldfish, and smoothed her hair. Okay, you little thing, don't be angry. Third brother will buy you some milk later. Third brother is a bad guy. He only knows how to scare Nuanyuan and bully Nuanyuan, and now he even doesn't let go of Nuanyuan's milk. Qi Xiaonuan glanced at the almost empty bottle and felt sad again. Oh, there's only this little left. It's too much? Li Han couldn't help laughing again and continued to pinch her chubby face. I told you not to regret it. Do you understand now? Angry, Nuanyuan held the bottle and climbed back onto the sofa from his legs. With her back to him, she looked angry. I'll have someone buy you 3 more bottles. Li Han patiently coaxed the furious little kid. Humph. Can she be bribed so easily? 5 bottles. Humph. She has a bottom line. 10 bottles. Hmm. Qi Xiaowan's little ears moved. You can come over any time in the future and drink as much as you want. Third brother won't fight with you. How about that? Qi Xiaowan immediately turned around and gave him a pinky finger. Pink pinky. Liars are dogs. Okay, pinky promise. Li Han smiled playfully. Cooperate with her, reach out your hand, and shake hands with her. The younger brothers who witnessed the whole process fell into deep thought. Maybe this is the boss. It's not something that a group of little brothers like them can understand. Can you tell me now? How did you make them cry? Li Han was very curious about this matter. His 3.5-year-old sister is as delicate as a porcelain doll. She looks like she will break if touched. How did you beat those boys so badly? Qi Xiaowan thought about it seriously, and then gestured with her 2 little fleshy hands. First like this, then like this, like that, then bang bang, puff puff, sizzle. Many younger brothers. So, what is she talking about? They looked at Li Han again. I found that he was actually watching very attentively, with seriousness and solemnity written all over his face. He even nodded frequently, showing approval. Many younger brothers? This is all right. You are indeed a big shot. After Qi Xiaowan finished her gesture, she looked up proudly with her hands on her waist and said, Third brother, is Nuanyuan very powerful? Yeah, that's good. Do you want to join my Black Dragon gang?
Yes.
Qi Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Wow, this is an invitation from the boss. The requirements for joining the Black Dragon gang are very strict. Not everyone can join. Chapter 58, she will be the little ancestor of the Black Dragon gang in the future. Li Han used to dislike weak and delicate little babies, but Qi Xiaowan's performance made him very satisfied. Now looking at this soft and cute little guy, he is so pleasing to the eye. Call me brother, and I will protect you from now on. Third brother. Qi Xiaowan immediately narrowed her eyes and called him cutely. If she had a tail, it would be wagging like crazy right now. I finally got the upper hand. It was not easy. Li Han held Qi Xiaowan in his arms, stood up, and solemnly introduced her to his brothers. Listen, she is my Li Han's sister. Whoever dares to touch her is touching me, understand? Understood, boss. From now on, her words are my words. If she has any orders, they are my orders. Remember? Remember that, boss. Tell my brothers what I said today. Don't let any of them miss it. Yes, boss. The Black Dragon Gang's younger brothers are loyal to Li Han. Now that he said so, they dared not disobey. From now on, Li Han is their boss. Qi Xiaowan is their little ancestor. It must be worshipped. Qi Xiaowan looked at the group of fierce and murderous men who had all become her little brothers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Woo-woo-woo. It feels so good to hug someone's thighs. She also has a younger brother. This way no one will dare to bully her anymore. Because Li Han allowed her to join the Black Dragon Gang and gave her such good benefits. Just forgive him for bullying her before and don't tell Dad about it. Li Han held Qi Xiaowan in his arms and introduced his younger brothers to her one by one. A man hurriedly ran in from outside the door, looking panicked as if something big had happened. Boss, this is bad. The Cheetah Gang has called our brothers over. They are on their way here to seek revenge for what happened just now. As soon as these words came out, the other brothers in the room also became nervous and serious, looking at Li Han, waiting for him to speak. Li Han sneered contemptuously. You guys are not as calm as my sister. Qi Xiaowan hugged his neck, tilted her head, blinked her big watery eyes, and looked innocent. When have we in the Black Dragon Gang ever been afraid of them? Li Han raised his eyes and glanced at his younger brother, with a wild and cold smile on his lips. They have come to challenge us, so let's get ready and fight. Yes, boss. With Li Han's words, the brothers felt relieved. Call the people from the Black Dragon Gang immediately. Li Han lowered his head, raised his eyebrows, and asked her playfully, Sister, do you want to stay here or go out for some fun with your third brother? Wow, are they those fierce and scary uncles from before? Nuanyuan is so scared. Qi Xiaowan blinked her eyes in grievance. She looked very pitiful, just like a little rabbit. She whimpered and nodded. I'm going. The smile on Li Han's lips deepened, and he began to appreciate and like this little ball of milk more and more. The brothers of the Black Dragon Gang were ready and rushed over to confront the Cheetah Gang head-on. Don't underestimate the people from the Black Dragon Gang. They are the most vicious in this area. In fact, their image is the best. Not the kind with a gold chain and big tattoos on her arms. Instead, he was dressed in a black suit and tie, very neat and tidy. He looks like the kind of cool, handsome and fierce mafia that came out of the TV. Chapter 59. Baby in left hand, bottle in right hand. The Black Dragon Gang and the Cheetah Gang are both very powerful. The news of the exchange of fire between the two sides spread instantly throughout the city that never sleeps, as well as to people on nearby roads. They rushed over upon hearing the news. But they didn't dare to get close and just watched from 100 meters away. Look at the Black Dragon Gang. They have such a powerful aura. So cool. Yeah, they were all dressed in suits and standing there. Even when they were doing something, it looked like they were just walking on a catwalk. You guys are worshipping me now? That's all child's play. Wait and see. When Master Lee San appears, his aura will explode instantly and shock the whole audience. Everyone became excited and waited secretly to see Lee Han appear. Those people from the Cheetah Gang are afraid of the people from the Black Dragon Gang. But the brothers' baby sons were beaten, and this tone was not shameless. You people from the Black Dragon Gang, do you know the rules? Where is Lee Han? Let him come out. The people from the Cheetah Gang wanted to take the initiative and gain the upper hand, so they immediately started cursing. The people from the Black Dragon Gang were not willing to be outdone. They took a step forward and suppressed the aura back. Even if Lee Han didn't show up, these brothers whom he personally cultivated have already taken control of the situation. But since Nuanyuan wants to join in the fun, he, as her brother, must satisfy her little curiosity. I heard you were looking for me? A disdainful, chilling, yet exceptionally magnetic and pleasant voice came from the crowd of the Black Dragon Gang. The Cheetah Gang and the onlookers were stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. It's Master Lee San. He's coming. He's coming. Master Lee San is here. Now it's time to watch something interesting. Why don't the people from the Cheetah Gang run away quickly? Everyone cheered and was very excited. The members of the Cheetah Gang broke out in cold sweats and retreated involuntarily. Boss. The brothers of the Black Dragon Gang were well trained and retreated to both sides in unison to make way. Here we come. He is here. The most ruthless boss of the Black Dragon Gang, the feared Lee San, is here. When Lee Han took a step forward with his long legs, his tall and straight figure appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be just as they thought. The fierce and ferocious momentum instantly killed everyone in the audience. But when everyone saw it clearly, their eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock and their mouths opened into an O shape. Not only the bystanders and the members of the Cheetah Gang, but even the brothers of the Black Dragon Gang were almost frightened to the point of spraining their backs. The rumored Mr. Lee San had a fierce look and was full of hostility. Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right. No, he was holding a small baby in his left hand, a small bottle of milk in his right hand, and a lollipop in his mouth. It just appeared like that. The eldest brother and the baby fly together, murderous and cute at the same time. There was complete silence, and no one recovered from the shock. Qi Xiaowan hugged Li Han's neck, her chubby little face full of confusion. She tilted her head, blinked her innocent and confused eyes, and looked around. Huh, aren't you here to cause trouble, or to start a fight? Why is everyone so quiet? Elder brother. Qi Xiaowan's sweet and heart-melting voice broke the eerily quiet atmosphere. Yeah, brother is here, go ahead. Li Han seemed cold and fierce, but he was extremely patient with the little baby in his arms. Nuanyuan is hungry and wants to drink milk. Qi Xiaowan gently shook his shoulder with her little claws. Immediately following, everyone saw Master Lee San, with fierce eyes and a dangerous aura from head to toe, holding a small bottle and feeding the little baby milk seriously, as if no one was around. It was clearly a lollipop in his mouth, but he looked so domineering and fierce. Chapter 60. Not hugging someone's legs is a great act of treason. Gurgle gurgle. The little baby in my arms squinted his eyes and drank contentedly. The cute little face is full of happiness. Ah, the milk fed by my brother is so delicious. Uncle Lee San just stood there holding the little girl, not taking the tense and solemn atmosphere seriously at all. The members of the Cheetah Gang finally recovered from their shock. Li Han's disregard and neglect made them lose face more than just fighting. What's even more hateful is, a fight was about to break out, and he was still coaxing a little kid. Do you just ignore them? Li Han, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you are so awesome? I think you should just go home and be a nanny. Brother, don't waste your time talking to the people from the Black Dragon Gang. It was that little bastard in Li Han's arms who beat my son so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. Qi Xiaowan, who was drinking milk with her eyes squinted, moved her soft little ears after hearing these words. She seemed to have heard someone scolding her just now. Brother. They scolded Nuanyuan, and Nuanyuan was so sad. Qi Xiaonuan pouted and looked at Li Han with grievance. His clear, bright eyes were watery, and he looked particularly weak and pitiful. Well, brother understands. Bullying Nuanyuan is bullying me. Li Han nodded, and with a crunch, he bit the lollipop in his mouth, leaving only a small white plastic stick. Qi Xiaonuan cried sadly and aggrievedly, while looking at Li Han with excitement and anticipation. Since the big shot is by your side, you must let the big shot take action personally. There is a saying, if you don't hug someone's legs, it is a great rebellion. She wants to see her brother take action. Happy. When the people from the cheetah gang saw Li Han move, they were frightened and took 2 steps back. But he soon realized that this action was embarrassing and quickly straightened his back and said arrogantly, "Humph. Li Han, come if you have the guts. Once I beat you down, the next one will be that little bastard's turn." Li Han's eyes turned cold, as sharp as a knife, and he stabbed the person who scolded Nuan. Next second, the small plastic stick that was originally in his mouth was now held between his fingertips. Call out. The small plastic stick cut through the air at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, accurately tearing a big hole next to the man's mouth. Blood gushed out instantly. Ah! The next second, the man covered his face and rolled on the ground. Because his mouth was torn open, he couldn't even speak and could only let out painful shouts from his throat. The picture is too bloody and not suitable for children. Li Han covered Qi Xiaonuan's eyes with his large hands. Qi Xiaonuan didn't see that the man was injured, but just by hearing the miserable screams, Qi Xiaonuan's eyes lit up with admiration. What are thighs? Look, here it is. Lollipops can be used as weapons. Third brother is so awesome. Nuanyuan really admires him. From now on, third brother will protect Nuanyuan. Qi Xiaonuan clapped her hands, happily moved closer to his face, and gave him a huge kiss. Little guy, you still know how to flatter me. Come, give me a few more kisses. Bobo Bobo. Qi Xiaonuan kissed him several times in one breath, leaving half of his face covered with saliva. Li Han pinched her chubby face and tore off 2 lollipops. He fed her one and put the other into his own mouth. From now on, you can't smoke in front of your sister. It will choke her. Lollipops are pretty good. It can be used to eat, to comfort my sister, and as a weapon. Chapter 61 Dad is here to pick up Nuanyuan. Since Li Han has already taken action, it means the fight has already begun. The cheetah gang members suffered a loss first, and the others immediately rolled up their sleeves and got ready to take action. The members of the Black Dragon gang also raised their hands in unison, straightened their suits, and were ready. Just at this moment, buzz! A Rolls-Royce business phantom also appeared in front of everyone. It stopped steadily in front of Li Han. The driver got out of the car, respectfully walked around to the back of the car, and opened the door. Please invite the distinguished man inside out. Because of his appearance, people from both sides had to stop temporarily. Li Sihung stepped out of the car with dignity and grace, his shiny custom-made leather shoes stepping on the ground. No one could match his brilliance. It's President Li. Why is Mr. Li here? Li Han is his son. Now that things have gotten out of hand, he's probably here to help his son, right? But Boss Li never cared about the Black Dragon gang before. The people around were whispering, and no one dared to look Li Sihung in the eye. When the cheetah gang members saw him, they looked at each other, not knowing whether to continue or stop. The moment Qi Xiaonuan saw Li Sihung, her big grape-like eyes sparkled. She stretched out her 2 little paws and waved to him. Daddy! Daddy! You are here. Daddy! Hold me. The moment Li Sihung saw the little breast, the corners of his lips curled up, but he still frowned and reprimanded her unhappily. Why did you come here instead of staying at home? You only know how to cause trouble for others. Qi Xiaonuan was originally very happy to see him. Result: the first thing he did was to educate her. Nuanyuan is unhappy. Snort. Qi Xiaonuan's expression suddenly collapsed. With a pouty mouth, her 2 little paws were retracted, and she hugged Li Han's neck, turning her back to Li Sihung angrily. I don't want Dad to hold me anymore. Li Sihung had already stretched out his hand, wanting to pick her up. Result: this little ancestor was angry with him again. Li Han saw him and called him respectfully. Dad, you are here? Yes. Did this little girl cause you trouble? Leave her to me, I will take her back, and you can continue to deal with your business. Li Sihung twisted his hand, which was hanging in the air, back and pretended to adjust his bow tie. Everyone's curiosity finally had an answer. It turned out that Mr. Li came to pick up his daughter, not to help his son solve the problem. Li Han held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms, ready to hand her over to Li Sihung. But Qi Xianwan's small hands tightly hugged his neck and refused to let go. Third brother doesn't want Nuanyuan anymore? Woo. Nuanyuan is so pitiful. Third brother has abandoned her. Li Han was very happy to see his sister sticking to him so much. He said to Li Siheng, "Dad, my sister wants me to hold her, so you should go back first." Li Siheng felt sour when he saw Qi Xianwan lying in Li Han's arms. He was silent. Is Mr. Li angry? He must be angry. Which of his 6 sons dares to show displeasure to him? His daughter will probably get beaten. Tisk, poor little baby. He actually dared to lose his temper with Mr. Li. Even Mr. Li San didn't dare to do that. Everyone was worried for Qi Xianwan. This unfortunate little baby is so fearless. He is doomed now. A few seconds later, Li Siheng spoke up. Nuan never causes trouble for others. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Snort. Qi Xianwan put her little head on Li Han's shoulder and refused to buy it. Dad came to pick up Nuan willingly. Nuan doesn't believe it unless Daddy kisses her. Qi Xianwan raised her head and put her hands on her hips proudly. Chapter 62. The living king of hell has spoken. It's over. My daughter has spoken. If Li Siheng doesn't do as he is told, there's no telling how long this little ancestor will be angry about. He took Qi Xianwan from Li Han's arms and kissed her soft and chubby little face. No. Her face is so tender and tastes so good. It's too easy to get carried away. Li Siheng couldn't help but gently bite her little face again. Recently, her milky scent has become stronger again. He bent his head and sniffed. The little hair on top of his head stood up. He helped her put it back skillfully. Li Siheng performed this series of actions with ease. After taking care of my daughter for so long, these things have become instinct. The onlookers were all petrified. They thought that Li Han holding a lollipop in his mouth was enough to ruin his image. Unexpectedly, even Mr. Li, the living devil, started to coax the baby. This world is so magical. So annoying, Daddy. Don't kiss me anymore, or I'll give you a lollipop in exchange. Qi Xianwan was held in Li Siheng's arms, kissed and bitten. Finally, she became unhappy and pouted. Li Siheng snorted coldly and disagreed. Ridiculous. Just a little kid. You want money for a kiss? Haha, I don't know how many lollipops I need to kiss enough. Li Siheng held Qi Xianwan in his arms, got in the car, and left. Li Han greeted his brother and prepared to get in and go back together. But the cheetah gang members were unwilling to do so. Boss Li, we dare not disrespect you, but you have never cared about our business. Is it inappropriate for you to take Li Han away like this? The people from the cheetah gang had to give Li Siheng this face. You know, when Li Siheng was young, 10 black dragon gangs and cheetah gangs combined were not as ruthless as he was. Li Han and Li Wan are the sons of the brothers who had gone through life and death with him back then. However, Li Siheng no longer continued to be the boss. Has your problem not been resolved yet? Li Siheng decided not to care and asked Li Han with a sidelong glance. Li Han didn't have time to speak. Qi Xianwan's furry little head stood up and swayed in front of Li Siheng. Dad, they bullied Nuanyuan. Their sons pulled Nuanyuan's hair and tugged at her skirt. Those weird uncles even called her a little bastard. Nuanyuan felt so wrong, sob. Qi Xianwan leaned on Li Siheng's shoulder, hugged Li Siheng's neck with her little hands, and complained pitifully. This little ball of milk was originally the bud deep in Li Siheng's heart, and he couldn't even hold it in time. I was actually bullied by someone? He is the only one who can bully his daughter. It's not someone else's turn yet. Li Siheng's eyes turned cold, and he made a phone call. Within half an hour, I want the cheetah gang to disappear. Let them rebuild the rabbit gang, and let them be my daughter's younger brothers. The people from the cheetah gang outside the car heard this. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Finished. The living king of hell has spoken. They either die or become Qi Xianwan's little brothers. It would have been better to let Li Han go just now. Li Siheng closed the car window. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove away. Qi Xianwan sat in his arms, waving her hands happily and telling him what had just happened. Third brother is so handsome. He just grabbed a lollipop and went out in a flash. Li Han was in a good mood with a lollipop in his mouth. Good. This sister is well recognized and he likes her. But the face of a certain living devil was gloomy and ugly, black like the bottom of a frying pan. Nuan likes third brother very much? Oh, I love it. What about dad? I like it too. Choose one between third brother and dad. Li Siheng asked this soul-searching question coldly and mercilessly. Chapter 63. A family should be in good order. Huh. Choose between dad and third brother? Qi Xiaonuan blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Siheng. Found him? No kidding. And it's very serious. Qi Xiaonuan quickly flattered him, hugged his neck tightly and acted coquettishly, and kissed him fiercely on the face. But Bobo, Nuanyuan likes daddy and brother too. Chirp. However, the cute trick doesn't work. Li Siheng picked up Qi Xiaonuan and held her in the air, demanding that she give a clear answer. No, choose one of the two. Qi Xiaonuan was a little panicked and quickly looked towards Li Han. Third brother, Ying Ying. She tried hard to blink her eyes and act cute, trying to get Li Han to help her. Result. Li Han actually sat up straight with great interest and asked her, Third brother also wants to know, sister. Tell me, who do you like more? Qi Xiaonuan. Finished. Not only did it fail to soften Li Han's heart, but it also made him join in. Attack from both sides. It seems she has to answer this question. Qi Xiaonuan looked at Li Han, then looked at Li Siheng. It's too difficult. Both of them are big shots. She can't afford to offend either of them, but she also wants to hug them. Why should a 3.5-year-old child be made to make such a difficult choice? Woo woo woo. She is so pitiful. Qi Xiaonuan felt miserable and felt extremely wronged. But Li Siheng and Li Han insisted on forcing her to speak, and they seemed determined not to give up until she answered. Qi Xiaonuan's little head started to work quickly. Well, the way to avoid offending the two big guys is... Got it. Qi Xiaonuan suddenly had an idea and the light bulb in her little head lit up. She raised her cute face, smiled very happily, with curved eyes, and said in a baby voice, Nuanyuan likes sixth brother the most? That's right. At this time, her sixth brother must be dragged out to be the scapegoat. Oh wow. She is such a clever little ghost. Sixth brother is here to be sold out. I can only let him down for now. Li Siheng and Li Han fell silent at the same time, lost in thought. Living king of hell. Oh, it turns out to be Lao Lu. Master Li San. It seems that our sixth brother is itching for trouble. At this time, the unlucky sixth brother, who was running wildly in an alley and was being mistaken for a human trafficker, suddenly sneezed. What? Who's thinking about him? Li Chenghe rubbed his nose. Immediately following, he felt a chill coming from behind again. What's this ominous feeling? It seems a bit familiar. And in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the torture continued. Qi Xiaonuan stood with her hands on her hips proudly, feeling very proud of her own cleverness. However, the more difficult choices are yet to come. Li Siheng Li Han, too naive, really thought it would end so easily, haha. They both said in unison. If dad and brother fell into the water at the same time, who would Nuanyuan save? Qi Xiaonuan. She was shocked. A pair of dark eyes widened in disbelief. The smug smile froze on his face and gradually disintegrated, and his little mouth turned into an O shape. What a cruel father and son. Even this century-old problem was thrown out. He is worthy of being called the living king of hell and Master Li San. Absolutely amazing. Qi Xiaonuan's expression collapsed, and she fell into sadness. Well, adults nowadays are more difficult to please than each other. But it's hard for her as a child. Humph. Every policy from the top has its countermeasures from the bottom. Sample. Do you think this will stump her? Qi Xiaonuan crossed her hands, revealing a determined look in her eyes, and said in a tender and sonorous voice, Nuanyuan can't swim, so Nuanyuan has decided that the family must be together, and Nuanyuan will accompany her father and brothers to drown together. Chapter 64. Dad and brother fall into the water at the same time. Who should be saved? As soon as Qi Xiaonuan said this, Li Siheng and Li Han fell into deep thought again. Touching emotions are quietly flowing in the hearts of the old father and the old brother. They didn't expect that their daughter/sister would be so considerate and willing to die with them. She was immediately selected as one of the top 10 people who moved the Li family. But how could they bear to put their daughter/sister in danger? So, the problem escalated. Just as Qi Xiaonuan patted her heart with her little fleshy hands, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief, Li Siheng and Li Han asked her again, Now there is a remote control? It doesn't matter if Nuanyuan can't swim. She just needs to press the button corresponding to her father or brother on the shore to save a person. So the question is, whose button does Nuanyuan choose to press? Qi Xiaonuan. Ooh, that's too much. Can the problem be upgraded? Don't they feel guilty for torturing a 3.5-year-old kid in all these ways? Why be so cruel to her? Qi Xiaonuan covered her injured heart. She blinked her tearful eyes, looked at Li Siheng, and then at Li Han. Well, it's not easy to curry favor with someone these days. However, do you really think she will just give in like that? No way. Qi Xiaonuan took a deep breath, puffed up her chubby face, looked at Li Siheng seriously, and said loudly, Nuanyuan will press the daddy button. Save dad first. Hee hee, your choice is correct. Li Siheng's face looked very calm. In fact, the eyebrows and corners of the mouth couldn't stop turning up. He even looked at Li Han with considerable pride. It's just like the competition for favor in the ancient harem. It has that flavor. Click. Li Han bit the lollipop in his mouth into pieces. His expression suddenly turned sour and dark. The hostility and sinisterness between his eyebrows also emerged. Before his dangerous aura erupted, Qi Xiaonuan rushed over, put her two white and tender hands around his neck, showing a cute and adorable expression. I quickly stroked his fur and coaxed him. Brother, Dad is an old man. As the younger generation, we should respect the old and love the young, right? Nuanyuan, save Dad first, then jump into the water and find a way to ask for help with brother. Nuanyuan will never abandon brother. Listen to what she said. It seems to make some sense. The sinister and fierce look on Li Han's face finally faded away, and he became cheerful again. I tore off 2 lollipops, fed one to her, and kept one for myself. Li Siheng. Although this little girl is so bold that she dares to say that I am an old man, her first reaction is to save me. Oh, she has a conscience. Otherwise, I would remove her from the household registration book in a minute. Seeing that she behaved so well, I will go back and ask the housekeeper to buy a few more boxes of imported milk powder. Li Han. Although this little thing didn't save me the first time, she is willing to accompany me. This sister is good. I like her. She will be with me in the future. The people of the Black Dragon Gang will protect her and make sure she has everything she wants. The 2 bosses had satisfied expressions on their faces, each thinking about their own things. Qi Xiaonuan looked left and right with her bright black eyes. Seeing that they had finally calmed down and no longer tried to torture her in various ways, she could finally rest assured. Whoosh. It's not easy. Qi Xiaonuan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her white and fleshy little hands. Woo woo woo. It's so sad. Fortunately, she is a smart girl. Otherwise, she really can't handle these 2 big guys. Alas, I didn't expect that her brother and father would also become childish. How can I live my life from now on? I am sad. Chapter 65. Jealousy is too difficult to deal with. The Rolls-Royce Phantom finally stopped. They are home. Do you think that by doing this you can escape your father and brother's jealousy and possessiveness? No. Qi Xiaonuan sat in the middle, with the 2 big guys on the left and right sides respectively. Before getting off the car, they reached out to Qi Xiaonuan at the same time, wanting to hug her. Qi Xiaonuan. She is so difficult to mess with. Fortunately, the savior appeared at this time. Li Jihuai was watering the flowers in the yard. He was a little surprised to see Li Siheng get off work so early, and even Li Han came back. He was holding a kettle, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and walked over to me in a gentle and refined manner. Dad, third brother, you're back? Nuanyuan is here too. When Qi Xiaonuan saw him, she almost burst into tears with excitement. Second brother, Werwo? Qi Xiaonuan couldn't stop sobbing. Her little mouth pouted, and her clear and bright eyes were filled with tears. She feels so wronged. Li Jihuai felt so distressed that he quickly comforted her softly. Nuanyuan, what's wrong? Did anyone bully Nuanyuan? Qi Xiaonuan really wanted to say that it was her father and third brother who bullied her, but she didn't dare. She still had to curry favor with the powerful. She could only swallow her grievances and said with a sob, Nuanyuan's feet hurt. Second brother is a doctor. Can you help Nuanyuan take a look? Are you hurt? Let your second brother check you out. Li Jihuai's expression became serious. He put down the kettle and reached out to Qi Xiaonuan. When Li Siheng and Li Han heard that her little foot was injured, they immediately felt distressed and stopped being jealous and quickly handed her over to the second brother. Yeah. Qi Xiaonuan sobbed, her expression looking aggrieved. The 2 chubby little paws hugged Li Ji tightly, and the furry little head rested on his shoulder, with tears in the eyes and a wronged look. Actually, she almost laughed out loud in her heart. Finally, get rid of those 2 big demons. Hee. Fortunately, her second brother was there and saved her from the dire straits. Li Ji quickly returned to the living room with Qi Xiaonuan in his arms, put her on the sofa, squatted in front of her, and carefully took off her black leather shoes. 2 white and tender little feet, chubby and plump. The round little toes even moved a little, which was very cute. Li Siheng and Li Han had serious and nervous expressions as they stood quietly by her side, carefully examining her little feet. Li Jihuai checked her out and found that there was nothing serious wrong with her foot. While he gently rubbed her, he asked her, Nuanyuan, where does it hurt? Qi Xiaonuan raised a sweet, bright smile, very happy. With my second brother's massage, my feet don't hurt anymore. Seeing that she was fine, the three bosses felt relieved at the same time. Qi Xiaonuan ran barefoot and quickly got into Li Jihuai's arms, then popped her head out and said to Li Siheng and Li Han caringly, Dad got off work so early to pick up Nuanyuan. He must have a lot of work to do, right? Dad has worked hard. Hurry up and get busy with work. Second brother, you stay with Nuanyuan. Those brothers must have a lot of things to ask you. Third brother, hurry up and deal with them. So, please be kind, two big guys, and leave quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely find new ways to make her answer multiple choice questions. At least let her have a rest. Otherwise, her little head won't be able to take it all. Li Siheng and Li Han were very happy to see their daughter/sister being so thoughtful, with smiles on their faces. I'm going to work in the study. I'm on the phone with my brothers. The two big guys finally left and went about their own business. Qi Xiaonuan shed tears of excitement. It's not easy. Chapter 66. The unlucky sixth brother was tricked again. Qi Xiaonuan lay on Li Jihuai's shoulder and gave a comforting smile. Li Ji held her in his arms, basked in the sun in the yard for a while, and then took her to see the newly planted flowers and plants. The afternoon sun is warm and the air in the yard is particularly fresh, mixed with the fragrance of flowers. Qi Xiaonuan yawned, rubbed her eyes with her little paws, and dozed off on Li Jihuai's shoulder. Li Jihuai gently touched her furry little head and took her to rest on the lounge chair in the yard. Aunt Zhang came over with the landline in hand and tiptoed over to him, reporting in a low voice, Second young master, sixth young master called. Li Jihuai nodded, and for fear of waking Qi Xiaonuan, he carefully placed her on the recliner. Then he picked up the landline and walked a little further away to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, Li Chenghe's miserable howl was heard. Brother, is it my second brother? It's over. Nuanyuan is missing. What should I do? Dad is going to beat me to death. Li Jihuai pushed his glasses, glanced at Qi Xiaonuan who was taking a nap, and said with a smile, Is Nuanyuan missing? Have you looked everywhere for her? I've looked for her. I took her out to play and searched all the nearby alleys, but I couldn't find her. Second brother, what should we do? Nuanyuan is so cute. Could she have been kidnapped? Well, it's very likely. I am guilty. It's all my fault. It's over. My poor sister has been kidnapped. If anything happens to her, even if my father doesn't beat me, I will never forgive myself. Yes, Nuanyuan has been kidnapped, and you can only wait for death. Brother, please help me find a solution quickly. How can I get Nuanyuan back? Do you need me to call the police? Li Chenghe was on the other end of the phone, as anxious as an ant on hot pan, and his hair was almost bald from scratching it. I can help you find Nuanyuan. Li Jihuai paused, with a meaningful tone, however. I need a human model for an experiment recently. Don't worry, second brother. I have a buddy whose family specializes in these things. I can get you whatever you want, models or figurines. I'll give you a big one later. But I heard it's very expensive, and as your brother, I can't spend your money. Well, second brother, as long as you can find Nuanyuan back, this little money is nothing. Oh, by the way, don't tell Dad. He will kill me. Okay, leave this matter to me. Li Jihuai's smile was so elegant and gentle. Li Chenghe was finally relieved. He expressed his gratitude profusely to this gentle and kind second brother on the phone, and then did not forget to prepare a medical human model. Li Jihuai hung up the phone, returned to Qi Xiaonuan, held her in his arms, and took a nap with her. He didn't mean to cheat Li Chenghe. My sister was indeed abducted, but it was him who abducted her. More than another hour passed. Li Chenghe returned home in a daze, still thinking about his missing sister. As soon as he saw the little ball in Li Ji's arms, he rushed over excitedly and surprised. Second brother! Awesome! You really found Nuanyuan. Qi Xiaonuan was awakened by his voice. She sat up dazedly, yawned, and rubbed her eyes with her fleshy paws. What happened? Why does sixth brother look so excited? Sixth brother, you're back? Qi Xiaonuan was still sleepy, and her voice was so soft and milky that it simply touched people's hearts. Sister, sixth brother will never abandon you again. It's all my fault. Li Chenghe hugged her in his arms with guilt. So that's what it was. Qi Xiaonuan rubbed her eyes, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. It's okay, sixth brother. Anyway, she has cheated him several times, so let's just call it even. Chapter 67. Brother and sister are one family. Li Chenghe held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms and kissed and rubbed her wildly. There is a kind of joy like recovering a lost treasure. Qi Xiaonuan hadn't woken up yet, and he rubbed her until she became even more drowsy and even rubbed her hair till it stood up. Who is she? Where is she? What happened? Li Jihuai, who was standing aside, looked at his sixth brother and sister gently and elegantly. Very warm and beautiful picture. But Li Chenghe held her tightly and refused to let go. His smile gradually became more sinister and terrifying. A dangerous atmosphere spread, and a certain idiot was still holding the confused Qi Xiaonuan and rubbing her wildly, completely unaware that he had been targeted by a sinister boss. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang and the housekeeper appeared in time. Second young master, sixth young master, Miss Nuan, it's time to eat. As soon as I heard that dinner was about to start, Qi Xiaonuan woke up instantly. Her big black and clear eyes sparkled. Her little mouth began to smack her lips, and her two little paws rubbed her belly. Food. Grandma. Meat. She is here. Qi Xiaonuan struggled to jump out of Li Chenghe's arms and ran to Aunt Zhang and the housekeeper with her short legs like the wind. She looked up and smiled brightly at them. Aunt Zhang, Butler Li, dinner is ready. Okay, it's time to eat. I'll take Nuanyuan to drink milk and eat meat. Aunt Zhang and Butler Li led her into the house, one on each side. They also liked Qi Xiaonuan, who is like a little princess. Li Chenghe put his hands in his pockets, in a good mood, and walked without recognizing any relatives. Li Jihuai pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Sixth brother, you are lucky. I almost had to wait for you in the hospital." Yes. If the sixth brother had held Qi Xiaonuan for one more second, he would have 100 ways to make the sixth brother stay in the hospital for half a month. Li Chenghe was confused and didn't know what was going on. Could it be that his gentle second brother was planning to treat him to a meal in the hospital? Although the place was a bit strange, he was still happy to go if it was his second brother's good intention. After they entered the room, Aunt Zhang also called Li Siheng and Li Han. However, Li Siheng happened to have an urgent meeting which was very important, so he asked them to eat first and not wait for him. After Li Han finished the call, he sat at the dining table, ready to join them. Qi Xiaonuan sat on a children's chair, her two white legs hanging in the air, swaying. Two white and tender little paws supported the chin, and the eyes narrowed into crescents with happiness, waiting for the meal to be served. Li Han sat on her left. As soon as Li Chenghe entered the room, he saw his third brother and widened his eyes in surprise. "Third brother, you are back. I haven't eaten with you for a long time. From now on, when Nuanyuan is at home, you will be able to see me often." Li Han put one hand on the table and put the other hand around Qi Xiaonuan's shoulders, with a wanton and wicked smile on his face. What a domineering and powerful style of a gangster boss. Qi Xiaonuan and Li Chenghe's eyes sparkled with admiration and they clapped their hands. "Third brother is so cool." Li Jihuai smiled and added, "Sixth brother, Nuanyuan's admiration is so soft and cute. If you are like this, I suggest you go to the hospital to check your IQ." Just at this moment, another big brother came back outside the door. "Fourth brother, you're back. Did you miss Nuan today?" Qi Xiaonuan saw Li Wan and gave him a lovely smile, waving to him enthusiastically. "Fourth brother hasn't kissed Nuan yet today." The cold and taciturn Li Wan is like a machine without emotions. He walked to Qi Xiaonuan and gently kissed her chubby little face. His face was still as cold as an iceberg, but his ears were slightly red. Chapter 68. My sister is so bad. Qi Xiaonuan and Li Wan acted coquettishly for a while. I noticed a burst of cold air coming from the left. What? Is the air conditioner on at home? Qi Xiaonuan tilted her head in confusion and looked to the left. I discovered that Li Han was just as his name suggested, emitting a cold aura and having his own cooling properties. There was hostility and sinisterness between his brows, and he looked at Li Wan fiercely. Li Wan also returned to his cold and indifferent expression and sat to the right of Qi Xiaonuan. Although the two are twin brothers, their relationship is incompatible. Just like enemies, they are extremely jealous when they meet. Usually Li Wan is at home, and Li Han never comes back. When Li Han is at home, Li Wan works overtime. Even the professions are hostile. One is walking in the gray area, the other is a serious lawyer. But these two people appeared at the same time. The most important thing is that Qi Xiaonuan was caught in the middle. Realizing the solemn and dangerous atmosphere, Qi Xiaonuan felt a little nervous. Woo. Why is she so miserable? Do I have to choose one of the two again? No. Who will save poor Nuanyuan? Fortunately, Li Han and Li Wan were too lazy to talk to each other. They didn't even look at each other. Qi Xiaonuan was as quiet as a quail, not even daring to act coquettishly or cutely. Sitting between the two people, trembling, feeling wronged and sad. Aunt Zhang brought up a few plates of fruit salad and asked them to eat first, as the main course would be served later. Because of the two of them, the atmosphere at the table seemed very strange. No one spoke, only the slight sound of knives and forks hitting plates. Qi Xiaonuan held the bottle and looked left and right with her big black eyes. No, this is not a solution. For the sake of family love, and for her to be able to curry favor with others in the future, it's time to show her true skills. I must make peace between my two brothers. Qi Xiaonuan made up her mind, her eyes burning. Third brother, fourth brother, look, it's a big airplane. Qi Xiaonuan stretched her tender little paws toward the ceiling, and her delicate eyebrows were wrinkled seriously. For brothers? Where did that big airplane come from in the living room? Qi Xiaonuan also realized that this statement was too counterintuitive, and her face turned red. Oops, mistake. Try again. Third brother, fourth brother, look. Even though we don't know what that is, you just have to look at it. Li Han and Li Wan had no idea what she was up to, but he still cooperated and looked up at the ceiling of the living room. Apart from the luxurious crystal chandeliers and floral carvings, there is nothing special about it. The moment they looked up, Qi Xiaonuan quickly swapped the forks on their plates. Then she jumped off the child's chair as if nothing had happened and crawled into Li Jihuai's arms. Li Wan and Li Han were puzzled. While looking at Qi Xiaonuan puzzledly, he picked up the fork and continued to eat the fruit salad. With the fork in their mouths, both of them were stunned. Then they took it out and looked at it and said in unison, "This is not mine." 1 second later, Li Wan Li Han. They reacted. He stood up suddenly and rushed to the sink to rinse his mouth. Qi Xiaonuan hid in her second brother's arms, covering her mouth with her little hands, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Li Jihuai gently stroked her furry little head. After seeing her naughty little actions just now, I feel that this little sister is even more adorable. Yes, there is the potential to inherit his mantle. Li Chenghe on the other side was stunned, and the knife and fork in his hand fell to the table with a clang. He was in a trance. It seemed like I saw the soft and cute sister again, with a devil tail shaking around. It seemed as if the devil's horns had also stood up on his head. Deja vu. Chapter 69. Severe punishment. Manhwa is wrong. After Li Wan and Li Han come back from rinsing their mouths, both of them had very gloomy and terrifying expressions. Step by step, he walked towards Qi Xiaonuan. Qi Xiaonuan was smiling like a flower a second ago, with her eyes curved into crescents, revealing a row of cute little white teeth. Next second, she curled up into a little ball in her second brother's arms, shivering, her little paws tightly grasping his clothes. Ooh, finished. She's overdoing it. This is terrible. I will definitely be punished by the two big brothers. Li Wan stood on the right with an expressionless face. Li Han stood on the left, clenching his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound, and said in a chilling voice, "Qi Xiaonuan, you feel itchy, right? Huh. Woo-woo-woo. What a terrifying aura." A little kid stuck out his little butt and squeezed into the arms of his second brother again. She made a weak voice. "Nuanyuan is asleep. She doesn't know anything." Really? Little guy, you think you can get away with it by falling asleep? You are so naive. Li Han grabbed her collar and lifted her up. A small ball of milk was hanging in the air, swaying and looking at them pitifully. The two little paws were curled into little fists and curled up in front of the body like a kitten. "Wow, brother," Li Wan said coldly and ruthlessly. "This time, it's no use to act like a spoiled child." Li Han, fourth brother, how do you think we should deal with her? Li Wan, severe punishment will be given. Li Han, okay, let's go. A little ball of milk was carried on a shoulder and taken into a small dark room. Second brother, save Nuanyuan. The little kid stretched out his little paws towards his second brother. But she was still thrown in mercilessly. Li Wen's expression became increasingly cold, and he lowered his head and began to roll up his sleeves. Li Han was originally a gangster, and the movement of clenching his fist was so brutal and terrifying. A little rabbit was huddled in the corner, shivering. She watched helplessly as two big bad wolves pounced towards her. She bit her handkerchief in fear and blinked her innocent eyes. Sob, don't come over here. Ha ha. No. It's itchy. Oh ha 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 ha. Qi Xiaonuan giggled and tears came out because of the itchiness. She twisted her waist and but desperately, trying to avoid the tickling skills of the third brother. Unfortunately, her two little paws were held tightly by her fourth brother, and she had no way to escape. The third brother and the fourth brother worked together very well. One of them stopped her from moving, and the other one tickled her hard. Nuanyuan was wrong. Nguyen won't dare to do it again. Oh, no way. She really can't do it. This torture is really too cruel. She couldn't take it anymore. Woo woo woo. The two brothers are so bad. How dare they bully her like this? Li Han raised his hand to rest for a while, flexed his fingers, and his expression was fierce and sharp. Qi Xiaowan, you're getting bolder, huh? You even dare to tease your two brothers? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your lesson. It seemed that a new round of his tickling skills was about to begin. Qi Xiaowan quickly surrendered. It was Nguyen's fault. Don't mess with Nguyen anymore. Oh, whoa. She giggled in a baby voice, which was clear and pleasant to the ears, and sounded particularly adorable. Li Chenghe was actually worried that she would get beaten. As a result, seeing how brutally his two older brothers bullied the kids, he couldn't help but join in. Sister, I'm here, he. Li Chenghe laughed very strangely and approached step by step. Li Wen grabbed Qi Xiaowan's little paws. Li Han tickled her little waist, and Li Chenghe tickled the soles of her little feet. Ha ha ha. You guys are so mean. You actually bullied Nguyen together. Ha ha ha. Li Jihuai took out his cell phone and recorded this happy scene. This was the first time Nguyen was tortured. Yeah, not bad. Worth remembering. Chapter 70. Woohoo, this is too much. Everyone is bullying Nguyen. After Li Sihung finished the meeting, he returned to the living room. As a result, all his children were gone. But from a small dark room came Qi Xiaowan's begging laughter. He frowned. What are you doing? You're not serious at all. Li Sihung appeared at the door and watched his sons tickling their daughter. My daughter laughed so hard that tears came out. She looked very happy. You don't want to eat. So why are you making trouble here? You are adults, but you are still playing tickling games. Aren't you childish? Li Sihung frowned and reprimanded them sternly. Seeing him coming, the sons dared not make any more noise. Dad, why don't you go out and eat now? Got it. We'll go now. They walked out respectfully. Qi Xiaowan finally escaped from the severe torture and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, Dad came. Otherwise, she really couldn't bear such cruel punishment. Sob. These brothers are so bad. How could you bully her like this? That's too much. Li Sihung looked down at her with a very dignified expression, even revealing a look of disdain. Qi Xiaowan, you are 3.5 years old. How can you still play tickling with your brothers? Aren't you childish? Qi Xiaowan blinked her bright black eyes, pouted her lips, and looked up at him. It's so unfair. She doesn't want to either. Li Sihung hugged her in his arms very unhappily, then turn and leave the room. Don't be so childish in the future, Li Sihung taught her. Then, he lowered his head to glance at Qi Xiaowan's chubby little feet, reached out and pinched it. Hee hee, ha ha ha, daddy, my feet are itchy. Qi Xiaowan was tickled again, and her two little feet quickly retracted. Ha, tickling is childish. Li Sihung snorted disdainfully. His bony fingers pinched and tickled the soles of her feet. Qi Xiaowan smiled like a glutinous rice ball in his arms. Giggling, his eyes were so happy that they disappeared with laughter. Li Sihung disdained her childishness and pinched her little feet. Children's feet are so strange. Why is it so chubby and soft? Pinch it again. In the end, Qi Xiaowan was so tired of laughing that she curled up in his arms like a little ball, panting tiredly. Li Sihung sat in the main seat, and his 4 sons sat in the left and right rows respectively. Qi Xiaowan leaned in his arms, holding the bottle with her 2 little paws, drinking it, gulp gulp. The punishment just now consumed too much physical energy. She has to make up for it. Sob. She is so pitiful. I've lost a lot of weight because of being bullied. Halfway through the meal, Li Jihuai thought of something and turned to Li Sihung and said, Dad, I remember that my 5th brother participated in the awards ceremony today. He seemed to have won the honor of being the best actor. He should be on the live broadcast now. Can we watch it on TV? After he said this, the other people also remembered. There is indeed such a thing. Li Sihung nodded and gave instructions to the housekeeper. The huge LCD TV in the living room was turned on. Because this award ceremony is very grand and important, many channels broadcast it. Qi Xiaowan held the bottle, drinking milk while looking around curiously. Her 5th brother is a movie star. She has seen the photos, and needless to say, she looks like God's favorite. However, she still wanted to see her 5th brother on TV again, who could move and talk. When the camera was pointed at Li Yeshin, the spotlights were all on him. Excited screams from the audience could be heard on TV. Qi Xiaowan's eyes also lit up with excitement, and her little hands squeezed the bottle tightly. Puff! The milk inside spurted out directly upwards, all over Li Sihung's face. Li Sihung. Chapter 71. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qi Xiaonuan, who was happily holding the bottle, was a little confused. She glanced down at the bottle. Huh, there was half of the milk just now. How come it's so much less? She tilted her head in confusion. 2 seconds later, I suddenly realized something. She slowly looked up and blinked her big, bright black eyes. She noticed that Li Sihung was looking at her expressionlessly with his eyes downcast. The milk that was missing from the bottle covered his entire face like a facial mask. The four brothers lowered their heads to eat and pretended not to see it. But in reality, they were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Qi Xiaonuan's chubby little face turned red. Oh, I'm so sorry. She actually pushed Grandma onto Dad's face. Dad, don't worry, Nuanyuan will clean it for you right away. Qi Xiaonuan quickly comforted him and put the small bottle on the table. Then she stood up and tried to wipe it off for him. As a result, because she was a little anxious, she stood up too quickly. Li Sihung didn't have time to react. Then I saw a furry head suddenly shot up like a rocket. Bang! Qi Xiaonuan's head hit his chin directly. Oh! Qi Xiaonuan was in so much pain that tears came out. She held her hurt head with her two little hands and rubbed it aggrievedly. Li Sihung wasn't in a good condition either. His facial features are very smooth and clear, so the bones of his jaw are also very obvious. His jaw was nearly broken by the impact. It was also painful, making him frown. The child's head is so hard. Qi Xiaonuan, did you do this on purpose? Li Sihung endured the milk all over his face and the pain in his jaw and picked her up. He spun her around so her little but was facing him. He raised his big palm and slapped her little but hard to teach her a lesson. Pia. Li Sihung's expression looked stern, and his actions seemed heavy. But in fact, he didn't use any effort at all. It doesn't hurt at all when I spank the little butt. Daddy is a bad guy. He actually hit Nuanyuan. But Qi Xiaonuan still cried out in grievance, her clear and bright eyes filled with tears. That little thing looked miserable and particularly pitiful. She didn't mean it. Moreover, I wanted to wipe his face. Her little head hurts too. Okay. As a result, her father spanked her little butt. It's so unfair. So angry. When the four brothers saw her like this, they felt so distressed that they all sat up straight and wanted to hug Qi Xiaonuan. But after all, it was Li Sihung who was educating her, so they could only stop talking. Qi Xiaonuan pouted and stood up angrily, stretching out her lotus-like arms to help Li Sihung wipe his face. Seeing that she looked aggrieved, she still kindly helped him wipe the milk. Li Sihung was silent, feeling a little guilty. I shouldn't have spanked her little but just now. Just when Li Sihung was about to speak and say something to coax her, another scream came from the TV. Qi Xiaonuan quickly turned around excitedly to look, not wanting to miss any of Fifth Brother's wonderful scenes. As a result, her two little braids were also thrown out along with her little head. Two sounds, pia pia. He slapped Li Sihung hard on the face. The corner of Li Sihung's eye twitched. But that's not all. He didn't have time to teach Qi Xiaonuan a lesson. Result. Qi Xiaonuan saw how handsome Li Yesen was in front of the camera and his wonderful speech, and she jumped on Li Sihung's legs excitedly. Just use his thighs as a trampoline. Two chubby little feet bounced on his thighs with a clacking sound, and she clapped her hands happily. Li Sihung's two thigh bones were almost broken by her. Even if you have legs made of iron, they can't withstand such torture from her. Chapter 72. Throw her away. Throw her away immediately. Wow, Brother 5 is so handsome. Qi Xiaonuan is obsessed with chasing stars and cannot extricate herself. He had no idea that the devil behind him had a dark complexion, almost the same color as a frying pan. Qi Xiaonuan. Li Sihung called her name with gritted teeth. As soon as he said this coldly, Qi Xiaonuan shuddered, her grape-sized eyes filled with fear. She hunched her shoulders, not daring to jump around, and looked back at him timidly. Dad. Qi Xiaonuan bit her little finger and looked into his eyes tremblingly. Woo-woo-woo. Dad is so scary. She tried her best to act cute and coquettish, blinking her big, innocent, and beautiful eyes at Li Sihung. But it didn't work. Still can't escape punishment from Dad. She was lifted up again and hung in the air. Li Sihung raised his hand and slapped her little butt twice. Raising kids is so annoying. It turned out to be a wrong decision to let her come to the Li family. No. Leave. It must be thrown away. Throw her out right now. Li Sihung was covered in milk from her squeeze, and her jaw was almost broken. Later, he was hit in the face by her two pigtails. In the end, the two muscular and strong thighs couldn't stand her jumping around. Such a naughty child. Now, Immediately. Immediately. Throw it out. Whoever wants it can pick it up. He doesn't want it anymore. The veins on Li Siheng's forehead were throbbing. Qi Xiaonuan was held in the air by him, feeling so wronged and pitiful. Woo-woo-woo. She was beaten by her father. I even spanked him twice. Ah, wow, Daddy is abusing his own daughter. Daddy is a bad man. He is abusing his own daughter. Wow, wow, Nuanyuan is so pitiful. Qi Xiaonuan rubbed her eyes with her chubby little paws. The two short legs were also kicking in the air. The four brothers were already very distressed. Finally, when he saw that she was being taught a lesson again, he could no longer sit still. They all pleaded for her. Dad. They haven't finished talking yet. Li Siheng's face darkened as he hugged Qi Xiaonuan back into his arms. His face turned pale as he asked her, "Did it hurt?" Qi Xiaonuan pouted, her nose twitching, and nodded. "It hurts. I didn't use any force." Li Siheng frowned. He still looked stern, but his tone had softened noticeably. Nuan Nuan's little heart is hurt. It hurts so much. Daddy has hurt Nuan Nuan's young and fragile heart. Li Siheng. Seeing Li Siheng silent, Qi Xiaonuan felt even more aggrieved, and she tugged at his sleeves with her two little paws, just a little bit. Then, I asked him with a particularly aggrieved and sad look on my face, "So, Daddy's love will disappear, right?" "It won't disappear." Li Siheng answered her very quickly and seriously. "But Dad hurt Nuanyuan's young heart. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have hit Nuanyuan." "Dad, did you want to throw Nuan away just now?" Qi Xiaonuan raised her head and blinked her tearful eyes. Her choked voice was soft and milky, and particularly pitiful. Li Siheng met her bright and clear eyes and denied it without hesitation. "No, Dad never thought of it that way." "Really?" Qi Xiaonuan's heartbroken expression finally became happy, and she looked at him expectantly. "Real? Then Daddy swears, if you want to get rid of Nuan Nuan, you will get stuck in your teeth when you drink cold water, eat instant noodles without seasoning, have a flat tire when you drive, step on poop when you walk, wake up when you sleep because of saliva, and shave your flesh when you shave." Li Siheng. Chapter 73. She is definitely my biological daughter. Isn't she my nemesis? He couldn't utter this oath. Too cruel. There was a moment like that. Li Siheng thought seriously. We should pick an auspicious day to throw this little ancestor out. Or just throw her out. It would be bad luck if she was lost, and it would be bad luck if she wasn't lost. It's better to just throw it away. While he was thinking, Qi Xiaonuan's young and fragile heart healed automatically. She stretched out her chubby little hands, patted Li Siheng's hair, and comforted him. "Okay, Dad. Don't blame yourself. Nuanyuan forgives you for spanking her little butt. After all, you are Nuanyuan's biological father. Oh, be careful next time. After all, she still needs to hold on to someone's thighs to eat and drink milk." Qi Xiaonuan held the milk bottle again and sat on his lap. She drank milk obediently and quietly while watching the live broadcast of the award ceremony for her fifth brother. However, Li Siheng fell into deep thought. "I even began to doubt my life," etc. Didn't Qi Xiaonuan smear milk all over his face and bump and jump around, causing him to suffer a lot? How did it become? She forgave him. The rhythm seems to be off track, and something seems to be wrong. How come it started since I raised a daughter? Has his thinking logic been distorted by her? There were bursts of screams coming from the TV again. I have to say that Li Yesin is so outstanding, a well-deserved movie star. In terms of looks, the 7 big brothers of the Li family are equally matched. Each has his own handsome characteristics, and all of them can make their debut. However, Li Yeshin's greatest characteristic and advantage is his strong plasticity. Ooh, she likes it. The thought that the much-anticipated actor on TV was actually her brother. Qi Xiaonuan was so happy that she was about to burst into bubbles, and in a minute she turned into a little fangirl chasing her idol. There was another wonderful scene on TV. The angle chosen was very good, with almost no blind spots. Ah, fifth brother is so handsome. Nuanyuan likes fifth brother. Qi Xiaonuan had just sat obediently in Li Siheng's arms for a short, while when her emotions were aroused by the pictures on the TV again. She waved her hands excitedly. The bottle in the hand was also raised up like a cheering stick and was waving in the air along with the little hand. But, not long after shaking, I heard a dong sound, very subtle and light. Then, Qi Xiaonuan found something a little strange. Huh, why can't the bottle move? She tilted her little head, twisted her pretty eyebrows together, and looked at the bottle curiously. Finally, she saw it. The nipple of the bottle got stuck into Li Siheng's nostrils. Qi Xiaonuan. Li Siheng. The two people, one big and one small, stared at each other in silence. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. The four brothers looked at them and didn't dare to say anything. Pretending not to see it, he lowered his head to eat. Qi Xiaowan's little head was blank, staring at Li Siheng blankly. Then the little hand pulled the bottle back with force. With a pop sound, the pacifier was finally pulled out of his nostrils. Li Siheng. He was already so overwhelmed by Qi Xiaowan that he couldn't describe it with words or expressions. Li Siheng, this living devil that everyone fears and envy. In just a few minutes, what had he been tormented by his own daughter? Is this naughty little girl in front of him his biological daughter? Are you sure he's not the nemesis sent to trick him? Li Siheng's face turned blue and then pale. Qi Xiaowan held the bottle and blinked. She looked up at him, then down at the pacifier. Lost in thought. Chapter 74 Fifth brother is coming back soon. It's very obvious. Qi Xiaowan's soft and cute little face showed a look of disgust. Alas, this pacifier is no longer usable. It smells terrible. Qi Xiaowan jumped out of Li Siheng's arms without hesitation. Click. She threw the bottle into the trash can. Qi Xiaowan stood next to the trash can, clapped her hands, and the look of disgust on her face became more and more obvious. She even glanced at him with a little glance. The cute little nose wrinkled. Even more disgusted, Li Siheng was so angry that his heart ached. She still has the nerve to dislike him? Who put the pacifier in his nostrils? He didn't settle accounts with her or spank her little butt. She even turns around and dislikes her own father? Leave. Must throw away. He doesn't want this dear daughter anymore. Even if she was cursed, he didn't want this little girl. Li won. Li Siheng tugged at the collar of his shirt and spoke angrily. Dad, is the household registration done? Right. Now that she's done, let's cancel her account. Throw her away. Li Siheng frowned. Now that it's ready, keep it away and don't lose it. Okay, Dad. When they talked, Qi Xiaowan had already raised her butt and moved to the nearest chair in front of the TV. She pointed her little finger at Li Yesen on TV, turned around and asked them, Dad, brother, when will fifth brother come back? Nuanyuan can't wait to see him. Can you let him come back sooner? Hearing her words, Dad and his four brothers fell silent at the same time. The daughter/sister seems to like the fifth child very much. They suddenly felt in danger of falling out of favor. Next second, they stood up. Don't worry, Nuanyuan. We'll call him right away and ask him how the filming of his drama is going. Yeah. Qi Xiaowan nodded with a smile and continued to watch TV excitedly. The five of them walked to a place where Qi Xiaowan couldn't hear them. Li Siheng took out his cell phone and called out, Hello, is this the director? Please arrange more roles for Lao Wu recently so that he can gain more experience outside. While he is still young, he should go out and explore the world instead of running back home all the time. After he finished the call, Li Chenghe contacted his classmates. Brothers, if there is any news that my fifth brother is back, tell me immediately. Find a way to hold him back. Naturally, there will be others to deal with him. Li Han lit a cigarette and contacted his brothers. My fifth brother will not be back soon, but if he comes back, my sixth brother will notify you, and then we can do it directly. Car accident or kidnapping, do it all. Just make a superficial injury. Li Jihuai also notified the hospital assistant in advance. If my fifth brother is sent to the hospital one day, remember to contact me immediately, and I will go there personally to treat him. After they finished making the 4 calls and everything was arranged, Li Wen said solemnly and indifferently, If there is an accident during the journey and it involves a lawsuit, I will be your lawyer for free. The night is deep and the evening breeze is blowing. Qi Xiaowan's love and expectations for this movie star exceeded their expectations. Lao Wu's return was a major crisis for them. The 5 of them stood together, stretched out their hands, and shook them tightly. It's been a pleasure working with you. With a common enemy, they temporarily became allies. After finishing all this, the 5 of them returned to the living room with indifferent expressions. When Qi Xiaowan saw them coming back, her dark eyes instantly lit up and she smiled brilliantly. Dad, brother, when will fifth brother come back? The 5 of them looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. I'll be back soon. As for how fast it is, I don't know. Chapter 75 Considering going to kindergarten. Qi Xiaowan sat on a chair, her chin supported by her 2 little paws, her legs dangling in the air. Humming a little tune, she looked at her fifth brother on TV with a smile on her face. I'm already looking forward to the moment when I see him in person. Just as she was fascinated by the show, the TV was suddenly turned off. The black screen was printed with Qi Xiaowan's dazed and confused expression. Dad, Why is the TV turned off? Qi Xiaonuan turned around and asked him. Li Siheng said nonsense in a serious tone. It's broken. Oh, give her the chance to keep an eye on Lao Wu? How is that possible? Qi Xiaonuan shrugged helplessly. Oh well, no way to watch TV. Brother, can you lend me your phone? Fifth brother's live broadcast hasn't ended yet. The four brothers said in unison, the phone is out of battery. Huh. Qi Xiaonuan scratched his hair in confusion. Is her luck so bad? The TV is broken and the phone is out of battery. Doesn't that mean she won't be able to see her fifth brother? Well, what a pity. Qi Xiaonuan hung her head and returned to Li Siheng's arms with a sigh. He moved his little butt, chose a comfortable position, stretched out his little paws, and stole the meat from his plate. Li Siheng lowered his eyes and looked. There was a little ball of milk in his arms, so small that it was almost invisible in his broad arms. Then I saw a white and tender little claw stretched out, grabbed a small piece of tender meat, and quickly retracted. Then he reached out again, felt around for a long time, found the best and tenderest piece, and pulled it away again. Li Siheng. His own daughter seems a little silly. Dad, my sister is 3.5 years old. At this age, she should be in the kindergarten class, right? Li Chenghe thought of her going to school and brought up the matter. The other three brothers thought about it and felt that it was time for them to get old. There are children of the same age in the kindergarten who can accompany Nuanyuan. We work during the day, and she is in the kindergarten. Li Siheng thought about it seriously. Well, kindergarten is good. It would be easier to just throw this naughty and silly daughter to the kindergarten. He said, it's time to let her go to kindergarten. School has started now. I will choose a good school in the next 2 days and let Nuanyuan enroll there. The four brothers discussed together. Li Siheng also agreed. School should start early. Send her away quickly, out of sight, out of mind. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, no hurry. I still have to bring Nuanyuan to the company. The four brothers were puzzled. Dad, you brought your sister to the company because, of course, it was to let his employees see how silly, naughty, and annoying his daughter was. Let them see my own daughter. Li Siheng showed a look of disgust. But in fact, there was pride in the corners of his mouth and eyebrows. It was as if he was going to take out some treasure and show it to everyone. They discussed it again. First find a school, go through the formalities, and then send Qi Xiaonuan to kindergarten after a while. When they discussed, a little kid was hiding in Li Siheng's arms, eating happily. The little hands and mouth are all greasy. After she was full, she rubbed against Li Siheng's arms and said, Nuanyuan is full, Daddy, hug me. She opened her two little paws and insisted on sticking to Li Siheng, hugging his neck and leaning on his shoulder to feel comfortable. Li Siheng hugged her with one hand and used the chopsticks to eat with the other hand. The four brothers looked at him and seemed to be hesitant to speak. The shoulders and collar of his shirt were all covered with greasy marks left by Qi Xiaonuan's little paws and mouth. Qi Xiaonuan squinted her eyes and leaned comfortably in the crook of his neck. Dad smells so good. Rub it. Then, her little mouth was cleaner. There was another layer of oil on Li Siheng's collar. Chapter 76, What's Wrong with My Daughter? I Can't Spoil Her. Night. For adults, it's still early. But for a 3.5-year-old, it's time for the biological clock to go to bed. Qi Xiaonuan felt sleepy, rubbed her eyes, and dozed off in Li Siheng's arms. The small eyes were half open and half closed, looking hazy, and were shadowed by the long and thick eyelashes. The nose is delicate and small, and the mouth is pouty, which is very cute. Especially her little face, which is soft, a little bit baby fat, white and tender. Holding her in my arms, she looks like a little princess. Li Siheng held her in his arms, tiptoed back to the bedroom, and put her on the big bed. He sat next to her with his notebook, working slowly. Qi Xiaonuan fell asleep. I turned over and slept on my side. She faced Li Siheng and curled up into a small ball. The little hands and the mouth are so soft and cute. Two chubby little feet were exposed. Li Siheng was working absent-mindedly, and his eyes always fell on her involuntarily. Looking at her two little feet, I couldn't help but reached out and pinched them. It's so soft that once you pinch it, you don't want to let go. Qi Xiaonuan, who was sleeping, was also particularly afraid of being tickled. The little feet subconsciously retracted, trying to dodge. Whenever Li Siheng pinched her feet, they would shrink. Pinch and shrink. Li Siheng spent half an hour just pinching her little feet. A hint of joyful smile appeared on Li Siheng's dignified and noble face. Cough, 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 cough. A small cough was heard. Li Siheng raised his eyebrows in surprise, looked up and looked around the room. Apart from him and Qi Xiaonuan, There was no third person in the room. Where does the cough come from? Paranormal events? Just when Lee Si-hung frowned, he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head sharply and looked at the computer screen. I saw several subordinates coughing nonstop. Lee Si-hung. He forgot. He plugged headphones into his computer, intending to wait until all his subordinates arrived before listening to their work reports. As a result, I was so engrossed in playing with my little feet that I forgot about it. Seeing that Lee Si-hung finally discovered their existence, these subordinates quickly spoke up and tried to comfort him. It's okay, Mr. Lee, this isn't the first time, we understand. Yes, Mr. Lee, don't take it to heart. Nguyen is so cute. It's normal for Mr. Lee to be reluctant to let her go. Lee Si-hung's face turned black and then blue. After resuming work, after a few seconds, he started to lose focus again. On the surface, he seemed calm, but his other free hand had moved to Qi Xiaowan's feet at some point. Pinch it once, and then pinch it again. Qi Xiaowan was finally woken up by him. The little hair on top of his head stood up, and he was still in a daze. She rubbed her eyes and her voice was soft and milky. Dad, just 2 words. It melted the hearts of many tough guys. Qi Xiaowan moved her little butt, and without even opening her eyes, she dazedly crawled into Lee Si-hung's arms. He found a comfortable position, rubbed his body, and fell asleep again. She had no idea. In just a few seconds, she had killed all of them instantly. Lee Si-hung had no intention of working and just wanted to sleep with his daughter in his arms. His subordinates were filled with macho emotions and begged, Boss Lee, please let us take another look at Nguyen. She's so cute. This is stimulating us to have a daughter too. Lee Si-hung turned off the video without hesitation. Oh, just a little girl. Look at those losers. What's wrong with your daughter? Even if it's a daughter, you can't spoil her. Lee Si-hung snorted disdainfully. Then he held his daughter in his arms and kissed her little face. Chapter 77, Nguyen got beaten again. Ever since the last time I pressed down on my daughter and made her angry, Lee Si-hung would pay extra attention when he held Qi Xiaowan in his arms to sleep. Even when asleep, his body would instinctively avoid being pressed down on her. However, it wasn't his biological clock that woke Lee Si-hung up in the morning, but a little foot. He felt like he couldn't breathe, and his chest seemed to be pressed by something. This suffocating and dull feeling forced him to wake up. After his mind became clear and his 5 senses gradually regained consciousness, he first smelled a sweet milky aroma. Then, I found a little fleshy foot on my face. Qi Xiaowan was lying on his chest, with one of her feet pressed on his mouth and her 2 little toes stuck in his nostrils. Lee Si-hung. Nostrils again? This girl and he don't get along, right? You want to suffocate him to death while he's sleeping and murder your own father, right? Lee Si-hung took her little feet away from his face in annoyance, then took Qi Xiaowan off his chest and put her back on the bed. Qi Xiaowan, who was sleeping soundly, felt a little uncomfortable because of the change in posture. While sleeping, I moved my little butt around to find a comfortable position again. Qi Xiaowan turned over and kicked with her little feet. Baji. He kicked Lee Si-hung in the face again, almost breaking his tall nose. Lee Si-hung's sweet dream was disturbed, and he was kicked by this girl. His anger instantly rose. Qi Xiaowan. He grabbed Qi Xiaowan's ankle, lifted her up, and smacked her little butt 3 times. Pia pia pia. This time, he was kicked awake, and Qi Xiaowan was also slapped awake. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qi Xiaowan was eating her little paws with a smacking sound and dreaming about something very happy, and she was grinning. After her little butt was spanked, the powerful shock made all the flesh on her body bounce up. The frightened little Daisy's hair stood up suddenly, and he woke up from his sweet dream with a confused look on his face. She opened her eyes blankly, yawned, curled her 2 little paws into 2 balls, rubbed her eyes, and looked around in a daze. Huh, why are the rooms upside down? How did the bed get on top of my head? How come Dad also went to heaven? Qi Xiaowan was still asleep. Her head was a mess, and she had no idea what was going on. But she seemed to hear her father slapping something. Dad, what's wrong with you? Did your hands hurt? Lee Si-hung looked at her confused and cute little appearance. The raging anger in my heart disappeared in an instant, as if a bucket of water was poured on it. Humph, at least she still has a conscience and cares about him. Lee Si-hung turned Qi Xiaowan around and put her back on the bed. The world finally recovered and was no longer upside down. Qi Xiaowan yawned again and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Qi Xiaowan, pay attention to your sleeping posture next time. You are a girl, but you have no image at all. Lee Si-hung scolded her harshly. Since he has acknowledged this daughter as his own, then as an elder he has to educate her well. Qi Xiaowan's thoughts finally came back bit by bit. She listened to Li Siheng lecturing her in a daze. She raised her head, blinked her big, clear, black eyes, and looked towards Li Siheng. She realized later that her little, but seemed to have been spanked. Originally, she was concerned about Li Siheng and whether his hands were hurt. Result: the clown is actually herself? She sleeps so soundly and sweetly. Not only was my sweet dream disturbed, but I was beaten as soon as I woke up. Why do you want to hit her? People in prison know their crimes, but she knew nothing. She was beaten. Li Siheng, Qi Xiaowan as a girl. There are certain behaviors that you should learn from a young age. Dad, did you hit Nwan just now? Qi Xiaowan tilted her head and interrupted him in confusion. The sound of her voice just after waking up was so sweet and soft, and every word touched my heart. Li Siheng. It was only right that he teach her a lesson. What's more, it didn't hurt at all when he did it. However, when he met Qi Xiaowan's innocent and confused big eyes, why does he feel so guilty? She can kick him, but he can't teach her a lesson, right? Li Siheng quickly frowned and sternly taught her, yes, Nuanyuan didn't sleep well, so Dad beat her. Chapter 78. I beat him, but I still have to worship him. Qi Xiaowan's dark and bright eyes blinked blankly at first. Then a layer of mist gradually emerged, and the little mouth pouted as it spoke in a wronged and pitiful voice. Nwan is sleeping well. Why does Daddy hit Nwan? You were naughty when you were sleeping and kicked your dad. Qi Xiaowan nodded in her heart. So that's how it is. Then just talk to her nicely. She will feel wronged if you spank her right away. Did Nwan hurt Daddy by kicking him? Putting aside the fact that he was suffocated, the kick that followed almost broke his nose. Nwan's feet are so small, and she can hurt them by kicking. Is Daddy not capable of this? The veins on Li Siheng's forehead were throbbing. Say no to a man? This is a shame for men. Does this little girl know that questioning a man is dangerous? Li Siheng took a deep breath. It doesn't hurt that much actually. Then why does Daddy still want to give me a warm shot if it doesn't hurt? Just because Nwan fell asleep and didn't know anything and accidentally bumped into Dad, and he didn't even give Nwan a chance to apologize, will she be beaten by Dad? Dad was kicked by Nuanyuan, and Nuanyuan was beaten by Dad. So is that fair? Dad is already over 30 years old, but he still has to argue with a 3.5-year-old child. Dad has no courage at all. Does Daddy no longer love Nuanyuan? So, Daddy's love is really gone, right? Daddy lied to Nuanyuan, right? Humph. Dad is a big liar. Qi Xiaowan pouted her lips, put her little hands on her waist, moved to the side of Li Siheng, stretched out her little pink fist, and punched his chest, dong dong dong. She was sleeping soundly, but not only was she woken up, she was also beaten. Even if you beat me, you have to know how to beat me. What's more, even after being beaten, her father still scolded her. Then her little, but got spanked for nothing. Such a father is not gentle at all. As a daughter, she must educate her father well. Li Siheng was questioned by his daughter for no apparent reason. He rubbed his brows with a headache, intending to reason with her. Nuanyuan, you kicked Dad first, so Dad? Qi Xiaowan frowned and waved her hand. It's so annoying. Don't explain so much. Just ask if Daddy hit Nuanyuan. Li Siheng. Qi Xiaowan moved her little, but towards the bed, panting. Daddy is a bad guy who beat Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, go find your brother. Don't be mean to Daddy. Dad doesn't really want to hit you. Dad just... Li Siheng was almost driven crazy by this little girl, but he still had to patiently explain to her. What evil has he done? It was clearly him who was kicked awake, so why was she angry with him? What's the point of having a daughter like this? To make you angry? Lost it. No more. From now on, Dad will lose the chance to sleep with Nwan. Humph. Qi Xiaowan's little feet were already on the carpet. She made a face at him and prepared to leave while holding her rag doll. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have hit Nuanyuan just now. Even if Daddy was woken up by Nuanyuan's kick, he could have chosen to tell Nuanyuan gently instead of hitting her. Li Siheng grabbed her with his big hands, brought her back, held her in his arms, and apologized sincerely. Qi Xiaowan put her hands on her hips and asked him, Dad, do you really know you were wrong? No. Will you give me a warm call next time? No more fighting. I'll tell you why I'm fighting before I fight. Qi Xiaowan was silent. Okay. It's also a kind of progress. That's how you behave, and that's how you should be a good father to Nuanyuan. Qi Xiaowan showed an expression that showed that he was teachable, stretched out his little paws, stood on tiptoe on his legs, and touched his hair. Li Siheng. Although he managed to coax his daughter, He always felt something was wrong. Last time, he pressed her down, she got angry, and he apologized. This time, she kicked him and he got angry, which made her even angrier, so he coaxed her. So, no matter what he does, in the end he will treat her like a little ancestor? Lee Si-hung fell into deep thought. Chapter 79, The Living King of Hell's Precious Daughter. Until going to the company in the morning, Lee Si-hung didn't even understand the logic behind this. Chi Xiaowan followed him into the car and wanted to go to the company to play. After arriving at the company, as soon as I got off the car, the special assistant came over and said that a very important person was coming. Lee Si-hung temporarily handed Chi Xiaowan over to his assistant and left with his special assistant. The assistant brought Chi Xiaowan into the company, but this assistant was also very busy and had a lot of things to do. Chi Xiaowan considerately asked him to go about his business while she played in the company. The uncles of Chi Xiaowan that we saw in the video are all senior executives of the company. The rank and file didn't know her. Chi Xiaowan strolled around the company curiously, carrying a rabbit bag with small biscuits in it. While playing around, he was eating the cookies with a crunch. Wow, what a cute kid. She looks like a little princess. Little boy, how old are you this year? Several employees noticed her, squatted down in surprise, surrounded her, and couldn't help but reach out to touch her fluffy hair and pinch her soft, chubby little face. Chi Xiaowan is not shy and always smiles at everyone, which makes her very likable and cute. She held up 3 little fingers and said in a baby voice, Nguyen is 3.5 years old. They surrounded Chi Xiaowan and played with her for a while. The old lady's heart was melted by her cuteness. Several of them were already married and were not in a hurry to have children, but after seeing how lovable and cute Chi Xiaowan was, they also wanted to have a daughter like her. Nguyen, where are your family members? Are they lost? Do you want me to take you to find your parents? I'm not lost. I came here with my dad. He works here. Your father is also an employee here. Who is he? They were all very excited. As long as I know who her father is, I can visit his daughter every day. Chi Xiaowan was just about to speak. A broad and tall shadow fell over. Everyone was stunned and looked up. When they saw that it was Lee Si-hung, they all stood up nervously and called him respectfully, Mr. Lee, Dad. When Chi Xiaowan saw him, she happily rushed over and hugged his legs with her little paws. Everyone was shocked. Such a soft and cute little princess is actually the daughter of the living devil, Lee Si-hung. Lee Si-hung bent down, picked her up and held her in his arms. My daughter. Lee Si-hung glanced sideways and spoke to them. His tone was filled with unconcealable pride. Everyone is envious of him. Mr. Lee is rich, powerful, and handsome, but that's enough. He actually has a daughter who is like a little princess. They are as sour as if they had eaten 10 pounds of lemons. Lee Si-hung hugged Chi Xiaowan and left. Everyone watched the little princess leave. Chi Xiaowan hugged Lee Si-hung's neck, leaned on his shoulder, and waved to them with a smile. My dear sisters, my dad and I are leaving first. I will come to play with you when I have time. Bobo. She blew them a kiss. The hearts of many old ladies began to overflow again. I really want to take this cute baby home. On the way back to the president's office. In fact, you can take the elevator to the top floor very quickly. As a result, Lee Si-hung went around in circles in the company. Holding Chi Xiaowan in my arms, I walked around almost every floor. If someone didn't notice Chi Xiaowan, he would have a stern face and look eerie. But if someone noticed her and asked a few questions, his expression would relax and there would be a smile on his brows. Then he introduced her casually but proudly. Well, she is my silly daughter. Soon, everyone in the entire company knows. The living king of hell has a soft, cute, and adorable baby daughter. Chapter 81 received the 5th brother. Lee Si-hung brought Chi Xiaowan back to the office. He is processing various documents. Chi Xiaowan was playing by herself in his office. Sometimes I sit on the sofa, read picture books, and eat cookies. He stood on tiptoe and touched things in the office out of curiosity. When I got tired of playing, I just lay down on the sofa and took a nap. Lee Si-hung has a meeting to attend. Before leaving, seeing that Chi Xiaowan had fallen asleep, he did not wake her up and left quietly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cell phone on the table vibrated, waking Chi Xiaowan up. She rubbed her eyes, walked over, stood on tiptoe, stretched out her little paws, and felt around for a long time before finally finding the phone. Then answer the call. Hey, Chi Xiaowan's voice was soft and tender, just like she was acting coquettishly. The other party was stunned for a moment and said in a somewhat horrified tone, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee? When did the voice of the living king of hell become so cute? No, I'm his daughter. My father is not here. He may have gone to a meeting. So you're President Lee's daughter. The other person breathed a sigh of relief, and his frightened heart finally recovered. Uncle, what do you want to talk to Dad about? It's nothing, Nuanyuan. When your father comes back, remember to tell him for your uncle. Didn't we arrange a new play for Lee Yeshin? But he ran away secretly. We just found out. He must have run away last night. He must have taken a plane and should be arriving soon. I was a little worried, so I called to let you know. It's Brother Five who's back. All right, Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely tell Dad. When Qi Xiaonuan heard the news, her eyes suddenly sparkled and flickered. After she hung up the phone, she quickly contacted the driver at home. Then he walked out of the president's office with his short legs. In order not to make Li Siheng worry, she specifically told her assistant to let him know after he finished the meeting that she was going out to pick up her fifth brother. After picking up Qi Xiaonuan, the driver rushed to the airport. Along the way, Qi Xiaonuan's face was smiling like a flower. Unexpectedly, fifth brother came back suddenly. What a big surprise. I wonder if the real person is the same as on TV? Oh, I'm so excited just thinking about it. Arrive at the airport. Qi Xiaonuan and the driver had been waiting at the exit. Her big black eyes stared at every person who came out carefully. Among them, there was a tall boy who appeared in Qi Xiaonuan's sight. He wore a baseball cap and a mask and was dressed very fashionably but low-key. Brother, fifth brother, I'm here to pick you up. As soon as Qi Xiaonuan saw him, she excitedly pounced on him with her short legs. Before he could react, her little ball of milk had already hugged his legs. She raised her head and looked at him with a smile. Her eyes curved into crescents, revealing a row of cute little teeth. Li Yeshin had originally escaped back secretly, and he had to be on guard against paparazzi and entertainment reporters, so he was in a state of extreme tension. As a result, the little glutinous rice ball suddenly appeared and scared him. But she is so cute that people like her at first sight. Li Yeshin didn't bother with her anymore. Little sister, did you recognize the wrong person? No, Nuanyuan is here to pick you up. You are Nuanyuan's fifth brother. Qi Xiaonuan stretched out her little paws to him. Her 5 little fingers were white and tender. The driver came over quickly and explained in a low voice, Fifth Master, she is indeed your sister. Get in the car first. If someone finds out, it will probably make the headlines again. Li Yeshin pressed down his baseball cap and looked in surprise at the little breast on his lap that was grinning at him. After hesitating for a moment, he held her in his arms and got into the car with the driver. Chapter 81. My sister is so pitiful. In the car, Li Yeshin took off his mask and hat and let out a long sigh. I don't know why, the drama I was supposed to take had already been completed, but the director forced me to stay there and continue filming another new drama. It was so tiring, so I secretly came back. Li Yeshin rubbed his eyebrows and looked very tired. Qi Xiaonuan sat beside him obediently, looking at him with sparkling eyes. The chubby little mouth was kept upturned, full of excitement. So handsome, even more handsome than on TV. No matter which angle you look at it from, there is no blind spot. The skincare is also very good. Fifth brother, you have worked hard. Here, have some biscuits. Qi Xiaonuan took out biscuits from the rabbit bag and handed them to him in a cute and lovely manner. Li Yeshin didn't bother to be polite with her. He took the biscuit, put it in his mouth, and looked at her while chewing. Are you really my sister? Yes, it's genuine. Qi Xiaonuan put her hands on her hips proudly. The driver briefly told Li Yeshin about Qi Xiaonuan's situation. It's really strange. I have a new sister, but no one notified me. They all told me to focus on filming outside and not to worry about family matters. They also said that I can stay away from home for a year or two. Li Yeshin was extremely surprised. Is it because this sister is not valued and therefore cannot be mentioned? Alas, what a poor little girl. It's okay, Brother Wu. I'll give you another cookie. Seeing that he had finished his biscuits, Qi Xiaonuan considerately gave him another one. Li Yeshin shook his head and sighed. While eating cookies, he stroked her furry little head and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Nuanyuan. With Brother Wu here, he will let you feel the warmth of family in the future. Poor sister. If your father doesn't love you and your brother doesn't love you, then let him love you first. When Qi Xiaonuan heard what he said, she was immediately surprised. She hasn't started hugging her thighs yet. The thigh will automatically come to your door? Could it be that he was bribed by 2 cookies? Fifth brother, you accepted Nuanyuan so quickly? Li Yeshin showed a meaningful smile, looked at her lovingly, and told her the truth. In my line of work, appearance is justice. My sister is so soft and cute, the fifth brother will definitely accept you and will love you very much. Qi Xiaonuan suddenly realized, oh, this is really a world where appearance matters. I never thought that one day she would make a living by her looks. The driver took a look at the map and asked him, Fifth Master, are you going home directly? Li thought for a while and asked Wan, do you want to go shopping? I just came back and didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. Yes, Nuanyuan wants to eat hamburgers, French fries, fruit pie, and… Qi Xiaonuan counted on her little fingers and listed them one by one. Then choose a high-end Western restaurant. Yes, Fifth Master. The low-key and luxurious car passed through the airport and drove towards the city center. Some middle school students who skipped classes and were wandering the streets saw a luxury car enter a high-end Western restaurant. Two people got down from the car and the driver drove the car to the parking lot. Isn't that Wan? Let me see. It's true. How come such a lovely Wan is being hugged by a strange man? The eldest brother's sister was kidnapped? You guys have poor eyesight. That guy is the boss's fifth brother. He's a movie star, don't you know? The girls in our class look at his pictures every day. Oh, it's the boss's fifth brother. Oh my God. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call the boss. His fifth brother is back. Chapter 82 Beauty is Justice. Li Chenghe is taking class in the classroom. Hide your phone under your textbooks and play games secretly. A text message from the brothers popped up on the screen. Boss, your fifth brother is back. Nuanyuan is with him. Li Chenghe's game is reaching a critical point. When he saw the text message, he frowned, deleted it impatiently, and continued playing games. 3 seconds passed. He finally reacted, stood up abruptly, and shouted in fear, Fuck! My fifth brother is back? Didn't that mean Nuanyuan was kidnapped by him? It's over. My position as a favorite in Nuanyuan's heart is about to be lost. In the quiet classroom, his growl seemed particularly abrupt. It scared the classmates. The teacher threw the chalk at him and roared angrily, Li Chenghe, it's class time now. Why are you shouting? Get out. Li Chenghe was delighted when he heard this. Thank you, teacher. I was just wondering how to escape from the classroom. Hee, I'll leave right now. Before the teacher got angry and arrested him, Li Chenghe quickly slipped away. After getting the specific address from my brother, Li Chenghe first went to the Black Dragon Gang, found Li Han, and told him about this matter. The two men, with their respective groups of brothers, rushed to the Western restaurant in a hurry. Because it is a high-end Western restaurant, they cannot get in like this and will be regarded as dangerous elements. I can only squat in a corner nearby. Li Han lit a cigarette with a gloomy and solemn expression, then looked through the telescope towards a floor-to-ceiling window of the Western restaurant. Qi Xiaonuan sat opposite Li Yeshin. Her short legs couldn't reach the ground and could only dangle in the air. Li Yeshin bought a children's meal and one for himself. Wow, it's delicious. Qi Xiaonuan took a big bite of the hamburger, and the corners of her mouth were covered with sauce. His happy eyes narrowed into crescents. Because his mouth was stuffed with food, his two little cheeks were pouting. Just looking at it makes you want to pinch it. Li Yeshin liked her more and more when he saw her cute little appearance. He has seen so many child stars in the entertainment industry. It's good-looking, but it has no spirit. It's spiritual, but its facial features are not perfect. This was the first time he had met someone as petite, delicate, and pretty as Qi Xiaonuan. For those who are obsessed with looks, having a sister like this is perfect. Li Yeshin looked at Qi Xiaonuan with satisfaction, picked up the burger, and prepared to take a bite. Qi Xiaonuan quickly waved her hand at him. No, fifth brother, you can't eat hamburgers. You are a big star. You have to keep in shape. Nuanyuan will help you eat. Fifth brother, just eat the cookies. She handed him all the cookies from the rabbit bag and moved the meal in front of him to herself. It was fake that she was asking him to pay attention to his body management. The real reason was that she, as a greedy little cat, wanted to eat them all. Li Yeshen saw through it but didn't say anything, just cooperated and ate the cookies. Who made her look so cute and adorable that it hits his aesthetic taste. So what she said was right. Qi Xiaonuan picked up a French fry, dipped it in ketchup, and put it in her mouth. The chubby little mouth is covered with various sauces, making it look as cute as a little cat's face. Li Han and Li Chenghe, who were not far away, saw this scene with binoculars. Their teeth were almost broken by envy and jealousy. I feel very jealous. Third brother, this is not a solution. Look at Nuanyuan. She gave her most beloved cookies to fifth brother. If we don't take action, we're afraid we'll lose Nuanyuan's favor. Li Chenghe's naive and silly face finally revealed mature thoughts. Chapter 83 No other choice but to use a special trick. Li Han took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled slowly. After that, he put out the cigarette, and in his magnetic and pleasant voice, he issued a fierce command. Brothers, Get ready. Wait for the fifth brother to come out, and then drive into him directly. His brothers looked at each other, imagined the scene, and couldn't help but remind him. But boss, Nuanyuan and the fifth young master are in the car. If they hit it, Nuanyuan might get hurt too. No, I can't let my sister get hurt. Li Han immediately raised his hand to stop the action. Another brother suggested, how about we target the fifth young master alone? For example, kidnap him, knock him out or something like that? Li Chenghe shook his head heavily. No, if Nuanyuan sees something like kidnapping, it will cause her psychological trauma. In serious cases, it will accompany her for the rest of her life. My sister is still so young. As a brother, I have to protect her healthy psychological growth. Ah, then? The brother scratched his head in embarrassment and soon thought of another way. How about taking advantage of Nuan's inattention? It's difficult to do. Li Han frowned, finding that things were not simple. Li Chenghe also nodded heavily. Look at Nuanyuan's eyes. She has been staring at the fifth brother, and her eyes are so bright. When she sees the fifth brother, it's like a wolf seeing meat. Li Han's sharp and vicious eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, one day, he was stumped by his fifth brother. Li Chenghe was also worried. Third brother, what should we do now? There is no other way. I can only use my ultimate move. What third brother means is, Li Chenghe rekindled his hope. Li Han relit a cigarette, and the curling smoke obscured his fierce eyes. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said, we can only leave it to the second brother. He is our last trump card. Li Chenghe scratched his dull head and wondered, second brother is so gentle. Can he really handle fifth brother? Li Han told him meaningfully, sixth brother, your third brother suffered a lot of losses and hardships back then, and once thought it was a supernatural event. It was not until later that I realized that old Ginger is still the wisest. Li Chenghe still didn't understand. Ginger? Who is Ginger? What kind of ginger? Is it delicious? Anyway, the second brother is so gentle and considerate. It's definitely not Jiang. Li Han called Li Jihuai and explained the serious situation to him. Li Jihuai quickly thought of corresponding measures and prepared to treat his fifth brother gently. The Western restaurant at this time. Qi Xiaowan's belly was round from all the eating. She leaned back in the chair contentedly, touching her belly with her little paws. Nuanyuan is so full I feel a little sleepy. She yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Li Yeshin threw the last piece of biscuit into his mouth, looked at her soft and cute appearance, and teased her. Sister, you feel sleepy after eating. You are such a lazy pig. Nuanyuan is not a lazy pig. Qi Xiaowan retorted in a baby voice. He squinted his eyes and dozed off in his chair. Li Yeshin had finished her cookies, and there were still some leftover French fries and pizza on the table. The first time he saw his sister, he could only eat what she left. At this time, she didn't remind him about body management. What a shrewd girl. But who can blame her for being pretty and likable? Moreover, his father and his brothers and sisters seemed to not take her seriously and would never mention her in front of him. There is no other way. He has to pamper her. Wait until you're almost done eating. Li Yeshin planned to wake Qi Xiaowan up and take her away. Qi Xiaowan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said coquettishly, brother, hold me? Okay, brother will hold you. You are cute. Whatever you say is right. There was no way. Just based on Qi Xiaowan's soft and cute looks, Li Yeshin was completely captivated. Chapter 84 The second brother takes action. Li Yeshin wore a mask and a baseball cap and came out in a low-key manner, carrying Qi Xiaowan. Although we can't see what this movie emperor looks like, but just the little baby in his arms, who looked like a doll, attracted the attention of passers-by. Li Yeshin quickly took her back to the car and asked the driver to go home. However, the driver relayed the message to Li Yeshin in embarrassment. Fifth young master, the second young master just called and asked you to go to his hospital. My second brother wanted to see me? Did he say what it was about? I'm not sure about that, but judging from the second young master's tone, it's probably something very important. Li Yeshin also became serious and nodded, urging. Since second brother said so, it must be very serious. Let's go to the hospital quickly. Okay, fifth master. The driver turned the steering wheel and headed towards the hospital. Qi Xiaowan sat in his arms, blinking her dazed eyes and looking up at him. I wonder what second brother wants to talk to fifth brother about? You'll know when you get there. Li Yeshin touched her furry little head and sighed with pity in his heart. Poor sister. No matter how important the matter was, her second brother would ignore her when delivering the message. Really, everyone in the family had forgotten about her. So far, no one except the driver has mentioned his sister to him. Let him pamper such a cute and adorable sister. Li Yeshen looked at Qi Xiaonuan with even more loving eyes. Invisibly, the affection between the two people, one big and one small, became even stronger. Arrived at the hospital, Li Jihuai was waiting for them in the reception room in person. Li Yeshen came over with Qi Xiaonuan in his arms. When he saw him, he greeted him warmly. Second brother, I've been filming outside for a long time and I'm finally back. Well, it was quite a long time. Li Jihuai still showed a gentle and elegant smile. But Li Yeshen felt a little distant and cold. It seems like the second brother is not very welcoming to him coming back. Maybe it's an illusion? Second brother, is it hard to work today? Qi Xiaonuan jumped to the ground, opened her little arms, and ran towards Li Jihuai. Nuanyuan is here too. Second brother will hold her. Li Jihuai bent down and held Qi Xiaonuan in his arms. Qi Xiaonuan held his face, gave him a big kiss, and acted coquettishly in his arms. Li Yeshen looked at the two of them and suddenly felt. His second brother's smile hadn't changed, but it was much warmer and more cheerful than before. What is going on here? Is it also an illusion? Li Jihuai teased Qi Xiaonuan for a while, and did not forget the important things. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, smiled kindly, and told Li Yeshen, gently and considerately, I checked your body before and found that you have many hidden dangers. I am worried, so I have to do another comprehensive checkup for you immediately. Hearing what he said, Qi Xiaonuan and Li Yeshen became nervous and worried at the same time. Second brother, fifth brother looks healthy. Could it be a serious illness? Yes, second brother. I have always been in good health, and my agent and assistant also strictly control my diet and exercise, so it should be fine. Li Jihuai smiled meaningfully. No, you have a problem, and it's a big problem. If he says yes, then it must be yes. Even if there isn't, he can still create problems. For some reason, Li Yeshen shuddered. The last time he left home, there wasn't so much going on. Why do I feel something is wrong when I come back this time? That's really strange. Come on, fifth brother. Let's do a full body check first. Li Jihuai stood at the door with a smile. His eyes glowed strangely. Chapter 85, the most painful physical examination in history. Li Yeshen looked at the two reflective lenses and swallowed involuntarily, feeling a little scared. My legs began to tremble inexplicably, as if they were rooted to the ground and I couldn't move forward. After years of setbacks, his subconscious mind began to develop a sense of danger. Seeing that he was standing there in a daze without moving, Qi Xiaonuan gently shook Li Yeshen's hand. Fifth brother, it's time to get checked. A soft and tender voice came, and Li Yeshen came back to his senses. When I looked at Li Jihuai again, I found that he is still the warm and considerate second brother. It was as if the dangerous aura just now was just his illusion. Fifth brother, what's wrong? Are you scared? It's okay. Nuanyuan is waiting for you outside. Qi Xiaonuan touched his hand caringly and cheered him up. Li Yeshen lowered his head to look at her, and seeing her warm and cute smile, he felt comforted. He touched her fluffy hair and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, why is it that such a sensible and well-behaved sister is not liked by my father and brothers and sisters? What a pitiful sister. Li Jihuai pushed his glasses and smiled. He took Li Yeshen to the ward for a full-body examination. Qi Xiaonuan sat on a chair in the corridor, swinging her little feet, waiting anxiously. The doctors and nurses passing by were all touched by her cute and well-behaved appearance. Little sister, why are you here? Where are your parents? Are you feeling uncomfortable? They surrounded Qi Xiaonuan enthusiastically, caring for her and teasing her. Qi Xiaonuan shook her head, and her pigtails swayed along with it, looking so adorable. I'm waiting for my second brother and fifth brother. Qi Xiaonuan raised her two little fleshy hands. One counted 2, and the other counted 5. The total is 25. Where are your two brothers? Why did they leave you here? My second brother is examining my fifth brother. Could it be that your second brother is Dr. Li? Yeah, that's him. Qi Xiaonuan nodded vigorously. When mentioning his second brother, his expression was particularly proud. Several doctors and nurses looked at each other with indescribable expressions. I don't know what serious illness your fifth brother has. When he was pushed in for examination just now, Dr. Li was fully armed and brought all the medical equipment that could be used for examination into the ward. Qi Xiaonuan's young heart suddenly tightened, revealing a worried expression. Oh, what should I do? Fifth brother is so handsome. He won't have surgery on his face, right? He relies on his face to make a living. That won't happen. That's good. Qi Xiaonuan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her heart. If you don't want to have surgery on my face, then let second brother check it out. Everyone was silent. This world where appearance matters is so cruel. While chatting, the door to the examination room was opened. Li Yeshin's handsome face was pale, like an eggplant hit by frost. When he went in, his face was still rosy and shiny. When he came out, he had to walk with the help of the wall. When Qi Xiaonuan saw him, she immediately jumped on the ground, took her short legs, and ran towards him, asking him distressedly and worriedly, "Fifth brother, what's wrong with you? Does the examination hurt?" In fact, she knew that it was most likely her sinister second brother who did it. But there's nothing I can do. With such a good opportunity, she must try to gain some favor. Although she can win the favor of her fifth brother with her looks, she prefers to rely on her strength to curry favor with him. Li Yeshin propped himself against the wall with his hands, looking like he had just survived a catastrophe. It hurts so much. I've never experienced such a painful physical examination in my life. It almost cost me my life. Chapter 86. The Devil's Second Brother is Here. When Qi Xiaonuan saw such a handsome fifth brother, her waist hurt so much that she couldn't even straighten up. I immediately felt distressed as well. Her expression was wrinkled, making her look pitiful, and her bright black eyes were full of tears. "Fifth brother, are you okay? Nuanyuan will support you." She stretched out her chubby little hand and gently held his hand. This little ball of hers wasn't just supporting him. She was actually lifting him up. Li Yeshin leaned against the wall, shivering in pain. But he is a movie star, and we have to pay attention to his handsome persona at all times. The waist can be broken, but the image cannot be ruined. "It's okay, sister, don't worry. Brother can still hold on." Li Yeshin forced a smile. The physical examination just now was so horrific. No, I can't think about it anymore. It hurts even more when I think about it." Qi Xiaonuan followed Li Yeshin, running around him, very worried. Sometimes she tiptoed to help him up, and sometimes she ran to the front to see what his face looked like. Li Zhihuai pushed his glasses and walked out. It can be seen that Qi Xiaonuan cares more about Li Yeshin. Not only was all his attention focused on the fifth brother, he even ignored his second brother. The gentle smile on Li Zhihuai's face froze, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why does he feel that Lao Wu turned a disaster into a blessing? "Fifth brother, sit down. Nuanyuan has cleaned you up. Come and have a rest." Qi Xiaonuan supported Li Yeshin and walked to the rest chair in the corridor. She wiped the chair with her little hands enthusiastically and asked him to sit down. Li Yeshin felt very comforted and looked at her with even more loving eyes. "If you don't pamper such a sensible and considerate sister, would you still be a human being?" The relationship between the two seemed to have been further improved. Li Zhihuai pushed his glasses and walked back to them. A tall shadow loomed over them both. He was still smiling brightly, but he looked like a giant devil, looking down at them. "Fifth brother, now that the examination is complete, it's time to proceed to the next step of treatment." Not to mention that Li Yeshin was so frightened when he heard this. I had to force myself to remain calm in order to maintain my image. Even Qi Xiaonuan shivered as she crawled into his arms, revealing her little head. Her dark, bright eyes were filled with weakness and innocence. Woo, what a terrible second brother. Although she knew that her second brother had always been a sinister person, but at this moment, it has completely turned dark. Li Zhihuai looked down at them through his reflective lenses and slowly stretched out his two hands from the pockets of his white coat. Next second, when more than a dozen scalpels of various types instantly appeared in his two hands, like two iron fans. The blades of different shapes also have a cold metallic luster. "Fifth brother, come here." He laughed strangely and terrifyingly. "Ah, here he comes, the devil's second brother is here." "Ah." Qi Xiaonuan was so scared that she screamed and her hair stood up. He covered his eyes with his two little paws and kicked his short legs hard, trying to get into Li Yeshin's arms. She and Li Yeshin huddled together, hiding in the corner of the chair and shivering. Even the best actor with superb acting skills was almost scared to death by his second brother at this moment. Li Yeshin held the little baby in his arms, his hands and legs trembling. He swallowed his saliva and asked Li Zhihuai timidly, "Second brother, what do you mean by further treatment?" Li Zhihuai smiled gently. "Don't worry, it's not scary. You will just have to stay in the hospital for a month or two." Chapter 87. Things are difficult to handle. We need to take a long-term view. Li Yeshin asked him in a trembling voice. "Second brother, what disease do I have that I need to stay in the hospital for so long?" Qi Xiaonuan also poked her head out and nodded with concern. "Yes, Brother Wu looked very healthy. How come he suddenly has to be bedridden? It's really pitiful." Li Zhihuai pushed his glasses and laughed. "This disease is not pathological, but psychological. The disease of winning the admiration and love of your sister can be cured, and it needs severe treatment. After the cure, see if my sister's liking for it decreases. If it does not decrease, not only must treatment continue, but the course of treatment must also be extended. Lee Yes-hin covered his heart, took a deep breath, and spent a long time to prepare himself mentally. Sister, brother 5 is gone. Wish me good luck. Lee Yes-hin lifted Chi Xiaowan up and said goodbye to her with a fearless attitude. It's quite a heroic act. Chi Xiaowan's eyes also filled with tears. She raised her 2 little paws and cheered him up. Fifth brother, come on. Nuanyuan will always protect you. Even if fifth brother has to stay in bed for several months, Nuanyuan will come to accompany fifth brother every day, tell him stories, and chat with him to relieve his boredom. Because fifth brother is a patient, he needs Nuanyuan's careful care. Okay, with my sister's words, fifth brother feels relieved. Go, fifth brother, and remember that Nuanyuan will always be by your side. Yeah, Nuanyuan is really the sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket of fifth brother. The 2 people, one big and one small, have a deep brother-sister relationship. Never give up in times of danger and difficulty. Those who listen cry, and those who hear are sad. Li Jihuai saw this touching scene. The smile on his face disappeared, and he frowned slightly. It seems like the situation is getting worse. Although he could keep Li Yes-hin in the hospital and bedridden. But this means that Nuanyuan has to accompany him every day, take care of him personally, and tell him stories to pass the time. Wouldn't it give them more opportunities to cultivate brotherly and sisterly love? No, absolutely not. When Li Jihuai retracted his hands, various scalpels were taken back. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled again. At this time, his face was no longer gloomy and terrifying, and his glasses no longer reflected the light. Fifth brother, I just thought about it. Your body is very healthy and you don't need treatment. Hearing his words, Li Yes-hin and Chi Xiaowan both smiled with joy. Really? Second brother, I don't need treatment anymore? Can I go home and rest? Yeah, that's great. Fifth brother doesn't have to be hospitalized anymore. The 2 people, one big and one small, hugged each other, jumping and dancing happily, with tears of excitement in their eyes. Li Yes-hin, that's great. I don't have to suffer anymore. I don't have to worry about breaking my old waist anymore. Chi Xiaowan, that's great. I can go home and admire my handsome brother. The 2 left the hospital in high spirits and radiant looks. Li Jihuai walked to the rooftop, took out his cell phone with a serious expression, and called Li Han. Brother, is it done? It's only half done, and the effect is not good. It seems that the matter of fifth brother is very difficult. Nuanyuan is now thinking about him. If even you, the second brother, can't succeed, then it will be really difficult. Li Han's voice also became heavy. Don't worry, we need to think about this matter carefully. When Dad comes home tonight, we will have a family meeting together. Okay, I'll contact my fourth brother and ask him to go home early as well. Chapter 88 The Little Bunny is Coming. Li Yes-hin took Chi Xiaowan back home first. As soon as I got home, Chi Xiaowan followed Li Yes-hin like a little tail. Fifth brother, is it fun on the set? Is filming interesting? Can we meet a lot of big stars? Filming is very tiring. As for celebrities, they are celebrities to others, but they are just colleagues to me. Brother Wu, do you have to wear a hat and a mask every time you go out? It depends on the place. You have to be low-key in crowded places. If you go to a more upscale place with fewer people, you don't have to be so defensive. Fifth brother, Chi Xiaowan was full of curiosity about this highly anticipated and popular actor. Li Yes-hin still feels pain all over his body because of the physical examination. He could only lie on the sofa and rest. Chi Xiaowan sat on his waist attentively, raised her little pink fist, and massaged him, asking all kinds of questions at the same time. Li Yes-hin answered patiently one by one. By the way, sister, we actors have a lot of props and clothes. Our company has prepared a lot of cute costumes for the child stars. When I sneaked out yesterday, I accidentally took the wrong one and brought back the child star's costume. Do you want to try it? Okay, aren't the costumes and props cute? Are they prettier than Wan's princess dress? Let's go and try it and you'll know. Li Yes-hin is very confident in his sister's soft and cute appearance. He took the children's clothes out of the suitcase, handed them to Aunt Zhang, and asked her to help Chi Xiaowan change into them. There happened to be other costumes that he could wear. Chi Xiaowan held Aunt Zhang's hand and went to the dressing room to change clothes with great anticipation. During the time they were away, several luxury cars drove back to the Li family yard at the same time. Li Siheng and his 4 sons got out of the car with serious faces. After returning to the living room, Li Siheng sat in the middle of the sofa, with his 4 sons sitting on both sides. The crucial family meeting began. Dad, fifth brother's escape was too sudden. We were not prepared. My sister did meet my fifth brother, and she liked him more than we thought. Li Siheng bent his waist slightly, put his hands on his knees, crossed his fingers, frowned, and said heavily, "It seems that in Nuanyuan's eyes, there is only Lao Wu from now on." The atmosphere in the living room was solemn and majestic. The air was filled with depression and dullness. Just at this moment, a cheerful and sweet child's voice, accompanied by the sound of jumping footsteps, came from the room next door. "The little bunny is here. Nuanyuan is the little bunny. What is the fifth brother?" Qi Xiaowan was wearing a rabbit ear hairpin and a snow-white, furry children's outfit. It appeared with 2 little paws in front of it, jumping and skipping. Behind the little butt, there is a soft little white ball tail embroidered on it. Thump, thump, thump. Qi Xiaowan transformed into a white little rabbit and jumped in front of her father and brothers. There was no one in the living room. As a result, when Qi Xiaowan changed her clothes and came out, there were actually 5 big guys sitting on the sofa. Dad, brother, when did you come back?" Qi Xiaowan tilted her head, blinked her clear and dark eyes, and looked at them puzzledly. The 2 rabbit ears also tilted over. One of the ears that was erected drooped down. When Li Siheng and his 4 brothers saw the adorable little rabbit Nuanyuan, they all gasped and froze in place. What a lovely daughter/sister. It's so cute. The uncle/macho man's heart instantly melted into a puddle of water. It's almost killing them. Chapter 89. Lonely. Li Siheng took a deep breath and rubbed his eyebrows with his hand. Not cute. Not cute at all. His own daughter is a naughty and annoying little girl. Definitely not this cute. Li Siheng glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, met her big, bright black eyes and cute bunny ears, then quickly closed his eyes. Inhale, exhale. Not cute, not cute. Not at all, ugh, clearly adorable. This little bunny is so cute. Even if I kicked her a few more times or poked her nose a few more times, she seemed not to be that angry anymore. The 4 brothers also recovered from their shock. They have always known that they have a very cute and adorable sister, like a little princess or a doll. But they didn't understand until now. Their sister. There is no limit to how cute she is. I really want to hold my sister in my arms and kiss her chubby little face, then hold her and rub her hard a few times. No, before that, there is one more important thing. How can I get Nuanyuan's greatest admiration and love from my father and other brothers? This is a key issue. Dad, brother, why aren't you talking? Are you discussing something important? Qi Xiaowan stood there and waited for a long time, but didn't see any of them speak. Instead, she stood there like a wooden stake, motionless. She became even more curious and confused. At this time, Li Yeshin also changed his clothes and came out. He was wearing a big bad wolf costume. There is a big gray furry tail behind his back and gray wolf ears on his head. Oh woo! The big bad wolf is here to eat the little white rabbit. Li Yeshin howled like a wolf, raised his 2 wolf claws, and pounced on the little rabbit. Ahahaha! The big bad wolf is coming. Little bunny must run away. When Qi Xiaowan saw him chasing after her, she giggled and quickly ran around the living room on her short legs. Li Yeshin played the role of the big bad wolf and played happily with her. Li Siheng and his 4 brothers watched this scene in silence, although she felt a little jealous and envious when she saw Li Yeshin playing with Qi Xiaowan. But the return of Old 5 was finally of some use. By accident, Qi Xiaowan was wearing the bunny clothes, which made them so cute. They took out their cell phones without saying a word. Take a picture of this cute little bunny. After running for a while, Qi Xiaowan and Li Yeshin got tired and happened to see them taking pictures, so they happily ran to them. Dad, brother, let's take a photo together. Qi Xiaowan stood obediently in front of the camera, raised her chubby little paws, and showed a bright and lovely smile. Li Yeshin put one arm around her shoulders, squatted beside her, and also posed in a cool and handsome manner. As a movie star and a big star, he has a strong sense of camera in his every move. Li Siheng and his 4 brothers nodded in agreement. Then he raised his phone and pointed the camera at them. No, to be exact, he only pointed it at the little rabbit Qi Xiaowan. Click, click. They took a lot of photos for Qi Xiaowan, from different angles and in various cute poses. All of them were captured. Li Yeshin thought that there was also a shot of himself in the photo, so he followed Qi Xiaowan from beginning to end and changed into various styles. As a result, he posed in vain. After finishing the photo shoot of the little bunny costume, they were still not satisfied. I didn't expect that in addition to puffy skirts, princess dresses, and overalls, little girls' clothes can be worn like this. It seems like it's time to open an animal-themed children's clothing store. This matter will be dealt with immediately after the eldest brother, who has the most business acumen, returns. Chapter 90. Why is the cake gone? Qi Xiaowan was tired from playing, so Aunt Zhang helped her change back into her home clothes. She took her short legs, opened her little arms, and ran towards Li Siheng. Dad, Nuanyuan is tired. Dad will hold you. Qi Xiaowan has not forgotten who is the head of this family and who is the most powerful one. Even if you hug someone's thigh, you have to be selective. Li Siheng saw a little kid running towards him. A disdainful snort. Little girl, you're so annoying. However, his body is more honest than he is. He grabbed her with his big hands and held her firmly in his arms. The posture and movements of holding the little baby are becoming more and more skillful. His serious expression also collapsed, and the corners of his mouth and eyebrows were full of smiles and pride. The 5 older brothers standing by could only watch with envy. Well, the days when I couldn't hold my little glutinous rice dumpling were really hard to bear. Dad, 5th brother finally came back. Shall we celebrate by eating cream cake? Qi Xiaowan hid in Li Siheng's arms and acted coquettishly. In fact, she wanted to eat, but she can't say it out loud, otherwise she would become a little greedy cat. There is a dedicated pastry chef at home. Now that Qi Xiaowan has said it, of course we have to do it. Li Siheng and the others were originally planning to hold a family meeting to discuss how to deal with Lao Wu. However, things have come to this point and no amount of discussion will help. Considering that he put the little bunny clothes on Nuanyuan, let him go for now. Li Siheng took out his notebook and continued to deal with work. Qi Xiaowan sat in Li Siheng's arms, eating a lollipop and flipping through a picture book. The other brothers were busy working or doing homework. As for Li Yeshin, he stood in the middle of the living room, frowned his handsome eyebrows, and looked a little confused. Why does this atmosphere feel a little off? He hasn't been back for so long. Why aren't his dad and brothers as enthusiastic about him as before? Besides, wasn't his sister the one who was left out? How come she became the focus of her father and brothers, while he became ignored and even somewhat redundant? Strangeness. It's really weird. Li Yeshen thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. After the cream cake is ready, it is covered with a lot of fruits, chocolates, and all kinds of cute candies. Wow, that looks delicious. Qi Xiaowan stepped on Li Siheng's legs, supported her 2 little hands on the table, and stared at the cake with sparkling eyes. She was so greedy that her mouth was watering. Li Siheng saw her greedy look and happily cut a piece for her and handed it to her. Eat it. Yeah, I can have cake. Qi Xiaowan picked up the small fork expectantly and then forked it up from the bottom. At first, I didn't have enough strength to lift it up. She put in some more effort. As a result, the intensity was not controlled well. A small piece of cake that was originally stuck to the plate bounced out of the plate with a bayou sound, as if it was sitting on a seesaw, flying over her head. With a smacking sound, it hit accurately on the face of Li Siheng, who was behind her and a head taller than her. The cream cake was all over his face. Li Siheng. How many times has this been the case when he has been eating with her, and all kinds of strange things have hit him in the face? His anger was rising. I just wanted to pick her up and spank her. But when he thought about how he would have to apologize to her after beating her up in the morning, he could only suppress his anger. There are risks in holding a baby, and you need to be careful when eating. Qi Xiaowan looked at the empty plate in front of her, and then at the empty fork. He blinked his big, confused eyes and tilted his head in confusion. What? Where's the cake? She clearly shoveled up the duck just now. How come it suddenly disappeared? Chapter 91. Li Siheng finally wins the game. Qi Xiaowan didn't care much about the missing cake. She is so greedy now that she can't wait any longer. He stood up, stuck out his little butt, lay on the table, and cut himself a new piece. This time, she learned her lesson and didn't scoop the food from the bottom. Instead, she dug it out bit by bit from the top. Good times, good times. Qi Xiaowan's mouth was stuffed with cake, and the area around her mouth was covered with white cream. The originally clear and black eyes narrowed into crescents because of the happiness of the delicious food. Several brothers saw what happened just now, but no one dared to say anything. They all pretended not to see it and continued to eat cake with their heads down. Qi Xiaowan's cheeks were bulging from eating so much. When I forked a piece of fruit, I suddenly remembered that this was a good opportunity to curry favor with someone. Qi Xiaowan quickly picked up the largest piece of fruit with her fork, raised it, and turned around to hand it to Li Siheng. As a result, when she turned around, she saw Li Siheng wiping the cream off his face. Qi Xiaowan's delicate eyebrows twisted and her small nose wrinkled, showing a little expression of disgust. Dad, You are over 30 years old. How can you eat cake with your face full of it? Nguyen is only 3.5 years old, and she hasn't eaten as much as you. Lee Si-hung stopped wiping the cream, and the blue veins on his forehead were throbbing. Hee hee. It's all thanks to this 3.5-year-old girl. He is a man in his 30s, and he finally ate the cream on his face. Originally, Chi Xiaowan wanted to curry favor with someone powerful. As a result, Lee Si-hung's face was covered with cream. There is a little bit of disgust. Although her father is a big boss among big bosses, he is also very old. But sometimes, it's really childish. Dislike and abandon. So, Chi Xiaowan took the fruit that was passed to his mouth, took it back, and ate it herself. Lee Si-hung really wanted to pick her up, slap her little but hard, and teach her a lesson. Forget it. He didn't bother with a 3.5-year-old girl. He could only comfort himself in this way. Chi Xiaowan ate most of such a big cream cake by herself. Her belly was so round from eating so much that she could hardly walk. I'm so full, Nguyen can't eat anymore. Chi Xiaowan leaned in Lee Si-hung's arms, like Guyu, unable to move at all. Lee Si-hung breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was motionless. He could finally eat in peace without having to worry about any suspicious objects flying towards his face. Lee Si-hung doesn't like sweets, but today is a rare day, so I might as well try it. He picked up a small plate with a small cake on it. But, although his eyes were on the cake, his peripheral vision was looking at Chi Xiaowan in his arms. Then, his hand accidentally shook. Baji. A small piece of cake fell on Chi Xiaowan's face. Chi Xiaowan, who was just closing her eyes comfortably, was stunned by the blow of the cake. He quickly stretched out his chubby little paws and scraped the cream cake off his face. Dad, why did you eat the cake on Nguyen's face? Chi Xiaowan asked him angrily. Lee Si-hung pretended to care and reached out his hand to help her wipe the cream cake off her face, and apologized sincerely. Dad accidentally dropped it. It's Dad's fault. Seeing that he apologized, Chi Xiaowan didn't want to continue to be angry with him. I could only mutter worriedly, it's okay that Dad ate his own face, but he also ate Nguyen's face. Dad is old, and his hands and feet are not as flexible as before. Lee Si-hung didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and his eyebrows also rose. This time, he finally turned the tables. Feel proud. Feel refreshed. Chapter 92, Plastic Father-Daughter Relationship. What is the legendary plastic father-daughter relationship? That's it. The five brothers who had seen what Lee Si-hung had just done were all silent. I didn't expect that my father, who was in his 30s, would still be as childish as my sister. They were worried that their father's Parkinson's disease would relapse, so his hands started shaking, and he continued to smash the cake on his sister's face. Eager to protect his sister, he quickly found an excuse and carried her over. Chi Xiaowan was surrounded by her five brothers. He helped her wipe the cake off her face, massaged her little paws and shoulders, and handed her an iced Coke. The five people were busy and having fun. Taking care of their younger sister is one of the greatest joys in their lives. Lee Si-hung was in a good mood. Seeing Chi Xiaowan lying there comfortably again, her eyes narrowed into crescents and her little mouth pursed and raised. The little girl looks very cute, yet a little bit spoiled. He took out his cell phone and couldn't help taking a few pictures of her. Then I spent a long time choosing. I found each one to be very cute. Finally, he picked one at random and sent it to his circle of friends. Soon, this cute and soft photo of Chi Xiaowan instantly received many comments and likes. Wow, isn't this Mr. Lee's precious daughter? So cute. So this is Mr. Lee's daughter. I've always heard about her, and today I'm lucky enough to meet her. Oh, it's Nguyen. She's cute again. Is Nguyen full? Since seeing Nguyen, my wife and I have been trying to have a daughter, hoping she will be as cute as Nguyen. Nguyen is indeed Mr. Lee's biological daughter. Look at her eyes and her little nose. She is simply a replica of Mr. Lee. They are so alike. There are some flattering comments, and there are also some that really praise Nguyen. Lee Si-hung accepted all of them. After browsing for a while, he saw a comment saying that Nguyen looked very similar to him. The finger paused and clicked on the profile of the comment. Good. This person has a good eye. He can see the essence through phenomena and is a talented person. The company needs such employees. Lee Si-hung sent him a private message, asking him to go to the Human Resources Department to register for a promotion, have his monthly bonus doubled, and apply for paid leave. Because I found that this employee has good workability. He would never admit that it was because this employee mentioned that Nguyen looked like him. Wait until the cake is finished. Lee Si-hung closed his moments and continued to work. All five brothers are back, and the house is lively and not at all deserted as usual. Qi Xiaowan is the little princess of her 5 brothers, and they always play with her. Watch cartoons with her, play hide and seek with her, or build blocks with her. A little later, Qi Xiaowan's biological clock reminded her that it was time to rest. Ha! Nuan is sleepy and wants to sleep. Qi Xiaowan sat on the carpet, rubbing her eyes, and spoke sleepily. Li Jihuai picked her up and took her to Li Siheng's study. Dad, will Nuanyuan still sleep with you today? If you are busy, I can also take care of Nuanyuan. When Li Siheng saw Qi Xiaowan coming, he turned off the computer and closed all the files without hesitation. Not busy, it's almost time. I should take a break too. He took Qi Xiaowan, who was already half asleep, from Li Jihuai's arms and took her to the bedroom. Work is not as important as sleeping with my daughter. No. He didn't want to accompany his daughter. It was just that he also happened to be a little tired. I will never admit that I want to accompany my daughter. That's right. He would never admit it. Chapter 93, Kick him off the bed. This time to sleep. Li Siheng has learned his lesson again. Not only do you have to remember not to press her, but you also have to prevent yourself from being kicked by her. Li Siheng placed Qi Xiaowan steadily on the bed. Her little hands and feet were also placed obediently, lying on the bed like standing at attention. Only then did Li Siheng feel relieved. Before going to bed, he glanced at the sleeping Qi Xiaowan. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he reached out and pressed her little nose. Haha, it was her fault that she had poked his nose several times. This time, he has to get it back. After pressing it a few times, Li Siheng felt it was complete. Contentedly, I turned off the lights and went asleep. As a father, he can't always suffer at the hands of his daughter. I have to find a way to get it back, otherwise where will I put my face? At night, boom! There was a dull sound from the bedroom. Li Siheng was awakened by the pain. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground. My waist hurts a lot, as if I had a sprain. Li Siheng initially thought that he had accidentally fallen under the bed after falling asleep and then sprained his waist. As a result, when he was about to get up and go back to bed, when I looked up, I found a chubby little foot sticking out of the bed. It turned out that he was kicked off the bed by his own daughter. Li Siheng couldn't count how much suffering he had endured from this little girl since he brought her home. He got up and glanced at Qi Xiaowan. She held a little finger in her mouth and ate it with a smacking sound. She must have been dreaming about something delicious. It's a small ball, and it sleeps very soundly. Li Siheng endured the pain from his sprained waist and put her little feet that were sticking out of the bed back into the quilt. Although he was very angry when she kicked him off the bed, however, considering that she was his biological daughter and only 3.5 years old, he did not bother with her. Li Siheng moved her inside and prepared to lie down and rest again. Then, I heard her talking in her sleep. For Daddy. Li Siheng's anger disappeared instantly and he smiled. This little girl still has some conscience. When you eat something delicious, remember to give it to him. Give it to Daddy. Eat my little feet, hee. Qi Xiaowan turned over and giggled even in her sleep, not forgetting to move her little feet. Li Siheng. Oh, what a good daughter he is. It's really great to raise them. The fire in his heart suddenly burst out. He reached out, turned Qi Xiaowan over, and smacked her little butt 3 times. Beat. What should I do if my child is naughty and disobedient? Just give him a beating. If 1 meal isn't enough, then 3 meals will do. Qi Xiaowan was woken up by him. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, still half asleep. Dad, did you secretly beat Nuanyuan again? Li Siheng put away his stern expression and coaxed her gently. No, Daddy didn't hit Nuanyuan. Is Nuanyuan dreaming? Well, it's like this. Qi Xiaowan opened her little mouth, yawned, turned over, and fell asleep again in a daze. Li Siheng stretched his head and glanced at her. After making sure she was asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he reached out and spanked her little butt again. Children should be educated from an early age, and you have to be as strict as him. When Li Siheng was teaching Qi Xiaowan a lesson seriously, she turned over. He quickly stopped what he was doing and looked at her warily, fearing that she would wake up. I saw she was still sleeping. Li Siheng calmed down and put on a stern face again. That's right. If a child is naughty, she should be beaten. Don't be soft-hearted. She must learn her lesson. Chapter 94, The Last Pair of Leather Shoes. The next morning, when Qi Xiaowan woke up, sitting on the bed in a daze, her little adobo hair sticking up on top of her head makes her look cute and silly. Are you awake? Let Aunt Zhang take you to wash and change clothes, and then have breakfast. Li Siheng had put on his clothes and was standing in front of the floor-length mirror, adjusting his tie. He is in a good mood. As a father, he finally gave his own daughter a good lesson yesterday. Chi Xiaonuan scratched her hair with her chubby little paws, looked at him blankly, blinked her innocent and bright eyes, and asked him, "Dad, Nuanyuan had a dream yesterday. I dreamed that you seemed to hit Nuanyuan again. Since it is a dream, it is fake. Didn't Dad warm you up?" No. Li Siheng spoke nonsense seriously. He had seen the consequences of his daughter being angry with him. I would never admit it. Did Dad educate Nuanyuan yesterday? No. Nuanyuan is so obedient and sensible that she doesn't need her father's education. He continued to lie with his eyes open. He has learned his lesson and will try to fool a 3.5-year-old child whenever possible. Chi Xiaonuan pouted, crossed her hands in front of her, and fell into deep thought. I always feel like I'm being taken advantage of. What's going on? Li Siheng caught a glimpse of a depressed little girl and felt better. However, Chi Xiaonuan did not give up. She climbed down from the bed, ran to Li Siheng, and kicked him on the leg. Li Siheng. Chi Xiaonuan explained seriously, because I dreamed that my father hit Nuanyuan. So Nuanyuan was unhappy and wanted to kick my father. You blame me for your dream? Yeah, because when Nuanyuan was dreaming, Dad wanted to beat her up. That's too much. Chi Xiaonuan put her hands on her hips proudly and spoke with confidence. Li Siheng. Is this okay? After kicking Dad, the mood of a certain little milk ball finally calmed down. She left the room with her short legs and went to find Aunt Zhang to wash up. Then she braided her hair into 2 braids and dressed up cutely. She went out with Li Siheng again today. However, they did not go to the company, but to inspect the stores under the Li Group. This was a surprise inspection, so when Li Siheng took Chi Xiaonuan there, he dressed very low-key. They were just like an ordinary father and daughter shopping in a mall. Halfway through, several senior managers also came over to discuss something with Li Siheng. Chi Xiaonuan was walking around the children's area alone. She walked into a children's shoe store, which had lots of cute, delicate, beautiful little shoes. Chi Xiaonuan was wearing overalls today, and she looked down at her sneakers. It would also look good if paired with a pair of British-style leather shoes. She was selecting items carefully in the window. There was a pair of red leather shoes. Chi Xiaonuan liked them very much, no matter the design, workmanship, or materials. She fell in love with them at first sight. Hello, sister. Do you have this pair of small leather shoes in my size? Chi Xiaonuan took the small leather shoes and asked the shopping guide very politely. When the shopping guide saw such a cute and polite little girl, she immediately helped her to choose the size enthusiastically. This is the last pair of shoes left. It happens to be your size. I'll help you try them on. That's great, thank you, sister. But don't bother me. I can already put on my shoes by myself. Chi Xiaonuan gave her a bright and lovely smile, prepared to take her little leather shoes, and sat there to change into them herself. But a little girl in a skirt ran over and also took a fancy to the shoes. I like these shoes, so they are mine. She walked up to Chi Xiaonuan arrogantly and reached out to grab her shoes. Chapter 95, Little Girl, do you have money? Chi Xiaonuan's reaction was much faster than hers. When she came over and stretched out her hand, Chi Xiaonuan had already stood up with her shoes in her hand and took a step back. The little girl missed and put her hands on her hips, yelling at her arrogantly. How can you be like this? I said these shoes are mine. Why don't you give them to me? Chi Xiaonuan was almost amused by her matter-of-fact attitude. Little sister, didn't your mother teach you what first come, first served means? Chi Xiaonuan didn't want to quarrel with her, but calmly reasoned with her. But a 3.5-year-old child is reasoning with a 5-year-old child. And call her little sister. This picture. Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, my parents will buy me whatever I like. Although the little girl's attitude was a bit bad, she actually admitted it honestly. Chi Xiaonuan raised her delicate eyebrows and looked at the little girl with her dark eyes. She dresses very elegantly and combs her hair meticulously. At first glance, she is the eldest daughter of a wealthy family with a spoiled temper. Chi Xiaonuan held the small leather shoes and shook her head at her. No, I like them too, so I can't give them to you. You are so unreasonable. I told you I wanted them. The little girl put her hands on her hips. When she saw that she couldn't get the little leather shoes, she started shouting angrily, Mom, Mom, I want these shoes, but she won't give them to me. Soon, a middle-aged woman with a bloated figure and wearing all kinds of jewelry came over. My little darling, which pair of shoes do you want? Ask the shopping guide to get you another pair. The middle-aged woman squatted down and coaxed her with a doting look on her face. The salesperson said awkwardly, I'm sorry, ma'am. We only have one pair of shoes left, and this kid chose them first. The woman asked the little girl again if she wanted to buy other shoes, and she insisted on this pair. I had no choice but to ask the salesperson again. My daughter wants this pair, please pack it for me. But these shoes. Without waiting for the salesperson to finish, the woman interrupted her impatiently. Hasn't this little girl paid yet? And she doesn't have any parents around, so she may not buy it. Chi Xiaonuan was a small ball, standing beside her, and was ignored by her the whole time. She looked up, her clear black eyes calmly looking at the woman, and said lightly, I'll buy these shoes. TSK, you want to buy? Do you have money? I don't know where you came from to make trouble. The woman heard her childish voice and sneered with disdain. Her attitude became even more arrogant. Here, wrap up these shoes. Don't tell me first come first served. My daughter likes them, so I'll pay double the price for them. This? The shopping guide was embarrassed. She is just a part-time worker. If the customer is willing to pay double the price, she can get a lot of commission. For her, the temptation is great. She had no choice but to squat in front of Chi Xiaonuan and said apologetically, Sorry, little sister. I'm going to sell this pair of shoes to this aunt. Chi Xiaonuan understood her and was not angry. Instead, she gave her a sweet smile. Then, stretch out 5 chubby little fingers. Sister, I want to buy this pair of shoes at 5 times the price. Of course, the commission for selling at 5 times the price will be higher than for selling at double the price. The salesperson was immediately excited. He stood up and gestured to the woman, Madam, look at the situation now. The woman snorted and said arrogantly, Then I will pay 10 times the price. I must buy this pair of shoes today. Chapter 96. The shopping guide is unwilling to sell to Wanwan. I saw the woman take out her wallet and prepare to pay by credit card. Chi Xiaonuan was still not angry, and the smile on her face deepened. The 2 clear, black eyes also curved into crescent shapes. She said to the salesperson politely and cutely, Sister, I'll pay 20 times as much. The current situation has long exceeded the shopping guide's expectations. She was no longer happy, but panicked. This is just a children's store, not an auction. The shopping guide was a little confused and at a loss. Should she sell these shoes or not? When the woman heard what Chi Xiaonuan said, she laughed out of anger. He placed the wallet heavily on the cashier's counter with a thud, looked down at Chi Xiaonuan arrogantly, and taunted her. You dare to challenge me here when you have this thing from somewhere? You want 20 times the price? I said 100 times. Do you think this money is a toy? Go home and drink your milk quickly, and don't spoil my mood here. The shopping guide looked at the woman dressed in designer clothes, and then looked at Chi Xiaonuan, who was alone. Hesitated. Although she also thought that this little kid was so cute and polite, she couldn't bear to refuse him. But she has to earn money to eat. What if this little girl was just saying it casually and ends up pissing off the lady who really wanted to buy shoes? Little sister, I'm sorry. These shoes cannot be bought on credit. The implication is, either she pays for it now, or she will have to sell it to this rich lady. Chi Xiaonuan still had a cute expression and a smile on her face all the time. This time she didn't talk to the salesperson, but walked to the side of the little girl and said in a soft voice, Little sister, do you really want this pair of shoes? The little girl glanced furtively at the lady. He felt that she had her family's support, while Chi Xiaonuan was alone and looked easy to bully, so he became arrogant again. She put her hands on her waist, looked up, and said in the manner of a noble lady, Yes, this pair of leather shoes is beautiful, and there is only the last pair left, so it is unique, so I must have it. After getting her answer, Chi Xiaonuan felt relieved. Little sister, then I will definitely not give it to you. Chi Xiaonuan smiled slightly. It's time for this little sister to accept the beating from your warm sister in society. Chi Xiaonuan's demeanor at this moment was not only adorable, but also revealed an innate dignity and cold temperament. It is definitely not comparable to the rude and vulgar qualities of this mother and daughter. The lady saw the disdainful look in Chi Xiaonuan's glass-like eyes and immediately became furious. How can there be no family education? I am a rich lady. Can I not afford to buy shoes for my daughter? Auntie, you have time to talk to me so much, but you are still not paying. Can't you afford it? What a joke. You said I can't afford it? Fine, I'm going to say this today. No matter how much money you offer, I'll give you 10 times more. I just don't believe that I can't cure you. A sly smile flashed across Chi Xiaonuan's eyes. She didn't waste any more time talking to the lady, but took out a business card from her rabbit bag. Stand on tiptoe and hand it to the shopping guide. Sister, please call the number above. My dad will come to pay. The salesperson took a look. The name of Li Siheng, the president of Li Group, was clearly written on the business card. She was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly. It seems that what the lady said was right. Although this child is very cute and as lovable as a doll, he might suffer from a disease like delusional disorder. The lady even laughed at him rudely. Bosley is your father? Huh. I said I was the wife of the world's richest man. Little boy, which hospital did you run away from? Chapter 97 Big Brother is back. Faced with the salesperson's disbelief and the lady's ridicule and contempt, Chi Xiaonuan helplessly spread out her little hands and shrugged her shoulders. Well, these people. I tried to reason with them nicely, but they just wouldn't listen. I just want to be a clown here. Then you can't blame her. Just when Chi Xiaonuan was about to contact Li Siheng, several men walked outside the children's clothing store. Especially the one in the front, dressed in a suit and tie, looks like a business elite with a strong aura. She has standard broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a pair of long, straight, and strong legs. Not to mention her good looks, she can debut as a star in minutes. He walked into the children's clothing store with a smile on his face. The other men stood outside the store with their hands behind their backs and serious expressions. Chi Xiaonuan looked at him puzzledly. This handsome guy looks so familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. The lady and the salesperson also saw him and were stunned at the same time. When everyone fell silent and looked towards him, he stopped in front of Chi Xiaonuan and suddenly spoke. Sorry, little Princess Nuanyuan, brother is late. The voice is calm and gentle. Everyone, including Chi Xiaonuan, was stunned and looked at him in surprise. But he smiled. He bent down, gently picked up Chi Xiaonuan, and placed her on the sofa next to him where she was changing shoes. Then he took the little leather shoes from her hand and knelt on one knee. Take off her original sneakers. The pink and white socks were a little wrinkled, and he gently and carefully helped Chi Xiaonuan to straighten them out. Then, he held her soft little feet with his big hands and carefully put on her little leather shoes. His series of actions were too sudden. Chi Xiaonuan didn't react. She blinked her confused big black eyes and stared at him stupidly. Brother heard everything just now. Princess Nuanyuan likes this pair of shoes, and no one can take them away from her. He was still kneeling on one knee in front of her, looking at her at eye level. Chi Xiaonuan blinked her beautiful amber eyes again, and her little head finally came back to her senses. Her eyes lit up little by little, and she asked him in great surprise, Brother? Big brother? You're back. Well, I'm back. Li Chun nodded with a smile. Chi Xiaonuan became even more excited and rushed towards him, stretching out her little fleshy hands and hugging his neck. It's her older brother, Li Chun. He is also a business tycoon, cultivated by Li Siheng himself. The father and son joined forces and made the Li Group the leader in the business world within a few years. They directly expanded into overseas markets and gained a place in the world. Unexpectedly, her older brother would suddenly appear. It was obviously the first time she met the big brother, but he seemed as friendly as a family member they had known for a long time. And he came to support her. Wow, big brother, you're finally back. Nuanyuan has always wanted to see you. Chi Xiaonuan happily hugged him tightly and acted coquettishly in his arms. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. When I was on a business trip abroad, I heard my father mention that a little princess had come home. My brother finally got to meet the little princess, Nuanyuan. Li Chen held her in his arms and gently stroked her furry little head, showing his special affection for her. Chi Xiaonuan was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. Oh, well. It turns out that her older brother is such a gentle, warm-hearted guy next door. So happy. Since I don't know what to say to express my inner surprise, I'll just give my brother a huge hug. Bobo Nuanyuan likes big brother. Chi Xiaonuan held his cheek and kissed him several times in one breath. Dividing line. Finally, all 7 bosses showed up. The legendary living devil, the father who implements the law of true fragrance and gets slapped in the face by his daughter every day, Li Siheng. Li Chen is a mature, steady, wealthy, and warm-hearted big brother next door. Li Jihuai, a medical genius, gentle on the surface but actually a black-bellied second brother of Bai Qihai. Li Han, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, who is domineering and fierce and loves blood as his sword. He is respected as Yi. Li Wan, the fourth brother, is aloof and silent, an elite in the legal profession, and only has warmth for his younger sister. The movie emperor and superstar, handsome enough to outshine the galaxy, his looks represent the righteous fifth brother, Li Yeshen. The arrogant school bully, a middle school patient, a fool, and the sixth brother, Li Chenghe, who turned out to be a master hacker. 7 big guys, come and report. Who do the little cuties like best? Nuan said that she wanted them all, and she wanted them to be equally loved, 7 days a week, with a different person to love her every day. Many cute little ones asked who the male lead was. In fact, the 7 big guys are the male protagonists. The one you like most is the male protagonist among male protagonists. As for the kind that the little cuties understand, it's not called the male protagonist, it's called the male pig corner, hoo. Because he is a piglet who wants to take advantage of Nuanyuan, the little cabbage. The 7 big guys said, "Which piglet dares to touch my Nuan? Come and try if you are not afraid of death. Sure a hell is waiting for you." Little cuties, just wait and see after all. It's too cruel. Whoever pushes it will suffer. It's terrible. Chapter 98. The children's clothing store was acquired. It was warm. Faced with Qi Xiaonuan's love and enthusiasm, Li Qin accepted it all. He touched Qi Xiaonuan's hair and reminded her with a smile, "Little Princess Nuanyuan, have you forgotten that there is something you haven't solved yet?" Qi Xiaonuan slapped her forehead. Yes. She was so happy to see her big brother that she forgot something important. There are 2 people here, one big and one small, waiting to be beaten by the iron fist of socialism. Qi Xiaonuan happily held Li Qin's hand and looked at the lady and the little girl. Her eyes were smiling and her little mouth was pursed, making her even cuter than before. When the lady saw Li Qin, she stood there in a daze and never came to her senses. Just by looking at his aura and posture, you can tell that he is definitely not an ordinary person. What's more, his face was so familiar. It was exactly the same as the eldest son of the Li group. She panicked. I desperately denied it in my heart. No, it's impossible. It's definitely not true. She didn't dare to think too deeply. Li Qin curled the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. He didn't speak to her, but turned to the shopping guide. He was calm and told her straightforwardly, "First, your children's clothing store has just been acquired by me. As the owner of this store, I will give this pair of shoes to Nuan and she will dispose of it. Second, you are fired." He had just finished speaking. Before the shopping guide could react, she received a call from the store manager, informing her that the content was exactly the same as what Li Qin had announced. She broke down on the spot, tears streaming down her face. "Please give me another chance. I really need this job. I will never make such a mistake again. I will never violate store rules because of commissions again." Li Qin remained unmoved. If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. Since she had wronged his sister for that little commission, then he would just handle it impartially and according to store rules. It is not the turn of the Li family to be bullied by outsiders. After dealing with the shopping guide, Li Qin fixed his eyes on the lady again, showing a typical fake smile in the workplace. "I heard that you will pay 10 times the price my sister paid for this pair of shoes?" When the lady met his gaze, her bloated body trembled violently in fear. What happened to the shopping guide just now forced her to accept reality. The man in front of him with a steady aura and decisive actions is really the eldest son of the Li group. And the little girl whom she had just laughed at and ridiculed turned out to be the precious daughter of the Li family. She no longer had any of the arrogance she had just now, and her legs had already begun to become weak from fear and panic. "Master Li, I was just joking with this little Princess Nuanyuan. I wasn't serious. Look at those shoes on her feet. They are so beautiful. They are tailor-made for her." The lady forced a smile, her voice trembling, and she kept flattering him. "No." Qi Xiaonuan pulled Li Qin's fingers with her little paws, popped her little head out from behind him, blinked her eyes, and said to the lady, "You said before that if I can afford 20 times, you will pay 100 times to buy it. So, pay quickly." Hee. 100 times. A lot of small change. All went into her little pocket. This is her first pot of gold. What's a pair of small leather shoes? Seeing a rich lady being slapped in the face, with an expression like she was eating a fly, and finally having to pay obediently, that's what happiness is. Li Qin looked at her furry little head, reached out and touched it, and praised her. "It seems that my little Nuan is very good at business. Oh, Nuanyuan is so awesome." Qi Xiaonuan smiled, raised her head proudly, rubbed her little head against his palm, and enjoyed her brother's approval. Chapter 99. Sweet and Salty Society, Your Warm Sister. The little leather shoes were already on Qi Xiaonuan's feet. She was wearing cute overalls and these shoes, making her look sunny and playful, with the softness, cuteness, and well-behavedness of a little girl. The lady hadn't had time to speak yet. The little girl tugged at her hand, pointed at Qi Xiaonuan's feet and yelled, "Mom, she said she sold this pair of shoes to us. Hurry up and pay for it. I like this pair of shoes. It's the last pair. I can't buy it anymore. It's very special." "Don't talk." The lady looked embarrassed. She slapped the little girl's hand, then turned to Qi Xiaonuan and Li Qin and smiled apologetically. Qi Xiaonuan ignored the mother and daughter, took off the small leather shoes, put them back into the shoebox, and handed them to the little girl. Little sister, these shoes are yours. Qi Xiaonuan smiled at her. When the little girl saw the shoes, she quickly reached out and grabbed them, holding them in her arms triumphantly. Yeah, the shoes are mine. I must get what I want. Qi Xiaonuan saw her expression, smiled, patted her shoulder and told her, Little sister, since your mother won't teach you the truth, let me teach you. What are you going to teach me? The little girl looked at her puzzledly. Qi Xiaonuan didn't talk to her immediately, but picked up a pair of ordinary leather shoes from the shoe rack next to her and put them on. She put one hand in the pocket of her overalls and the other hand hung naturally at her side. Then, he walked straight with a confident and bright smile on his face and walked past them with a very cool step. The little leather shoes stepped on the ground, making a crisp, tapping sound. Every step is like a victorious peacock, dazzling. After Qi Xiaonuan reached the end, she made another gorgeous turn. She took her little hand out of her pocket and placed it gracefully in front of her body, revealing an elegant smile and eyes as bright as stars, sparkling. She walked in a standard catwalk. This time, the little leather shoes made no sound and were very quiet. She looks like a little princess from a fairy tale, noble and elegant. The same pair of shoes can be worn in different styles. It can be both sassy and cool, and also milky and soft. Can be sweet or salty. Everyone present was shocked. Even in this 3.5-year-old little girl, they could actually see an innate noble temperament in her. It is absolutely not comparable to ordinary children. Li Chen was also surprised for a few seconds, but then he felt more proud of his sister. Qi Xiaonuan walked in front of the little girl again. There was no arrogance in his tone, but he told her calmly and politely, Little sister, did you see it just now? The only thing is not the shoes, but the person wearing the shoes. As long as you have temperament and confidence, ordinary shoes can be worn to shine incomparably. The little girl was already stunned. She looked down at the shoes in her arms, then looked at Qi Xiaonuan. He nodded, not quite understanding. Qi Xiaonuan's eyes curved again, and the smile on her lips deepened. Some people, even if they wear the only shoes in the world, they can only look cheap and low class. Little sister, do you understand? I'm talking about you. Hee hee. Crash. A basin of cold water was poured on the little girl's head, but it doesn't matter. It is much gentler to accept the beatings from society now than to accept the iron fists of society later. Qi Xiaonuan looked at the little girl with a smile. She just loves to pour cold water on others. Cold water is also water. Only by watering them more can the flowers of our motherland thrive. Hee hee. Chapter 100. The lady almost died of anger. Qi Xiaonuan didn't know whether the little girl understood or not, but she knew very well that the noble lady must have understood. But, so what? She didn't dare to say a word, and had to nod and smile apologetically. Yes, Princess Nuanyuan is right. No matter how good the shoes are, they must be matched with people of temperament, otherwise it would be a waste. Well, old lady, it's good that you understand. You should educate your daughter well in the future. I think she has a unique bone structure. If you educate her well, she can avoid becoming a deformed melon or a jujube when she grows up. Qi Xiaonuan looked up and smiled widely and brilliantly. This 3.5-year-old little girl not only has to educate the 5-year-old girl, but also the mother. Otherwise, is it for nothing that you are called the warm sister in society? Of course. In front of my father and brothers. She is just a weak, pitiful, and helpless little milk ball. A little warm girl, a little delicate. The lady who had been taught a lesson had to hold it in no matter how uncomfortable she felt or how ugly her face looked. Not only was it impossible to get angry with her, but I had to keep nodding and praising her. Who made it possible for the little girl in front of him to be the precious little princess of the Li family? I can't afford to offend you. Okay, go pay. Qi Xiaonuan did not forget her small change. The lady had no choice but to bite the bullet and spend 100 times the price to buy the shoes. After she paid the money, Qi Xiaonuan was satisfied. Then, he told the little girl one more thing. Oh, little sister, I forgot to tell you. This is the last pair of shoes. The size is perfect for me, but your feet are too big. Also, once these shoes are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. What a pity, you won't be able to wear them after you buy them. The little girl still didn't understand anything. She looked at Qi Xiaonuan stupidly, then at the lady. When the lady heard what Qi Xiaonuan said, her face turned blue with anger and her expression almost couldn't hold back. On purpose. This yellow-haired girl definitely did it on purpose. First, he angered her and made her spend 100 times more money to buy these broken shoes. After she paid the money, she said that the shoes couldn't fit her daughter. No returns or exchanges are allowed. This 3.5-year-old little girl is full of bad intentions. So angry. It's so frustrating. But the same thing. So what if she's angry? So what if she saw through Qi Xianwan's evil intentions? She didn't dare to offend this little ancestor at all. The other person's older brother is standing by to support him. Okay, the money and goods are settled. Welcome to visit next time. Qi Xianwan held Li Qin's big hand with one of her small hands and waved at them with the other white little hand. There is always a sweet and lovely smile on her face, like a little lucky cat. The lady took several deep breaths and managed to avoid fainting. Then he forced a smile, took his daughter's hand, and prepared to leave. Wait. Li Chun, who had been silent all the time, spoke at this time. These two simple words made the lady's body tremble, and her legs almost went limp. Master Li, is there anything else? She turned around trembling and asked with an apologetic smile. Li Chun had a typical fake workplace smile on his face and said, I heard that your husband is discussing cooperation with the Li group and has already reached the stage of signing a contract. Yes, that's right. The lady swallowed, having a bad feeling. On behalf of the Li group, I am officially notifying you that I will give you two choices. 1. Cooperate at 1% of the original price. 2. If you choose not to cooperate this time, all companies under the Li group will be completely banned and will never cooperate again. Li Qin smiled. He said that the bullying of his sister could not be let go. Chapter 101 Princess Nuanyuan's Castle. Hearing this, the lady almost fainted and managed to hold on with great difficulty. 1% of the price for cooperation. Isn't this going to cost them their lives? But Li Group is a newly emerging leader in the business world. Who dares to mess with it? If they don't agree this time and are completely banned, what awaits them is not just losing money, but bankruptcy. This isn't giving her a choice. It's clearly a warning. The lady's face was as pale as frost, but she could only force a smile. Being able to cooperate with the Li Group is the most important thing. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Li Qin ended this cooperation neatly. Although he is steady and mature, he always has a polite and courteous smile on his face to everyone. However, it is precisely because of his decisiveness and resolute decision-making that he has made a name for himself in the business world, and no one dares to mess with him. Qi Xianwan held Li Qin's hand. She looked up at him with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Wow, Big Brother is so handsome, gentle, yet domineering. Wait until all these idle people have been dealt with. Li Qian instructed his subordinates. This children's clothing store will be renamed Princess Nuanyuan's Castle. Yes, Mr. Li. The subordinates immediately went to do it. When Qi Xianwan heard this, her eyes sparkled with stars. Oh hoo. Although it's just a name, she has a little castle. Happy. Big Brother is so warm. Li Qin squatted in front of her, touched her fluffy hair, smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Nuanyuan, that pair of shoes was bought by that kid. I'll give you a better pair of leather shoes in the future. Qi Xianwan was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. What kind of divine brother is this? Woo. So heartwarming. She threw herself into Li Qin's arms, rubbing her little head against his cheek, and acted coquettishly with him. It was Nuanyuan who wanted to sell it to her. It has nothing to do with Big Brother. Nuanyuan doesn't want the little leather shoes anymore. Nuanyuan only wants Big Brother. Big Brother is the best gift for Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan is also my brother's most precious treasure. Li Qian pinched her chubby little face and kissed her forehead gently. He is the eldest brother and has always been good at taking care of people. He has 5 younger brothers, and now he has an only sister, so he will cherish and protect her even more. Qi Xianwan stayed in his arms and was reluctant to let go, sticking to him the whole time. Li Qin held her in his arms and continued shopping in the children's clothing store with her. As long as it was clothes, skirts, shoes, etc. that she liked, he would not just buy those things, but directly buy the entire store. He was originally a businessman. By buying the shop, I can not only give it to my sister, but also make money. All items in the children's clothing store have to be selected by his sister first. After getting tired of shopping, Li Chun bought children's ice cream for her. Qi Xianwan stayed in his arms and took a bite, and Bing's little nose wrinkled. Wow, so cold. Her little mouth was covered with white ice cream, like a little cat. Li Chun lowered his head, looked at her cute and soft appearance, and smiled. After so many years, he finally had a younger sister, and his life was finally complete. Brother, you eat too. Qi Xianwan thoughtfully handed it to his mouth and shared it with him. Li Chun doesn't like to eat these, but since it was his sister's kindness, he gladly accepted it. After a while, A certain little kid finally thought of something important. She forgot about her father. Chapter 102. Dad. Why are you lost? Big brother, call Dad quickly. Nuanyuan came here with Dad. Chi Xiaonuan quickly reminded Li Qin, and then murmured worriedly, oh, Dad is lost. He must be very worried now. Li Qin burst out laughing. This sister is so cute. She looks confused. Are you sure it's Dad who's lost, and not her and Dad?